Boys, good to see. Oh, what have I done? Well, I kicked everyone. How you guys doing?
What's
Yo,
good?
what's good?
First of all, can I say before we start, your intro kind of fire. Like you put me in a good mood with the storm. I knew what you was doing. I was like, yo, because I was so low energy, and you put that shit on. I was like, oh my god, that is almost. I literally was just thinking about
Nostalgic.
playing. I was like, damn, it's been a minute, man. Let me turn that on.
Yeah, that's the old channel intro. That's the first one I had like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Let me add Ghost from 3S
yeah,
in
he's
here.
coming. Yeah.
Yeah, he's here now.
Yeah.
Ghost from 3S, can you hear us?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Good to have you here, man.
Another thing, since we just getting started, I ain't gonna lie, I'm more pissed about the AI shit SNK did this morning than the early access shit. That shit is irritating me. Like,
Yeah, we'll talk about that because I think I just dropped a video on it, but yeah, we'll talk about it. Let's talk about the 2xKO stuff because I know obviously you and Ghost have different opinions to me and C4 on this. So I guess I'll open it with C4 to begin with. What is your stance on 2xKO creators being allowed to enter? Is it Frosty that everyone was arguing about?
I think that's like the one that's coming up soonest. I don't know if TNS or one of their online tournaments are like paying out money. Yeah, I don't mind content creators doing it if they're not playing in tournaments. It's just it feels a bit like money laundering if you get your top players test the game or the new characters, and then it's the devs that are funding the tournaments. So you're basically paying your testers free tournament prize pot. So
yeah, I have a very similar stance to you on it as well because I remember I didn't get given Injustice. I knew a guy that knew a guy, and we went and picked it up, and it was like 3 days early, and for that whole month, I won every tournament I entered. It wasn't even close. So in 3 days, you can cover a lot of ground. And then I remember Super Street Fighter 4. I got it about, I'd say a day early, but I got it like maybe 10 hours earlier than everybody else. So it felt like a day. We got to the tournament, absolutely mopped everyone. Then the following tournament, mopped everyone again, and including my friends. So when people are saying that they won't have an advantage of 3 hours, I'm just like, in that 3 hour time span of me playing Super Street Fighter 4, I'd already figured out a fair amount. Those 3 hours would have allowed me to win the tournament. The 10 hours were just extra on top. So yeah, I guess we're against it. Yaya or Ghost, if you guys want to push back.
Let me go first here. So first and foremost, for the sake of myself, in case I do slip, I'm not attention to go into details about any NDA or early access stuff. Number two, I strongly do believe players should be banned like a month beforehand for new DLC drops and characters, right? Because I was explaining to somebody that when it comes to major tournaments and stuff like that, I don't think it's fair that in a lot of cases, a lot of early access, depending on the company, is different, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because multiverses. I was one of the few people. I don't give a fuck now. Fuck Warner Bros. So I don't care about them. But literally, I was the one to go literally to play multiverses before it came out. I've literally knew all of the frame data and everything for Jason, Joker, and even Agent Smith when the game came out. So, but the ruling for me was, all right, bro, when these characters come out, you can't play in any brackets for 2 weeks, right? And the big problem that here lies now with all of this, because I think Alex Valle said it, Valle said something like that. He was like, I know most of the content creators are now player/content creator now. And I feel like there has to be a compromise where people have to learn in what moment is it better to be a content creator or potentially be a player. But I do believe that at some point there should be some repercussions for it overall. Frosty's case is more different. Because with Frosty Frostings coming out, what people don't know, the bracket to enter 2SKO, it is free, right? It is free. And season 1, a lot of the overcharges to the meta, Yahosi listed it already on Twitter. A lot of the shit that people have been doing is kind of going to be like switched out a lot already. Not saying people still not going to do it, but September 1st is kind of supposed to be a complete different switch of a game. Like, for example, they made major changes already to 4 or 5 actually of the strongest characters in that game. And number 2, when it comes to Frosties, like the early access with 2SKO specifically, there have been play tests where players have gotten flown out to play the new characters and stuff like that for 5 to 8 hours even, which is crazy. I understand that. However, I can say compared to like NRS and a lot of people on Twitter that's pissing me off is the same people that's on Twitter complaining about competitive integrity now, but when they especially if they live in New York, right? You could go to a mom and pop shop. A lot of people was getting Street Fighter 6 2 to 3 weeks early. Plus, they were playing on the crack that was out for 6+ months earlier. But now they complain about competitive integrity for a game that they don't even care about, right?
Well, I think that's a little bit different though, because like I don't think people are saying that if I got it early, I wouldn't go if you gave me the opportunity. I think they're saying that the people in charge should not be giving the opportunity to anyone. But if you give me the opportunity, like if I get Injustice 3, right, let's say it comes up and I get my hands on it a week early and you don't stop me from going and the prize money's like, I don't know, like $1,000 or whatever. I'm gonna go. That's your responsibility to stop me. I shouldn't be allowed to enter, but if you're not gonna stop me, then I'm gonna go.
Right. Yeah, I think that like, okay, another thing, I can even attest to that because as a person who's gotten a lot of things mad early, I think it's also understanding to know, like, I know there's a smaller community and y'all don't really people don't look at them as fighting games, but arena fighters. So when Demon Slayer came out, they was like, you can't play in nothing. Because they was like they knew my background in CC2 games. Like I'm one of the few people that have placed against all the sweats in that game. I can pride myself and be like, all right, I'm kind of OD at those games a lot of the times. And when Demon Slayer came out, I make it a rule for myself, even the amount of playtime that I put into like early access, or if I get like a review code or something like that, I literally wait that amount of time before touching the game, even on launch. Right? Like even with 2SKO and the alphas and stuff like that, like I waited a couple hours. I could have just streamed that morning or touched. I waited. I was like, all right, let's give people the same amount of playtime so I can play ranked. I don't even like playing ranked day one and fight again. Huh?
Why did you wait?
Well, my thing is I'm also the type of person that I feel like, okay, when I get early access, I don't want to be the person. I'm never been the person that really likes to flex that I have earlier knowledge to things, right?
So they wouldn't know that, right? If you jumped on ranked, if you got the game early, you jumped on ranked and you beat people, you could say, I'm just better than you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you had the game longer than other people.
I mean, yeah, but I look at it as that, like, when I'm playing ranked, I feel like I don't like the idea of hopping on, like, ranked in the beginning of anything. Like, let's say everybody got Street Fighter 6 day one, right? Like, that's fine. But when it comes to, like, other games, and I know I have prior knowledge and stuff, right? I do believe, like, yes, there is a level of advantage to just rob somebody because the other player doesn't know. So I wait to see if people find out, like, around the same amount of time. If I say 6 hours, I didn't play something day one, I'll play it around the same time and then hop on. Because I feel
I wanted not to cut you off here. I just wanted to bring up 3S's.
Go ahead.
I wanted to bring up his tweet just to reference it as he gives his statement. Or here where you said, there's a really harsh reality some of you need to accept with 2XKO early access drama. There is no meaningful advantage of 3 to 4 hours of playtesting. Is Kate a character?
Caitlin. That's her name just shortened.
Okay. Your chances of top 8, Frosty, or even winning didn't change. You never had a chance to begin with. I thought that was a little bit of a unfair tweet, personally.
It wasn't harsh, absolutely, but I think I like, to be completely honest, like if we're being completely real, there's gonna be people. Most of the people that enter tournaments is either 0 tours or people that can't get out of pools, or people that get out of pools, but the moment they get out, they get knocked out immediately. Then you have the select few people that have the chance to either top 32, top 16, top 8, or even win the tournament. And that's the case for every tournament. Not to disregard anybody that's like just an 0-2 or hell, I'm an 0-2. I'm not making it out of pools. But it's like I guess for the case of like the people that were on Twitter of like, oh, this just gives a competitive advantage. Like, how am I supposed to go into a tournament and make it to top 8 or top 16, top 32? I'm like, brother, let's be real. Let's be completely honest. You're getting 0-2, or you're probably not making it out of pools. Most of you aren't, myself included. I throw myself in that ballpark just to make it so, like, you know, it's like
he capping, by the way.
Wait, hold on. You don't think it increases your chances of winning? Like, if you were an 0-2 and you got the game 4 hours earlier and you got to play the game, you don't think that increases your chances even a little bit?
No,
not enough to matter to me. No, I don't think so. Because let me put it to you like this: if, say, for example, an Armor King was coming out, King J, I say, yo, King J, I'm gonna give you 4 extra hours to lab this character. I give you 4 extra hours to mess with this character. You get an hour to lab, and then for the next 3 hours, you got to play versus developers. And I told Nee, you can't play the 4 extra hours. You got to wait until it's available to everybody. And then we give you like a week or 24 hours or whatever it may be to play. And then you and Jay got to play against each other. Will Jay win that? Do you
tournaments
think
are made up of 2 people?
No. I'm just using it as an example.
Let them finish.
We're talking about tournaments, though. We're not talking about individuals. We're talking about tournaments.
Okay, we could take it to tournaments then.
Okay.
Does Jay's chance of beating Nee in bracket in any way, shape, or form increase enough where it matters?
This is a bad talking point because you're using the absolute extreme to make your point. Nee's the greatest player of all time. If you said if you were to include,
do Nee and Arsenal Nash?
Okay, that's a better comparison.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine.
If you give Nee access to a character for 4 hours that Arsenash never got to play, Nee's chances of beating Arsenash go up astronomically.
I don't think so.
So let me say this, because we're gonna go back
and then on top of that, to me, time in this whole thing, I think time matters more than anything. Like, there's 4 hours. They got 4 hours to play Caitlyn. Actually, it was 3.
Can you show the source? Because some people said way more than 4.
Oh, Rufus said it and Diaphone said it. Let me see if I can find.
Diaphone said it on the stream multiple times.
Yeah, they got 3 hours to play. I think they said they got an hour at most to lab, and then the rest they was playing versus developers.
Is that the same for all of them then? Because
they were all in the same room together. It wasn't like a separate session.
So, all right, I can explain this. So,
yeah, because some people get to play online, like people like Supernoon and Leffen. Leffen can't play because he's not in America, but he gets to test the characters.
He got flown out.
Yes, he got flown out to play.
That's something not a lot of people. Yes, that's something a lot of people didn't know. They flew everybody out to the offices to play Kate. This was not a build. That's something that's another thing people were saying to me, and I was confused about. There's some people that think they got builds sent to their home to play Kate. That's not what happened.
Not Kate, but they have. Some players have got the builds. They just downloaded the build and played at home. Not the Kate one, but in the past.
If that's happened, I don't know. I can't speak on it.
If that's truly happened, then I haven't seen it. That's why I said the NDA thing earlier.
Yeah, I won't speak on that part because I actually don't know.
Right.
But I'll speak on the Kate part specifically.
So usually when it comes and like I said, it depends on the company. If you know NRS, and I don't want to roast NRS, so I do apologize. But a lot of NRS, they did it the worst fucking way. They will literally send people like the full patch version of the build and let them play it, or either fly them out and give them like a whole weekend of playtime, right? Riot, when they do their build test, their build test is way more contained in ways to where like they can't use the training mode. Leffen said like literally an hour or two before when he played with Kate, he was with Super Noon and they had to take turns fighting the CPU in duos, right? So in that way, it's like you can't really lab because now you lose less control of the game when you play duos, right? And that's a whole new
You're
What?
competent enough at fighting games. Like, let's
Okay,
say, for example,
I know. No. I knew you was going to say that.
Yeah, because you guys are arguing from a disingenuous standpoint because you both know how to play fighting games. And like Ghost was saying, if Nee let's say he got his hands on Miorizo for 4 hours and Arsene never got to fight her, and they both have a very, very high level of competency in base Tekken. Like, they can understand how to play Tekken without knowing the characters. You don't think that Nee is going to have a significant advantage fighting Austin, who has no idea what this character can do? Are we being for real right now?
Okay, so because if I say no, we're just gonna go back in circles.
No, we don't have to go back in circles.
But I strongly believe at that point it just comes down to who understands how characters, matchups, and strategies work.
So what if you got two players that are exactly the same skill level?
But they're both not the same skill level.
That's what. So new hypothetical, you've got two players that are exactly the same skill level.
Okay.
One has 2 hours extra than the other.
Yeah.
Who wins? Or who's got a high probability of winning?
I mean, they both pro level players. I think it comes down to who just plays the matchup best.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question then.
No, but I'm just saying, like,
and it doesn't matter.
No, I'm just saying, like, if both players are equal skill level and pro players, the better player that's gonna win that match, who understands when to press, what buttons to do in neutral, and how the characters work in relation.
And then I think you also have to factor
like if you putting Arslan, Ash, and Nee together, it's like putting Goku and Vegeta in the damn thing.
You're changing my hypothetical, but it's all right.
No,
I said the exact same skill level, and you said, but one's better than the other. It's like, well, then you're not engaging with what I'm saying. You're making up two individuals, but yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, because what you and Ghost are saying, either of you could answer this. So you're saying that the 4 hours won't make a difference. Let's just play a game. Does 5 hours make a difference?
Because he's like, I get where you're coming from, but that's very like,
I get what you're saying. It's more. It's literally more to it. So like in the situation of the 2XKL and Kate, they get 4 hours. Boom, 4 hours at the office. They got to fly back home. You fly back home. You got to play on the same exact patch that everybody else is playing on for like another week, a week and a half straight, until you can finally play the patch that you got previewed to at the same time as everybody else. And then on top of that, there is another week and a half before the tournament starts where you actually get to sit down and figure out, okay, are we going to play Kate at Frosty? And can we put together a good enough game plan to top 8 or maybe even win the whole thing with this character? I just don't think that's a big enough advantage for this particular case. I don't think that's enough.
How many hours is?
Let me say this. I honestly low-key think like a day.
If we talking like 24 hours or more, 24 hours or more, I'm like, yeah.
And even in Street Fighter 6, like that's also not even proven because like see Viper, for example. He just had to glaze himself on his own.
Andrew, thank you very much, bro. I appreciate
he gave you $20 for that, bro. Like that's kind of gold.
Like I genuinely think time matters more than anything in this case.
So let me say this though, right? Don't do that shit. I fucking hate this, man. But literally, Street Fighter 6 is an example of this, right? Where a lot of Japanese players and a lot of people at Capcom let play C Viper for a weekend, right? If you want to be honest right now, most of them have not done a lick of shit. The only person, and he didn't get flown out, he played when it came out, that arguably one of the strongest C Vipers is Punk, right? Like all the ones that got early access that were also pro players, you don't see a lot of them emerge in the same way as like Punk did when the character came out. Now that could change in a couple of months because they learn the game and play the game completely different, arguably, than NA. But I think the time that they do get doesn't automatically retaliate to I equal win screen, right? With NRS games, like you brought up with Injustice, right? Like, hell yeah, if I got 3 hours to figure out what fucking Supergirl did day one, fuck that, 30 minutes. Like, with her, like, I don't even know who you played in Injustice, right?
Black Adam.
See, like, it's fucking exactly. Of course you was going to win them shits for 2 weeks, right? You only had to do 2 things. Anyway.
So, wait, hold on. Wait. So 30
No, wait,
minutes.
hold on. That's nonsense, though.
You literally just said about the 2 hour thing doesn't make a big difference, but then you said, "Oh, but I get it when you have 30 minutes in NRS games that you can win for the next week."
Well, my thing is I'm dumbing down NRS games when I say that. So that's why I'm like, fuck it. That's why I don't want to use NRS.
Isn't 2XKO severely dumbed down?
2XKO is harder than almost every NRS game.
But would you also didn't
I'm down. 2XKO hasn't got inputs. What do you mean? That's a dumbed down game as well.
But it's a tag game.
And I tell you, that shit doesn't matter because
nothing matters, bro.
Because
I don't know what
because the game has simple inputs doesn't mean shit. I'm gonna tell you now.
Why is Injustice simple?
I never said Injustice was simple. That was Yaya's word.
Well, you're defending your boy now.
No. I'm defending 2XKO.
Oh my god!
Tell me why NRS is simple.
The logic of 2XKO being simple because it doesn't have motion inputs. That shit's stupid. I think that.
Okay, cool. So why is NRS? Why is Injustice simple? Yeah.
Well, I mean, from game design, a lot of times the games push itself in one direction, strong pigeonhole wise. Meaning,
does that make any sense to anyone else? I didn't hear anything.
Well, no. What I mean is that the games have moves or things that just are very overtuned or overpowered that you can easily exploit them faster than, in this case, 2XKO.
So, like Vi's dash punch.
That shit not good. It's not that good.
It's not that isn't exploitable.
Yeah,
I don't see that.
I
love it when
I'm telling
in tag games.
I'm telling you,
on block move, then she can go into a jam session. She can't jump over. Isn't good.
No. I'm saying the
wait. Hold on.
Because I'm like me. You both play the character.
So I need to break down what he talking about. You said first off, her dash punch is if you do it too close, it's -1 block. If you do it too far, you're safe at best.
Wait. What did I say? Did I say safe on block? Did I say plus?
What did you say then? What did you say?
Okay, so you argued with me, you didn't even know what I said.
No, repeat what you said.
I said, what did I say? So you're saying I'm wrong without knowing what I said, correct?
Because you said Vi's dash punch is bullshit. It's not. So
who's he arguing with? Did I say that?
I promise you.
All right, repeat what you said.
I said safe on block.
It's okay, cool.
Okay.
You safe on block.
All right.
At distance. At distance.
I don't even play this
certain
game.
Distances, it's safe on block. That's the best you could do.
So no, wait.
Did I not say the whole move?
Hold on.
Full screen move.
So if you
play on block, and then you can cancel it into a jam session that stops you from jumping over it.
How you doing, Tom Brady? But look, the thing of it is what I'm telling you, C4, is that in the game, the way it's designed, it's not designed like the other tag games. If you block the first one, you can literally all of the meta in the game right now. She launch punch, fucking 2M, 5M. They can't do anything. Now, when season 1 comes around,
2M in a chargeable full screen move.
Yes, people do that in the game. That's a viable option in it. Literally in recent TNS and stuff like that.
Jump that shit.
Yeah, people neutral jumps it.
Mike,
it's not good, right?
These guys are fucking.
No, it's not. It's not.
This move is chargeable. You don't know when it's going to come out. It's not like it's got to start like a fixed start. It's between 10 to like 60 frames of a difference. So you can't just neutral jump when you see the start.
When the last time you played 2SKO, man? Tell me.
Last time you played a fucking game properly. What do you mean about?
Last time I played, I cooked your shit. So what? Last time I played, I cooked your shit.
You're a button masher. That's fine. You got me.
Okay,
I'm telling you,
put your ass
can't
in
react to
5-0.
something when you can charge
that
a
ain't
move.
My problem.
Okay, all right, cool.
That's not my. Is it
You
my
want to put some
problem?
money down when Invincible comes out? You want to put some money down when Invincible comes out?
I already said we can see it in April.
I said money. I said you want to put some money down. Yeah, that's it. Giggle it away.
No,
Giggle it away. That's why.
Away because I'm just saying, like you act like I'm telling you, like,
bro,
bro, how it works in the game.
I tell you what, we'll put some money on Invincibles. I won't play the game for the first 2 days, and I'll still take your money. And then we'll see about this advantage shit, right?
Oh my God.
But that's the point. You just proved my point. If you beat me, you prove my point. You know this,
and I'll
right?
take your money. I'll happily prove your point while taking your money.
Okay,
you
you can have the fucking money. That doesn't matter.
Okay, cool.
The point still stands.
Hey,
You just admitted to the whole reason why we in the fucking call.
No, it's not. You guys got it twisted. We're not saying that having the 2 hours advantage makes a difference. We're saying it's an advantage. You keep saying it doesn't matter if this person gets 2 hours over this person, they're still going to lose. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the integrity of competition being fair. You guys are going on something else. That's why you kept talking about Punk and all these individuals against each other. We're talking about in a tournament when people are equal level. That's when it makes a difference.
Hold on. We're doing this over 2 hours of advantage in a tournament format.
People said 2 hours. I think it could be more. It could be less.
It's 3 hours. It's about
okay. What's the game?
2 SKO.
Wait a minute. Do you even know what that is? Do you?
Wait. I know what it is. Come on. I'm Tom Brady. I got notes of everything. We're talking about the open beta. Because I wrote down the exact days and hours of every possible game that has come out in the last year in open beta. So are we talking about those that played open beta?
Oh, no. We're talking about players got a couple content creators got early access to play the new character that's coming out. Literally.
So we're talking about a new character in 2XKL.
Yeah.
They have 2 hours of early access.
2 to 3 hours, yes.
Okay, we'll just highball it for the sake of argument because some Master CJ will come on here and say it's 3 hours, not 2. So 3 hours. So the thing is, should they be banned from using that character?
Should they be banned from competing in general?
Yeah, because
why would they be banned from competing
with the character?
If outside that character they don't have an advantage?
No, there's a patch. There's a patch with the DLC character, so the game's changed.
All right, look, let's be honest here, man. We are not stupid people, okay? There is no patch in the world in which... So there are two things. If it was an exhibition in which it was high-level player against high-level player, and somebody had a good 2 to 3 hours on a new patch, and it's like, hey, my first match is against another top player in the world, first to 2, first to 3, sure, it's an advantage because you're going to have some kind of gimmick, something in those 2 to 3 hours. You're starting in an open bracket. By the time the players that actually legitimately have a chance to win get to each other, they've already seen what they need to see in the patch. As far as like things that have changed, what's being done. That 2 to 3 hours is not really, I don't think, going to kill the tournament.
Yeah, but we're not talking about if it will make a difference. We're talking about if it's fair. That's what we're talking about.
You're fighting
in a bracket.
If you want to be professionals, do something where you're professionals. Fighting game players are the kings.
It's open bracket. It's not just professionals.
That's my point. But my point, then it's open bracket. Then anything goes. But it's not a pro tournament. If it's a pro, if it's not a pro tournament, then
this is the free. So the one that's upcoming is a free tournament, but there's a prize pool now.
It's a
I don't know where all the money's coming from, but the devs must be putting some money in it. So the devs are flying these players out. They're entering the free tournament, and then the players that have an advantage are winning. That have been winning.
Let me add some more.
This patch is not a big enough of advantage.
Yaya said it was. He said it was a big change. He says it's a different game.
I don't think unless they overhaul the whole game.
So okay. Let me add more context to it before we go forward because I want you to hear most of it. So essentially, Yohozi, if you know who that is, she was a pro player in Dragon Ball Fighter. She was a lab monster in that game too. She works on 2SKO in terms of the balancing and stuff like that. Sure. She came out and said, "Here's the changes for season 1. This is the first time the game is coming out for everybody, and a lot of characters are getting nerfed and changed across the board. Sure. Right? Everybody's getting touched. Now, the season 1 starts. They were flown out, I believe, 2 to 3 weeks ago." Or very recently, but the patch doesn't drop for everybody till January 20th, which is Tuesday or Wednesday, right? They have 12 days from that day to plan a free bracket and Frosty Frostings. So everybody's starting from that at that point.
So the topic is very misleading because when I read it on Twitter, it was very much like, should players who are granted early access be banned? early access is a big window. Is it during beta testing, alpha testing? You know, are they
So, all right, I can
testers
add more
for the
context
game?
to that. I can add
You
more
know what I mean?
context
Like,
to that. So
okay,
one of the devs from 2SKO, Ben or Draggles on Twitter, has said when they invite players for early access, they invite them for bug testing and just general early feedback. The version they play usually does not 100% always entail to what the current update patch of release of that character.
in this situation, it doesn't matter. Enough people have had their hands
Thank
on the
you.
game.
That's not the
Enough
argument,
people have
though.
had their hands
That's
on
not
the
the
game.
argument.
Enough people have had their hands on the game for long enough to where it's fair enough. I thought you were talking about in the context of like in the event of like KI or MK or Injustice, where people actually go in the studio, get to play during test or guide writing or whatever it may be, should they be allowed to play the game? I think the biggest issue is that developers need to stop allowing competitors any early access at all, and that will end the fairness argument. You have to be very careful with who you actually bring in. Because if you bring in competitive players, they by nature are going to follow their own rabbit hole of, oh, can I do this? What can I do that? I mean, no matter what kind of bug testing you come in, they're going to do what top players do. They're going to get an edge. That's how we're all wired. That's how we all lab. You can't fight human nature. If you say, okay, we're not going to bring in top players, we're going to bring in players who, you know, they're not top, they're okay, they're knowledgeable in fighting games. Those players will think, now's my time. One tournament. Finally, my time to win. And they're more concerned with getting an advantage, which goes back to the problem, right? And they don't want to get banned from tournaments either. And then we're going to always go down the rabbit hole, whether it's top players who have a legit chance to win, why am I banned? Or players who didn't have a chance to win, who do early on, why am I banned, right? What you do is the fighting game world is filled of some of the greatest fighting game players of all time who are now retired. Take the great Ryan Hart, right? You can bring in players like that to test your games and play your games, and they can give you honest feedback because they have no horse in the race. They want the game to be good for the greater good. They've established what they've done. They've accomplished what they've done. Winning one tournament here or there does nothing for their legacy. Also, as established players, you have a proven track record that these guys are probably going to find things quickly, which is why they at one time in their life were the most elite of the elite. And you don't have to worry about banning them because they didn't want to compete anyway.
Right.
That's what needs to happen.
So I said before
I actually agree with that.
I said before you came in, I was like a more important thing that the devs and the relationships with the games have to understand who's going to be a content creator and who's going to be the player in that current point in time. And in that case, if you're going to be the person that records, get some of the people like how you stated, Ryan Hart, or even like
call
for example,
Ryan Hart, call Alex Valle, call some of these people, say, hey, we want you to play the game. You know,
right.
And you know they're not going to be traveling and competing, things like that.
Yeah, and I think that was the big thing that I was stuck on. In that case,
but isn't the fact that Tom is saying ask retired players, doesn't that give point to what C4 was saying earlier, that you guys playing the game, you will have some advantage. Doesn't mean you're going to win necessarily, but you will have an advantage. Like if we give Tom the same restrictions for the next MK game, and the same restrictions apply to him, and you give him Sub-Zero, there's going to be a massive difference made if he never played the game. If you give me Soul Calibur and you give me Algor and I have the same restrictions as you guys, there's going to be a huge difference. As a matter of fact, I already know that difference existed because I did it.
Let me weigh in on this as someone who's had early access, so I can tell you exactly how that worked. In MK9, they flew us out for 1 week. Now because MK9 is built off of the Injustice 2, MK versus DC system, just a 2D version, and they've kind of enhanced a few things. It was very easy for me to go from where I was in DC to 9 immediately because a lot of the systems transfer over. Frame data is the same, everything, juggles work the same, whatever. And then, of course, I gravitated towards Sub-Zero. And I just in that 1 week of testing, even though we did find a lot of stuff, it was, I obviously already knew the path of which way I wanted to go. So then when the game came out in quote unquote beta, where they had, I think, 5 characters, Melina, Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Johnny Cage, I already had a clear idea from just that week. I want to test this, right? And then I was able to play on the beta with people like Jop, players like that. We were playing those 5 or 6 characters, right? And then I was able to kind of formulate a lot of strategies with Sub-Zero. I even started writing mini strategy guides on a hidden forum in Test Your Might, in which some players who were admins had access to just my posts, and they were going to locals, dominating, just reading the strategies, just knowing how to connect the dots, as opposed to other people who were just kind of playing the beta and figuring it out. And then, of course, early on in the game, or through the life of the game, I was very good with Sub-Zero. Like day one, I was able to lay out complex Sub-Zero strategies the very first day of the game. In MKX, another great example. So I was at NetherRealm for 1 week, and then they brought us back for a second week. So I had 2 weeks on MKX. And then I was the commentator for ESL, and they gave us a copy of the game early. So then I had a third week of MKX, where myself and Rio were streaming a week prior to the game. The first day of the game, I had there were always so many Sub-Zero players, because that was one of my gifts, is really explaining things well, although the MK community would disagree. But I always thought I was very good at that. So in MKX, I had really perfected the art of explaining things as I did my living guide in MK9, and I got very good at how to explain things to people in a sense that everyone could understand, from the very best to the new players. And not only did I have Sub-Zero's entire strategy, I had his corner game, his guessing games. Then I even told you the order that opponents will guess early on. I said, right now, for the first couple of weeks of the game, they're going to respond in this order. They're going to do this, this, this. They'll try this, and they're going to go right back to this. And that's why you saw so many Sub-Zero players, because they had so much information immediately. And it was not just unfair. Sub-Zero players, this is why Sub-Zero has always seemed better than he really was early in 9 and X, because of the information players had access to, due to just a small window in the long scheme of early access for me. So it is a massive advantage, early access, overall, for the right players.
Yeah. I guess that's really what we were arguing.
Yep.
Yeah, because I had brought up earlier that like, I know with NRS, they were giving y'all like way too much time in some games, right, for early access. I noticed like Dizzy and MKX is another example.
Yeah, let me tell this story really quick. I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
So Dizzy, and thank you, Foxy. That's a great point. So the first MK major for MKX was Combo Breaker. Now they were saying that all contracted employees were banned, which wasn't true. Like, for example, for Power Up in MK9, I was banned because I had early access for that 1 week as a tester. I was still a temporary contracted employee, and I should have been banned for whatever it was, $25,000, whatever, because I would have won that tournament. I dominated everybody there, and I would have had no problem winning that tournament. It was on a PDP stick. I know the MK layout very well. I'm not unfamiliar with it. You know what I mean? So I think it was smart to do. Plus, the optics are just bad. In MKX, they had Combo Breaker for $10,000. Now, Dizzy, quote unquote, quit NRS 2 weeks before the game came out. I mean, the dude tested every minute of the game, and he, wasn't an employee the last 2 weeks. They allowed him. Dizzy had fundamental knowledge of things that there was no way players could learn. He also had mastered certain techniques, like there was a way to do an OS for Raiden's overhead and low that a lot of players were just trying to get down and master, whereas Dizzy had been mastering this for months and months and months. He was flawless with it, no mistakes. Also realized, hey, Raiden's got a 5-frame forward 1 mid or 6-frame forward 1 mid, knew what it was on block, knew which characters he could block infinite, knew what would happen in case of a trade. And a lot of players were just finding this out on the fly as it happened to them, one being Pig of the Hut. And Dizzy just had access to all of this and was able to formulate strategies and all this stuff based on his months and months and months of knowing I'm going to be able to play and in this tournament. And that was probably the most unfair advantage I've ever seen. As far as a tester in a tournament. And a lot of people had a problem with it. And then from that point forward, NRS made you sign waivers that say you're not able to compete.
Mm-hmm. So okay. So what is really interesting about that is that, like, it's funny because I feel like when it comes to certain companies, it's just very egregious. I don't know if that's the right word to use, because I remember Multiversus was like that. Well, like we had like a whole like week, almost 2 early access to the game, and when all the tournaments was coming out, I was like, damn, bro, I don't want to play I don't want to play with the early access knowledge I have, because I know what changed of the game. Plus, if you played the first version of Multiversus versus the newer version, for my playstyle, it suits me because it was a slower game. It felt kind of like Smash Ultimate, translating that legacy information. I've been playing Smash since I was 7 years old to Multiversus. And you don't have to deal with blocking. So like I understand that, like, certain games do it way worse than others. Because every time I hear about, like, this whole week, I've been hearing about like how MK and NRS is doing, and I'm like, that's crazy. They really just gave y'all the game for like a whole week straight. I don't know why that was even like allowed. Like probably no restrictions even, and they probably
Even
had.
with
on Injustice 1, it was even worse for me.
Injustice 1 was worse for all of us. I told you, Tom. Remember, I got my hands on the game, and I didn't play it for that long, and we mopped everyone. I remember playing Foxy.
No, let me tell you my experience, because this is NRS has never done this before. I was a tester and a guide writer, so I had so much access. So as a guide writer, before I went to NRS, I got my hands on the game for a week before any other tester. The first week that we were there, the first couple of days, dominated every other tester, because I had a whole week on the game. Even though it was the version of the game I got was not like the version they had at NRS. It was an even older build. Didn't matter. Just my knowledge of how the game worked I was able to adapt to those changes far easier than those other testers. And there were some top players there: Arturo, Chris G, Nerd Josh, CD Jr., Rio. These are players who are no like scrub players. They're not stupid players, right? Some of the most elite fighting game players out there, especially for NRS, or in the case of like Chris G, Arturo, it's a Nerd Josh, and other games. And it was such an advantage against other elite competition, because they were trying to adapt to the game where I was just adapting to them, like in the first couple of days. And after that 1 week, I got a second week there with Rio, and then PL came in the second week, as well as Nerd Josh. And then I got to go back to Prima for another 2 weeks to finish the guide. And then let me tell you a funny 16-bit story really quick. I don't mean to shit on you, but I actually do 16 bits, since I'm going to expose you here. I love doing this to you. Okay. So while we were there, 16-bit kept talking about crying about how broke MK9 was. You see, all this crying about how broke everything's, it starts from the head of the snake, and we see who the head was. And then they got a job at NRS, and etc. And it was everything was so, Injustice 1's so broke, MK9 was better. And I'm like, dude, you don't even understand the game. And obviously he was top 8 at EVO, but at that point as a tester early on, he didn't understand the game. Not in the long run, but in that moment, in those early weeks we were there. So one time he challenged me to a 1st to 5, and because Paulo had changed all the combos, everything, and I still beat him without any combos. In fact, we were trying to leave to go eat. It was late at night. Myself and Rio were trying to leave, and he waited for Hector Sanchez to download the newest build and still lost. He had became a great player when the game launched, top 8 at Evo, an outstanding player, a legendary player, but in that moment just didn't understand the game. And just goes to show you the difference when someone understands the game versus not. When you understand the game, when you've had early access, you're able to adjust to the player, whereas the other players were adjusting to the game. And he had early access too. He was just 16-bit, and I'm Tom Brady. So and I always learn things very fast. And I'll even say he was a better player in Injustice 1 than me. Like, he is a top 8 at Evo. I didn't. I quit that game after a year. But he just understands things significantly slower than I do. So, and that's not an insult. Everyone learns at different paces, different phases. It doesn't really matter. The end result was he was the better player. But after all that time of early access, I wasn't even going to go to the first tournament. I was like, hey, we've had so much access. And I remember talking to Slips, God rest his soul, when I was there. I didn't even really play. I didn't touch Aquaman in the beta. And I said, hey, man, this character's fucking stupid, man. I was like, what are you guys talking about? This character's ready to go. And he's like, well, if you think he's so good, why don't you win with him? And I was like, oh, I will win with him. And get at least the broken shit that I was doing nerfed. I was like, this is dumb. That's the only reason why I picked the character. We went to the first major because Chris G, who was a tester, was there. Arturo, who was a tester, was there. And we knew that those guys would mop the floor with the other NRS community. And it would come down to NRS players, they can't win in games where you got to hold back to block. They're too stupid. So we were like, we're going to go there just to make sure they don't win, so that it doesn't turn into stupid NRS players can't hold back to block. Duh. The level of access we had was so strong. It took players, months to catch up. Months. They didn't catch up until I quit to go do Killer Instinct for 6 months and then came back, and then they were obviously significantly better, and it was really hard for me. But for the first few months, they didn't even catch up.
So are we all in agreement then that there is an advantage that you get when you play early?
Yeah, I won't sit here and say that I disagree that it gives you an advantage of some kind. Sure. Does the advantage, to my argument has always been, does the advantage matter enough where it makes such a difference? That's the part where I disagree.
In this situation, no. But when it comes to beta testing and you get closed access, yes.
In the cases of like what Tom Brady gave an example for, absolutely. I think that's probably the most egregious case of it. I think, but with the 2XKO example specifically, and then on top of that, that's something else we need to factor in, that this game came out in October. The core fundamentals of what this game is, most of the people that is even interested in competing in this game already have a fine understanding of what they need to do in the game. The only outlier is Caitlyn and whatever balance changes they decide to do to the characters that already exist.
There are other examples of this throughout history of an unfair advantage that is, it's not unfair, but an advantage. Let me give you an example. In Tekken, games oftentimes came out over there long before we got them over here. Korea was so dominant in Tag 1. Tekken 4 launched same time worldwide. USA was the best. Their advantage was nullified. They were probably the best early on, but in the end, Mad Dog Jin came over here for the last time. What was that guy, that Xiao Yu player? How do I forget his name now? Kenbo came over here. They didn't even make top 16 at Evo the last time they were here. They were great players, but when you remove that advantage of having the game for so long in the arcade, even people, the GM in a podcast with me said, hey, people said I had an advantage because I was playing in American arcades for months before people could get their hands on it on the console. And it wasn't unfair because in theory, if anybody wanted to try to find an American arcade that had the game, they could have. GM just happened to live in New York where CF was. But you see examples of advantages, be it games that come out in arcades first before consoles, games that come out overseas for months or years before they hit the States. We've seen this over and over and over again, and know that there is a clear advantage proven throughout history.
But something that people are forgetting here, or at least it sounds like you guys are forgetting about this, is that like in Ghost of 3S's tweet, it says that you weren't going to make top 8 anyway. But I don't think I feel like that's dragging the conversation into a place it doesn't need to be. Because say that I'm a tournament player, or I want to go enter a tournament, and I come up against the guy that has played the game. I might not have won the tournament, but I might have made top 16. I might have made top 32. I might have gotten to win 2 matches, and I've just been halted by Yaya and 3S because they were playing the game for 4 hours before I got to play it, or however long it is. So it's not always about getting top 8 or winning. It's that you're going to the tournament with an unfair advantage, and you're using that unfair advantage to stop somebody else from progressing in the tournament.
So Mike, let me ask you: should anybody that played the game prior to console release be banned from competing in Frosty?
For 2XKO?
Yes.
Is it out on console now?
No, it doesn't. It hasn't been out on console, and it doesn't drop until I think Tuesday.
Where were the beta tests, on console or PC only?
PC only. It's been like this since October.
There was one.
Wow, really?
PC, yeah, there's been
one PC only.
There's been one console test, but other than that, it's been PC only.
What's the time difference in PC to console? So I didn't know it was console only. I wrote down the total time, but
this game came out like what?
So my point is, how long did PC players have access versus consoles?
Oh, we're like a 3 to 4 month difference.
Yeah, it's a 3 month.
It doesn't drop on console until Tuesday.
So it's been out on PC.
Yes.
Official release on PC.
No, It was early access. But
if you have a PC, you can play.
Let's keep it as early access. Yeah,
man, uncomfortable. Look, man, I've known you for a long time. You need to call me. Okay, if you need to call me and let me. This is a horrible fucking move.
Yeah.
That's been one of the biggest complaints.
This is a horrible move. This is a horrible move. For one, this tournament should be an exhibition only. It should not be open bracket. If 2XKO, how much money are they putting up for this?
$50K.
$50K.
Yeah, the bracket's free. The bracket's free to enter.
Sean Rivera, uncomfortable.
Because I'm not gonna hold you.
I was thinking, call me.
I was thinking about this last night because I'm like, we're arguing about 4 hours. I'm like, are we not factoring in that we're going into this tournament and we've been playing this game for about 3 to 4 months now, and no one on console has had access to this game, and the tournament's going to be played on console, I believe. So,
no way is this a good idea. This was an awful idea. $50,000. You know what's so funny? I hear constantly when I talk about money in games that say, everyone knows there's no money in games, but developers' number one reason why you need to get into this game has always been, look at all the money that's on the line. Fatal Fury, look, let's call it what it is in the world. Fatal Fury is to the world what soccer is to American sports. Nobody fucking cares in America, right? We know how big soccer is worldwide, but in America, there's NFL, NBA, even hockey means more. Nobody gives a shit about soccer over here in the States, right? That is what Fatal Fury is in the fighting game world, that world, right? Not saying it's a bad game, but it's a very niche following.
No, I get what you're saying.
What did they do? Of all the things they could do to get people into the game, right? Do we take surveys? Do we bring in these players? What do people want? Do we try to find out why it's a niche following? Nope, none of those things. You know what we'll do? We'll put who runs this? Vince McMahon? We'll put a bunch of money on the line and they'll all compete. I mean, like, what are you doing? Like, so again, what developers try to do is, for a community who claims, we know there's no money, we don't do it for that. developers say, oh, you know what they need? Money. So there's a big disconnect here. So we all know that's why gamers play games for now. Money, content, exposure. Fighting games are off the deep end, not very good, not in good shape in general right now, in my opinion, for the reason why they're doing it. But if you were going to do something like this and you wanted to promote your game at a tournament like Frosty, make arrangements to make it the premier event, put money up so there's stakes, but make it an invitational and invite players who have had this early access, who are also popular players, high-level players, and turn it into an event to get people to see the game and say, wow, I want this game looks great. Look, you see what Sonic did? You see this guy did? You see what Justin Wong did? Whoever did? I want to play this game. And it fixes all that. And then it comes out on console. And then by the time it shows up at majors, we don't have this discussion. This was a horrible move, a stupid business move from it was a bad move. This is not going to go well.
To answer your question,
you're giving away 50,000, and it takes away from the players. If somebody, do I have respect for Sonic Fox as a player? Absolutely.
So I do.
Hold on. If he wins this event, am I going to say, man, Sonic won? He's just that dog. Fuck no. You won because you were only competing against 5 other people, or whoever wins. It takes away from how good these people actually are. You know what I mean? If you hold an invitation, right? It's like you are guaranteed no upsets. You're guaranteed to have an event. You're not acting like, wow, look at how godlike this player is. The first open bracket tournament, and look who's winning. Of course they won. Are you stupid? Like, this was a terribly marketed idea. It is set up more for... You're setting your game up. It's already a topic of contention, and the tournament hasn't even happened yet. The game doesn't even have its official release yet. Yep. If it was an event, we'd be excited. Now, because you put up 50,000 under the illusion of who's going to win it. We know who's going to win it. We know who's in contention to win it. Not Jimmy 55, who's playing it for the first time. It's going to be one, it's a dumb idea. It's a bad idea. I don't know who there thought of this. It just shows not only are fighting game players, for the most part, not the brightest, overall, it also shows that developers aren't. They're not. Developers and fighting game players are so separated in their ideals, and they're so separated from reality that who thought this event would be good? Did they poll anyone? Did they even take the pulse of what was going to happen here? No. Some guy there just said, you know what we'll do? We'll put up 50,000. Who's going to win? It's anybody's game. What? Ridiculous.
Well, I just looked deeper into it as we speak, but at Frosty's they are having a special duo exhibition there, and they're having the normal bracket as well. Doesn't say you wrong.
Normal bracket.
That's what I'm saying. Like I get that, yeah. But I'm trying to look into the details of it, because it's like I can't even sign up for it. the duo special team tournament. So I guess it's gonna be an invitational as well. But I'm like,
the whole event should be.
Frias, just to answer your question, you can't really ban half the scene, or 70% of players from playing now. Yeah. So the unfortunate reality is that the people in charge here don't know heads from tails. They've like Tom said, this is a disaster. This is one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard. But to be honest with you, I'm not surprised.
So my thing. Go ahead.
No, by default, KI had a situation similar to that, where Xbox One was coming out. I'm at Microsoft with Rip, and I got to credit Rip on this because he was there for this discussion. But it was mainly myself and Rip who understood fighting games and fighting game players. And we were like, hey, Xbox, bad news. Your system, the game you're launching with as the game to buy is a fighting game. We know fighting game players. They're broke. They don't reserve consoles in advance. They hold on to their money and they show up and wait at midnight to buy the console. Like, we're fighting game players. We don't give a fuck about reservations. We only want to play fighting games. So we were like, your competitor, Sony, is coming out a month prior. It's a lower price point. So they're going to kill you on the impulse buy. And the PlayStation is the preferred fighting game system. So the fact that your game to play is the resurgence of KI day one, your main title, you're up against stiff competition. We said, you know what you need to do? We said you got to create do it fairness, but you also want top fighting game players. So you want to put the game in the hands of top fighting game players who command a following, and this way, who does a top fighting game player have to play? They got to get another top fighting game player to buy the game, which means they have to buy the console, and it just kind of trickles down. But how do you give away copies to fighting game players through competition while making it seem fair? So we said, hold a tournament, pre-launch, no beta access, hold it at Microsoft stores, and make it the American dream, easy for people to understand, one game, one match. Top fighting game players are going to finish in the top 2 or 3, and all of them get no money, your products. Your system is in your games. What are these top fighting game players going to do after they win? They're going to go home and stream. I got KI a couple of days early. Look, I got, right? And it's going to trickle down. Then we're like, you give away, you have a national tournament with all the Microsoft winners flown out. But what do you give away? Cash? Nope. A belt. So no real money is exchanged. So there's no one to say no fair. Your products are given away, but it's fair because these top players have the same early access of everyone else. You can show up to the Microsoft store and play as you prep for the tournament, right? Because they have KI on display. And top fighting game players win, and there's the illusion of fairness, right? That's how you do it. If you're going to market something with any type of access or etc. To do something like this is a disaster. It's a disaster.
Which is why I feel like they made it, like, again, I don't think it takes away from it, like what you said, but I do think that in my mind, like, if I was a person to play on console, I would be okay with it simply because I don't have to pay to enter the bracket. Because it's free to enter the bracket.
Is it free to fly there?
I mean, no. But again, to play in the bracket, to sign up for it, you don't have to pay at all.
I think that comes out to the individual of like whether or not if you was flying.
But you're giving away $50,000.
I look, if they want to give $50K to some lucky bastard that could win the whole thing.
So you're okay with people having an unfair advantage because you don't?
Can we talk? Whoa. What does first place win?
I never said I was okay with it.
It's $50K broken down, right? Spread across top 8.
I think it's $50K broken down, and if you're in a duo, you get a $3K. bonus.
What does first place win in that tournament?
That I don't know. I don't know.
Is it broken down? Does
it's
anybody
normally
know?
60, 30, 10, isn't it? Normally.
So let's just say 60% of $50,000.
Yeah.
Is that where we're at?
I'd say 28.
Kind of agree to that for right now.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so let's do. Does anybody know what Punk won for his last Evo win?
Oh, I remember he tweeted it, and I can't remember.
Let me check Liquid.
So you win $30,000.
To be fair, I don't know if 2XKO do top 8 payout instead of top 3. Top 3 payout is kind of archaic now. Most people don't do it.
What did Mena RD win last year?
Let me see.
I'm looking at chat. They're normally on this. Someone said 11K. I don't know if
your monitor is high.
Making up numbers.
So what? Mena RD won 11,000.
The ceiling.
Yeah.
Joel?
Mena RD to win Evo won $11,000. The winner of this tournament is going to get $30,000.
Jesus.
And we wonder why fighting games are fucked.
It doesn't even make any sense. Well, these are the League of Legends guys, right? They've got loads of money to throw at the game.
Oh, Riot? Yeah. Riot, they shitting money.
They're giving away. Even if he won 23K, I don't know how much. Let's say if he won 23K, it still isn't 30. And for what Mena RD had to go through, the top 8 in this tournament are going to blindfold walk into top 8. Free.
You know?
And they're giving away this type of money to them. This is fucking stupid. I mean, where
I just think they're doing it for the fun of things.
Mena RD, he won 16K.
Fuck it, 50K.
Mena RD won
The
half.
Coping is insane. It's a business. You can't just say, "Oh, it's not like it's an indie game." What do you mean? It's
I mean, but that's what Riot does with
50K
like
for fun.
Valorant though.
Hey, look, 50. Look, they're back.
I'm not defending. I'm just
they got bread.
yeah, like Valorant did it when they launched the game. They was like, here, who wants tournament?
Yeah,
money?
that's what I'm
it.
saying. Like 50K ain't shit
Like,
to these people. I'm gonna be real.
Like, do I agree with them doing it the way they is? Like, no, they're like that's why when Ghost had
My problem isn't the money. My problem is they're inviting controversy by doing it with an open bracket. Is if we just take 16 players and invite them.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that part.
Okay.
I think overall is just whether just so there isn't a side of whether if it's fair or not, just don't do it at all. Or just if you ever do early access, just fucking ban the players.
People will understand.
Yeah, it's
Look,
like cool.
Entertainment is a big deal. People will be entertained by watching this 16-man invitational for $50,000. They'll be entertained.
Yep. I think it boils down to how it's spiraled out of control on Twitter, where people saying that there's no advantage, and then people dismissing the fact that it's not about winning or being top 8. It's that you'll come up against somebody that ruins your fun in the tournament. That is what annoyed me when I was reading the conversations.
I just got the chat says, and Mena RD, who won both Evo Japan and Evo America for doing both, won a total of $27,000. Whereas if you work at McDonald's in New York, hold on, if you work at Wawa in Alabama, let me just, oh my God, this is terrible. Let's see. If you work at Wawa in Alabama or whatever kind of place you can go on, whatever, even not like high paying, Wawa pays minimum 15, you made $28,800. Mena RD to make less than this had to be Chris Jericho and beat The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin in the same night and be the undisputed champion of the world.
But
man,
look,
there is no future for fighting games.
But we are
cooked.
He gets a free jersey, bro. Too.
We are cooked. Does anybody see the problem yet? Anybody see the problem?
I'm with you, Tom. I'm with you. It's a bit of a mess.
Let me just say this: whoever runs Evo, they make enough money that Evo is their full-time job. But the people who win Evo are paycheck to paycheck, and they can't do it full-time. Do we see the system at work here?
Did you say womp womp?
It's womp womp. What was it to say? He's been like this.
Yeah.
And people think that SNK and Riot's going to save. It's just nope. The people at the top get more money. You know why? Because it ain't the content creators that are getting the early access. It's the players. The top players that talk about the game openly on Twitter about how it balances, how the balance patches should change. And part of the dev team are ex-players.
It's a big money laundering scam.
Hey, I said it looks like it. But, I mean, it walks in its quack like a duck, bro. Respectfully. And I'm not going to lie, listening to Yaya and Ghost, it just sounds like Cope shilling. Like, because if this was any other company doing this crazy practice, I thought you guys would pull them up on it. But because it's 2XK, you're like, they're just having fun. Bro, it's their money. They can do whatever.
Not even the case.
I'm just saying that's what it sounds like.
Okay. I know you get what it sounds like. But okay,
that's fair.
Like, that is a trigger word because I don't even fuck with Lee.
What, duck?
No,
that's the funny part.
The coach shield. Like, if people know me, I've told Riot to them in the face. I was like, I don't like League of Legends. I just like tag games, right? Literally, in that way, And even today, if it was that way, I wouldn't have went off on SNK today, right? Which I've probably got in trouble with them today about the AI.
Yeah, you don't chill about SNK. You don't talk about that. You talk about 2XKO a lot. We've obviously looked at your tweets. You've come here and you've went, well, I did it with Warner Brothers. I shouldn't have done it. It was bad. But you're okay with people doing the same thing you didn't like in multiverses on 2XKO.
Well, I didn't get mad at people that did do it in multiverses.
But no, you said it was bad. I had an advantage. I didn't want to end the tournaments, correct?
Well, that's me. I don't believe it in an advantage.
Why did you say no?
Like what I said earlier, I was like, for me, I'm the way I am because I just want to play everybody when the thing is out.
Okay, so you agreed with what I said. You thought it was bad to have an advantage and play in multiverses, right?
April.
So C2 has thrown down the gauntlet in April.
Let's
C2, what would you play him? What would you play him? First to what? First to 5, first to 10.
C4, I would probably do first. I would probably do first to 10.
First to 10. Okay, just for hype, and I want to see Mike Hollow host it. I will put up. You don't have to put it. But I will put up $1,000 when Invincible versus first launches. You versus Steve. Just for the entertainment. Whoever wins $1,000.
$1,000?
I'll put up $1,000.
Give him 2-1 odds. Ain't fair.
What happened?
I'll give whatever Tom gives you. I'll give you half if you beat me. I'll give you odds because
1,000 is crazy. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that.
Why? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to give me anything. I'm just saying if you won, you get a bonus.
I ain't doing that. I don't want you to lose.
You ain't got a choice. I'll be giving you the money.
He's not losing money.
I'm
hold on, Yo, you're getting, if you win, that's free money. You
I know.
The
reason why is because even when that game comes out, I'm probably going to be busy doing something around that time. So I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a 2XKO party you have to go to. That's fair.
See what I'm talking about? See? You see what I'm talking about?
Look at the tweets, bro. I'm just saying.
I like 2XKO, bro. My favorite game is Poverty. The one that's coming out is the Poverty game.
Yeah, you a better man than me. I'm not gonna hold you.
I'm just saying. You can say you're not chilling. It looks like you're chilling.
Like I care about Avatar more than everything else. That's made by
you had criticism of people having advantage over multiverses. You said I wouldn't do that. Looks kind of bad. But when 2XKO people were doing it, you're like, it's not that bad, really.
No,
it's not that bad.
You can put it out of context.
You did.
But I explained it in the call to you, though.
Would you do the honors?
I literally explained it in the call. You can pull up the tweet if you want to. I just explained it to him when we first started.
Okay, and we've been here about context, right?
I said for me, I also brought up the Arena Fighter thing, Mike. Remember I brought up the Arena Fighter thing. I said for me personally, that's just the way I mentally am about it. I don't have
you think it's bad, right?
No, I don't think it's I don't give a fuck. Just like people and 2XKO.
No, you're lying.
Bro, the people that play the people that played like that 2XKO, that early alpha, all of them had that. That was when they was getting the 8-hour event. I ain't give a fuck. I got higher than most of them. I give a fuck if somebody got advantage over them, beat their ass.
You do give a fuck. You do give a fuck because when in the multiverse example that you said I don't even. You didn't even want to play ranked, not in an offline tournament. Bro, you said I feel bad playing ranked when I've had more time over other people. Did you not say that? Please, bro, I just need to ask a question. I don't need the monologue. Did you say that?
Let me finish my statement.
Okay, I don't care. Move on. I don't care anymore. It's just a yes or no question.
Okay, if I said that, that's wrong. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, but that's it. Okay, you said it wrong. Okay, cool.
What I'm saying is that me personally, right? Multiverses had a ranking system out of 1 million per character, right? I personally started at the time the game said go, right? When it was officially launched to everybody else. I could have boosted the shit because I had early access, but I didn't want to. For me, as a content creator,
why not?
Because for a content creator, it makes the videos better to say I beat every fucking body else instead of boosting it. Right? Like the people who do platinum runs,
early access, which creators normally get.
Yeah, but why would I play ranked with the fucking journalist and then get to top 10 and be like, yeah, I'm the top 10 best.
You wasn't the only content creator that got early access. You'd be playing with other content creators.
But when people get early access, it's also journalists, people like IGN. Then you got people like Bam, and other players that was a part of Multiverse.
So when you play ranked,
right?
if you go up against someone who's trash, you don't take their points.
Yeah, you take their points. But if it's early access, if it's 5 of us, right? And
there's more than 5. Don't do that.
No. That's how the
There's
early
other
access was for
creators, Yaya.
I'm not C4. You being kind of dense about this.
No,
right?
when they
give us early access, right? The early access period, they put us into like a Discord or a room or something like that, some place where we can all converse. We have access to the full game, but the only sample size is the people in there, right? When we was recording all that match footage for Multiverses when it came out, it was the same people. It wasn't other early. There's early access, and then there's creator early access, right? I'm talking about I was in the creator.
Okay, it's above my pay grade. They've got early access, creator early access,
but what I'm
early
saying,
access, whatever. It doesn't matter. None of this matters because you said I didn't want to do this. You don't want to say why you don't want to do it. We all know you. The reason you didn't play early is because you felt it was bad having the advantage over other players. That's it. And you're talking about I didn't want to go in ranked and farm these poor journalists, but you're okay with these people getting 50K prize pot. Say less.
Bro, I literally just told you why, because it makes the video boring.
Okay, for the video. The content.
I've literally said that.
It's all about the content. You got it. Okay.
I play fighting games to do cool shit on people. I don't give a fuck about winning. That's how I got into fighting games.
So just before we move on to the next topic, let's just address this.
Let me address this because I got to go in a few minutes because I'm tired of being there anyway. The last statement of it, what I was bringing up, was with Tekken. Okay, now Mayari Zo, I can't remember the Denogen guy, whatever. He had early access. A lot of people that I know, Mad Mike, he's a content creator that had early access, and they had a longer period of time, right? Than the average player that got to touch Mayari Zo, even when Bandai for Seasons Pass owners got early access. None of them motherfuckers are a God of Destruction, right? King J, all the other players that actively play it are at God of Destruction. That's what the tweet was referring to, that last part of it. Simply as that. It wasn't nothing more or nothing else. But my thing is, I don't give a fuck. Like, once Justice comes out, you know, Mike, all Justice comes out, everybody named Mama, the big creators, got early access to the game right now. Knowing me, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to beat your ass anyway. I did it early on with that $500 bleach bracket for all the people that was playing it early. They lost to me in bracket, and it's recorded. I personally don't give a fuck if you go on rank and farm people, right? It's the same thing with me. I'll say, if anything, it's probably like a pseudo pride thing. I'll admit that, right? But I don't give a fuck if somebody got early access and they do something for me. I'm not going to sit there and bitch that I got hit by some shit I didn't know. I just didn't know. I'm going to come back and we're going to run it back. That's just me. That's how I've always been. That's how I play fighting games.
But okay, that's fair. But don't you understand that the overarching argument though about early access?
Well, I get the overarching argument about early access, right? But I'm saying in certain with certain games and developers, the sample size and how they construct early access is different in these cases. And when it comes to the 2XKO one, I've had early access with them before at Evo, and I know how it works, right? It is way different than something like NRS giving you a week. They let you play the character, they lock your assists down, you can't go into the training options, you're just hitting buttons and figuring out shit as long as you go, like you were like when we first played these games when we're 5 or 10 or something, right? Not saying you can't find shit from that. If you got fighting game knowledge and know how to build upon things at that point, yeah, it is an advantage. But my point I'm making overall is that if I'm being real honest, I just don't give a fuck. I'm going to fight you later if you know something earlier that I don't. Grand Blue, for example, I played C4 with a character I don't play because literally he said Sora is, and I was like, oh, well, he's not going to be able to press a button because you stagger between 5M, 2M, and if he dashes up, you hold 5U, he's cooked. The character's broken. That's literally what I did, you know? That's not even a character I play in that game at all. Now, Invincible Versus, I know C4 is probably one of the best people, not to glaze, that's going to be playing that game. Now, I'm not saying I can't beat his ass, but I know C4 knows how to play those games. right? Which is why I'm like, I'm gonna chill out. Ask me the day the game come out, and I'll probably agree on you. But I'm actually waiting on somebody to see if I'm really locking in on that game or not, because they pissing me off a little bit. But the main game I care about, like if this was Avatar, nigga, throw the 2K on it, because that's my shit, right? But I know
playing those flash games around there.
See, this is exactly what I'm fucking talking about. The game I care about
That's crazy.
is the ugliest looking one.
If you want a money match in Avatar, I'll play it. Give me like a week. If I like it enough to take your money, I'll do it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's man. We can do that.
I need motivation.
I don't give a fuck.
The game don't look fun, so I need motivation to play it. No,
we could do that one.
I ain't a content creator. Sorry, I can't just play it and make content. I have to make it worth my time if I'm gonna land it.
Do it. I'll happily host that. I'll buy the game just to host it.
I'm petty.
Down.
Like that, bro.
I'm down.
But yeah, going on that, I disagree. When everyone was playing Tokon, I was smoking. I think I lost 2 sets in 3 days, and that's because I played a lot of CPU fights at Evo France. I beat the Arc System World Champ. He's a way better player than me. I beat Verex and Slash, Guilty Gear Strive champions, and I beat them. They're better at fighting games, but I had advantage because I played CPU at Evo France. That was it. And they didn't have Spider-Man last one.
I think it also helps that prior to that, the game wasn't available to like a group of people long enough to even like that time that you took at Evo France to play the game, and nobody really had any time to play the game other than the beta for that weekend. I feel like that makes a big of a difference in comparison to like people already have like 3 months into 2XKO. There's strategies and fundamentals already worked out, figured out. The characters at this point are pretty much figured out, even though there's extra stuff that people are starting to find. Even if I'd say Kate would have to be insanely broken to the point where anybody that is competent at the game could just pick her up and just sweep the entire bracket with. But for it to make a big enough of a difference for those 4 hours the 3 to 4 hours to matter to me. Because like if someone decided to pick up Caitlyn for Frosty, hopped in bracket and played against a player that is playing Yasuo Echo, and they've been playing this for the entire 3 months the game's been out, will they lose to the Caitlyn, the player that is picking up Caitlyn for that picked her up for like that week and a half before Frosty? I don't think so.
Real quick, sorry, is Caitlyn legal at Frosty?
Yeah, they actually announced that she's legal.
And she comes out next week. When's Frosty?
Comes out Tuesday. Frosty, I think it's a week and a half from that. I can't remember the exact.
They're mad. These guys are crazy. That's mad.
I do agree with you, Ghost. I was just shocked that Frosty is letting a 2 week old character viable in tournament for 50K.
But there was also a same case for that. Street Fighter also let Rashid be legal at Evo.
It was bad when Street Fighter.
It was bad too. That was some bullshit. But also it also came out the people that did play Rashid didn't get that far. But I'm not gonna make an excuse for it. It was bad.
Akuma. Didn't they do it for Akuma as well?
I don't care if like Almighty Capcom did the bad thing. It doesn't make it good or acceptable. It's bad when Capcom does it. It's bad when anyone does it. It's dumb.
Yep.
It's a joke.
I remember, didn't they do it for Akuma at Combo Breaker? Didn't they announce we're going to let Akuma rock? And everyone was like, what are you doing?
Do you know what they did do at Combo Breaker, though? For Dragon Ball, they had 2 tournaments. Because the normal tournament for Dragon Ball, I think, was it Lab Coat? It might have been Lab Coat. But they had a DLC, and they went, you know what? Fuck it. The normal tournament for Dragon Ball won't have the DLC, and we'll do a side tournament for the DLC. They had 2 tournaments.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Overall, developers, stop being clueless. We know why players are poverty. You're developers. Why are you poverty? Bring in established fighting game players with no horse in a race who will have the balls to tell you the truth. You can do a lot with your game that way. They also probably have a pulse on more generation of fighting game players, being older, being established. They don't care about unfair advantage. I used to be the same way. I would say, because when I went to test, I didn't test for unfair advantage. In MKX, I didn't play Sub-Zero at all. I let Denzel play Sub-Zero. I played Kotal Khan, and Kotal Khan players owe me a great gratitude of thank you because that character was unplayable until I even got new moves added by John Edwards. I was like, this is terrible. Because I'm not here to level up. My job isn't to level up. That's my job when the game comes out, right? As a player. As here, my job is to help the game be good. But there was a player there, don't want to say his name, Wonder Chef, who, when the first tournament, he went to Quan Chi, and he didn't even play Quan Chi when he was there. And you can tell he knew everything that was broken because he was there on test. And when the game came out, all he did was say, what from the beta hasn't been touched that I know is already broken that somebody else found that I can use to get an advantage? And he won the first tournament with it. And then I realized that's the problem, because not everyone is going to be there to test to make the game better. Some people are going to be there for knowledge to use at an early tournament. And I said, that's what breaks the system. We're all humans.
Yeah.
So developers need to be smarter about this.
Well, before we move on to the next topic, just speaking of developers that seem to not know what they're doing, what's your guys' opinion on Fatal Fury using AI in their latest trailer?
It's the norm that's coming up. Sony's doing it for every game.
Do you want an actual hot take? I don't get where everyone's so mad. I don't get it. I don't know if you're mad at the Saudis, whatever. Who cares about if they use AI? You don't like it anyway. You're not gonna like it.
I think it's what I could get into why using AI for making trailers is some bullshit. Like that in itself is it just undermines the art and the artist. And then on top of that, it gets even worse because it's a multi-billion-dollar company. On top of that, they got sand money. So it's like, it's not like they can't afford to pay any editor in the world even a couple $100 at most, at the very least, to make a trailer. It's not hard to do it. And I think, Mike, you already saw it. I made a trailer in an hour. And it's already better than what SNK was able to put together. So
making trailers, it's not difficult at all. Like those anime openings that I put together for some of the streams, they only take me 2-3 hours to put together. So a company like SNK with a day, because the assumption was that the leak came out and they scrambled to get a trailer out, so they went to AI.
Oh, really?
But even then, that's the assumption. We don't know for certain, but it's very coincidental. It sounds like cope to me, but that's what people are trying to do.
I think that's cope.
That's cope.
I think they put this shit together a while ago.
The frustrating thing about it with the AI is that with SNK, if you've been following them, they've been using animated trailers and teasers for the last 3 quote unquote reveals. So when you get that, you go from the animated thing, you think the reveal trailer or whatever else is going to be this huge, glorious cinematic that they did for the season 1 of the game. Right, with the Terry Bogard reenacted from the Fatal Fury movie. But then you get the actual thing today, and you're like, what the fuck? Y'all already animated the other stuff. If they could have done the laziest thing and just stitched all the teasers, put the gameplay segments together, title card, season 2, and the date, because the trailer itself, even though the fucking shit was AI, the last part of it is insane for fighting games. I wish more anime games do that. Fighting games don't. Right? And that's a balancing nightmare thing, but that's a beautiful thing for retention and casuals. A character a month is fucking insane. Regardless of how you look at it, I can't think of any fighting game company that outputs like that. You know what I'm saying? And that game, if you played it kind of got a lot going on in it, right? To drop that every month. So that right there is already enticing to me. I want to come back and play Fatal Fury. Right? Because I'm like, damn, there's so much shit always going on. From a content creator brain, there's something every month to look forward to the game. Also, the stuff around the game as well to talk about. right? And that's for the next 7-8 months. I don't know. It ends in September, I think. So that's insane, But they just have to sour it with the AI. Honestly, they could have just.
It looks good though, right?
What? The trailer?
The trailer.
The trailer does not look good. It looks very bad. Like there's frames of it where you see like Geese and Terry, and it's like 4K, ugly, Unreal Engined. Some of the characters' clothes change completely. And
the framework of the trailer is sick. Like
the idea is sick.
Yeah, the idea is sick. The way they did it, like an 80s action movie, that was really good. Yeah. If they had animated that properly or got an artist to do it, that would have been a top tier trailer easily. The music, the atmosphere, everything was hitting. And then 6 characters. One, we only got 4 in the trailer, but we know one of them is going to be Kenshiro as well. Everything, to me, I was like, what? It doesn't feel like Fatal Fury can do any wrong right now. You drop a guest character after everyone's been bitching, stop doing guest characters all the time. They found the one guest character nobody will bitch about. Then you drop 4 characters that people like. There's a mystery character, and it's like, okay, you're right in your wrongs. Cristiano Ronaldo and a DJ, we'll forget about it. It's all good. Well, some people will. And then you do the AI, and I was just like, man, you guys are stupid. Like, I watched it, and I was like, I don't personally give a shit. Like, it's not gonna make me not play the game. I understand why people don't like AI, but I think it's really stupid to be a part of a community, which SNK is, where there's tons of artists and you have a boatload of money and you already have kind of a bad rep. Don't you think? And you're sitting in that board meeting, you go, maybe we should get the community involved, get them to work on the trailer. It will help our reputation. Instead, these dumbasses sat around the table and went, do you know what we should do? The one thing that we know is going to piss off the fighting game community, use AI. That's my thing. That's my problem with them.
I was going to say real quick, EWC's been doing this. So it doesn't. To me, I feel I'm half like, what's going on? Because I don't know why everyone's like shocked Pikachu face that SNK put AI in their trailer when they've used AI for EWC and the other stuff that they did in Saudi Arabia.
I think it's also a thing that is because a lot of people don't know this. I don't think it's necessarily SNK. It's 2 things to it. One, I don't think SNK themselves decided on this trailer being AI. I think whatever marketing company they used and put money towards used AI, and they made that decision themselves. But the second thing is also it falls on SNK as well, because when the shit did come back, they approved it. They're like, oh yeah, it's good to go. Upload it.
Well, maybe they can't talk over the Saudis. Maybe the Saudis are like, hey, do you know what we like?
That is also the case of like Saudis. Hey,
it's just so fucked because they did. It was all perfect, and then they fucked up.
They're hold regardless.
Is there any good AI?
What do you mean?
Has anyone seen any good AI?
Yeah, I saw some good AI. I watched. It was an animation. It was redoing One Punch Man season 3, but they used AI, and then they had the anime version side by side with the AI version. And I mean, it's not a tough act to follow considering One Punch Man season 3 is terrible, but it looked really good. And then I watched one with Naruto. It was like Madara, Naruto, Obito. It looked sick. Like, we're gonna get to the point where, as a matter of fact, I saw this thing today. You guys have probably seen it. It was the cast of Stranger Things.
Yep, the one person.
And he's going like this. And Millie Bobby Brown's moving her head like this as well. And I wasn't paying attention to the guy at the bottom of the screen. I was looking at Millie Bobby Brown going, what is she doing? Then I looked and I was like, no. Because if you remove that guy, I couldn't tell. I would not be able to look at that and say that's AI. And nobody in the comment section could either. There was no giveaways. So I was like, yeah, we're cooked. So everyone that's getting annoyed, I understand, because artists are getting put out of business. Apparently, it's someone said it's hurting the environment. I don't know how it all works, but apparently it's hurting the environment. It's just not good. But we are cooked. We are cooked. Someone's gonna release a video of like Ghost from 3S doing something crazy on the internet, and we're gonna look at it and be like, "Is that Ghost from 3S?" Or
Bro, I've seen those Oven Boy videos, bro. I'm telling you,
it's not me.
And there's nothing you could do.
Because obviously Ghost and Yaya do graphics, so they've got a keener eye than me. Is there any good AI or any AI that you think is?
I don't think so. All right, here's the thing. I don't think so. Using AI in the way of to generate pictures or art or videos, I don't think using it in any way, shape, or form. I don't think there's any possible way to make any kind of consistently good AI, like through generative AI. I think now in the case of like using AI itself to make certain processes of whatever you're doing a lot easier, yes. Like for example, I use AI to remove the background of an image so that I don't have to trace the actual subject itself. All I have to do is just hit remove background and it will remove it from me. So that makes the entire process for me a lot easier than just doing it myself. However, when you're just taking an AI thing and just like, hey, make me fucking Terry fighting Krauser for a trailer, and you just put it in a fucking prompt.
Yeah,
he's gonna get a load of bullshit, and it's hard for it to be consistent because it's pulling. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It's just pulling from what is on the internet from different parts and just mashing it together and making the best of it, and it doesn't come out good.
Yeah, I think the best thing to talk about with AI that a lot of people don't understand is when it comes to AI, like there's some that help speed up the processes of your workflow and natural tools that help things move things faster. The big problem that a lot of people don't differentiate, even in the gaming spaces, because of the game of the year last year, Claire Obscure, generative AI is the problem. That is the one that is like, what the fuck? Because people are using it to create stuff, nor is they like really checking or fixing or seeing if anything is completely off. And on the SNK thing, it was actually worse than the backlash we saw, because yesterday they had a teaser of the building and you could see the words all squiggly lined out, like, anime backgrounds when they don't want to draw it. And I think it's also important that when it comes to AI, like, I shout out to me when that company, but I feel like the next fighting game company that's gonna do it is gonna be NRS.
I'm not gonna lie.
I think they're gonna be the next ones to do it. I think they might come out and actually do it. Like be the first one
it's
out
a
of
high
nowhere. Because everybody's like,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, so I think it's in its own way that SNK didn't need to do this. Especially what's also annoying is that in season 1 they had a video editing contest for the game. Right? Yeah, and I'm like, I won second place in the video editing contest for SNK. Right? I got the gift card and stuff like that. Thank you. But I'm like, damn, you could have just asked me to edit the fucking trailer, man, and we would have been cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't even asking for millions. I just want shit to look cool for everybody to be like, damn, I want to play that. Like, I got homies that don't play fighting games. Like, oh, Kenshiro's coming? Hell yeah. Then they see the shit that happened today. Oh, fuck it. I don't want bad no more. Because a lot of my IRL friends are like art snobs. Right? Like, very.
I'm still playing it, bro. You ain't gonna
I'm still playing. It was the same shit with like Ronaldo. Now I understand if you just don't like the shit he did and stuff like that, cool. But like, if you actually played the game, you rarely ever see. Did you make a tier list of who's probably gonna do AI?
Oh no! This is the next topic.
I was like, that's kind of OD.
You might minimize it so I can see all the communities.
Yeah, I didn't put them all on here. I've got Smash Brothers, Guilty Gear, Dead or Alive.
Oh, you know where to put Smash, baby. Come on.
Well, we need to talk about it first. We got to rank them fairly.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball FighterZ, BlazBlue, MK, Soul Calibur, Street Fighter, Tekken, Virtua Fighter, and then this is the anime arena fighters because there's a lot of crossover with the players.
I mean, it's very obvious what community belongs in Call the Cops.
Currently, there's only one.
There's only one that should be in that tier. There's only one community that belongs in that tier. And for those that call me a hater, I got a whole list of notes right here.
But now, before we get there, let me just read out the super chat so we could move on to the next topic. Clayton, thank you for the $5. Damn, I just got here. C4 looks stressed, and Tom came in like a secret chamber. Yeah, there was a moment there where C4, you sort of like the Arya's camera was here and your camera was here, and you went, what fucking game are you playing? I was like, whoa.
No.
My bad.
Literally, I was trying not to piss C4 off. Like I was literally just not trying. I was like, bro, level with me here. But then C4 would get louder than me sometimes, and I have to turn into the speed meme. Like, please, bro, like, please,
Yeah,
you're cool, man. Like, we used to play Death Note, bro. Like, I get it. Like,
just laugh at me, man, and I'll burn out. That's what you do. Just let me burn out. Don't acknowledge me. Just move on, and I'll just fucking be sensible eventually.
Joel, thank you for the $10. You clearly would have an advantage with early access. Look at the first Street Fighter 5 demo reveal of Mike Ross versus Combo Fiend. Combo Fiend had a clear advantage over Ross by having early access to the game. Yeah, I think we all agree that you have an advantage. How much difference it will make in the tournament really dependent on how much time you had, and also what kind of game it is, I guess. In my experience, I remember I didn't have early access to this, so it's a little bit of a different experience, but I got Soul Calibur 5, and then I went to a tournament having unlocked Algor, and everybody else in the tournament hadn't bothered to unlock him because he was the final boss character. And I played with him for like 5 hours before we got to the tournament. And these were like the best players in Europe, and I ended up getting 3rd place. So it definitely makes a difference, because that was the first time I really competed in Soul Calibur as well, and they didn't know what the hell was going on. And it's also dependent on the character, because if you got a crazy character and you get some timing with him, and he's doing mad shit, it's going to be even worse. Joel, thank you for the $2. Kim's design was wrong in the AI trailer.
Yeah, so it's the part when he's standing up like this.
Oh, yeah.
The pants leg changed, the whole hair, and then his face looks like he went from like this Chinese like character to some K-pop idol while he was trying to zoom in. It was very bad. Like
it looked a little weird. He looked like the actor that plays Zoro in the live One Piece. I looked and I was like, is that Zoro?
Do you not think Terry looked good with the close up? That bit.
He aged. Terry after a mortgage and depression.
That's Fatal Fury 8.
We all
said
that about Ken, though. We all said that about Ken in Street Fighter 6.
Not
and everyone likes it now. Grizzly Ken, Crypto Ken, like we all
like, he wasn't just Grizzly. He looked like he'd been like he looked like he'd been in the mean streets of Chicago sniffing on something. Like,
his laws kind of messed up.
We Chicago.
I thought he looked good. I was like, if a game looked like that, that game would look good. But AI bad, so can't like it.
There's something uncanny about it though. Like it doesn't. I know what you mean when you say it kind of looks good, because like I said, the vibe they were going for, it looked sick. But there's something about AI that's not quite there yet, where it looks, there's something wrong.
It just looks unnatural.
Some things, yeah. I agree. That's what I was asking. Is there some? I think 99% of it does look bad. But that close-up of Terry, I knew, well, you could tell it was Terry because of the hat, and it looked hyper real. There was no fifth finger, because obviously it was just a face shot, like half a face shot. I was like, yeah, if this was in-game graphics of a fighting game, I think everyone would say it looked good. But yeah, I'm not talking about all the other stuff. All the other stuff, yeah, it's well wonky. It's got the uncanny valley stuff where it's like pretending to be like someone made it. I get that bit. I'm just saying there's some bits of it that look good. I'm not justifying AI. But I'm also not going against it, because if Skynet comes true, I want to be on the right side of history, bro.
No, but like real rap, like if you ever seen a piece of the Demon Slayer anime, I think the companies, if you don't want to use AI, use CGI. A lot of Demon Slayer, you may not believe it, but it's more CGI than hand drawn, right?
Oh, you can tell. So definitely season 3, you could see that shit.
Yeah. So I think what happened is the world went, CGI sucks, and then all the other devs and people that are doing things, they're like, well, we can't use CGI. They hate it, so let's try AI. And I'm like, if you see this any dev, bro, just try CG again. Like, do it.
Yeah, we'll forgive you for CG. We might not like it, but we'll forgive you. AI, they ain't gonna forgive you for that. Camjo, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Appreciate you. Bushin Ryukat, thanks for the $5. Who remembers when the old SNK trailers were live actors and skits related to events up to the game? Fatal Fury 2, 3, and Art of Fighting made great ones. I vaguely remember them.
Yeah,
I vaguely remember them. And lastly, Joe, thank you for the $2. Watch those World War III Navy SEAL anime trailers. Goated. Some of the AI like slot trailers are pretty funny. Like the cat videos. Have you ever seen the AI cat videos where it's your girlfriend's like shouting at you, but there's a cat in the corner and it's like dancing and you're trying not to laugh?
I've not seen.
No.
Those videos are fucking hilarious.
Have you seen the Pokemon National Geographic?
Yeah.
Bro, I indulge in AI slot when it's Pokemon, bro, because some of it looks good, some of it looks really bad. But some of the stuff that they do, like Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, I think it looks pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I can't lie. There's some AI memes and shit that are hilarious, but I'm like, when you're using it for marketing and stuff, bro, like,
right, fair.
Come on, you could do better, you know, like
it's cool for memes.
Yeah, I think overall it's a net negative though, like the use of AI. Like someone just mentioned in the chat, the RAMs for PCs now are just like through the roof.
Yeah.
Which is great for me because my cheap self was like, yeah, I'll just hold out on my computer, it's working fine. And now if I want to update it, gotta get a fucking loan out from the bank or some shit. So dumb.
Damn.
Yeah, RAM used to be like what 70 to like 130 at best. Now it's like 350 to 500 for like the lowest grade.
So dumb.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. Yo, while I got you here, I want you to.
Well, I did it already, so I'm cool. We could do it. I'm just real rap. I'm just when the Resident Evil stuff starting, I'm dipping. I'm waiting on that. That's like my
Resident Evil. What's going on?
They're having the Resident Evil 9 showcase today.
Okay, what time?
I think at like an hour-ish. So
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna be here all night because even C4 said I think he's only got like 2 hours left in the max.
Yeah.
So all right, let's start with Smash Brothers. You know,
I can tell you this.
We'll rank. Wait, hold on. Before you start, we're ranking the best and worst communities. We're gonna do pros and cons. Yeah, we're not just gonna rip on people. We're gonna give them their due respect, and we'll rank them into different tiers. So the tiers that we've got are: we love you long time. That basically means that you've almost done no wrong. You've been good to us. There's not much controversy. Then there's you have been mostly pleasant, which means, you know, it's been minor instances of you being of controversy, but you're okay. Bit of a pain in the ass, if I'm honest, is a lot of the FGC today, so there might be a lot of groups in there. Absolutely need to work on your manners. I know what group is going in there. And call the cops. We have a fair idea of who's going in there. So Yaya, do you want to talk with let's start with their pros. Give us some Smash Bros pros from the community.
Okay. There is none. I'm sorry.
Damn,
really?
I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole. I've been in it too long. All right. So let's be real about Smash. One thing about Smash is their pros. I think the way they develop community tools to help people get better at the game. Like Melee, arguably, is probably one of the most accessible games you can play now if you have just a basic potato PC, right? The tools, the community will help you get better at the games and that nature. And when it comes to like community works, like having people do video stuff, things like that, that is the only positives I can give that community. And then there's Hungrybox. Hungrybox has been like the light out of all this bullshit that's been happening. And even then, some people might argue otherwise, but he has been a blessing, and he is definitely one of the ones outside of the TO. Well, not. Let me scratch that. That's a lie. Outside of depending on the Smash game TOs, yeah, it depends. I'll give it a pro of like that's it. Other than that, the Smash community, I relish in hatred with Smash Bros right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I will be there when they show that shit say Smash 6 or Deluxe, because I'm Smash was my game. Like, sadly, if the timeline was different, I probably would be like y'all hating Tekken 8, because that's what my granddad and parents played. But when it comes to Smash Bros, that community has caused so much discomfort, and just seeing it, and even thinking about like wanting to play competitively. The stink memes, mind you, those are real. Don't let nobody in the Smash community tell you otherwise. I went to Evo 2019, and my bracket, I got out of the pools, and literally across the way, it was like low tier guy actually smelled like fucking Febreze and clean, you know, really clean, and everybody else stunk. That's just how bad that was. Past that, the whole hack situation, I think I'm this is kind of mean, but Smash Bros has to take a break right now because after the hacks thing, that shit shouldn't have happened. People are too afraid to take action in that community or speak up about things that are happening in the game a lot of the times, and the ones that do get shunned or not really listened to or until it's too late, right? The Smash community is always doing something in relation to being at the butt of the jokes, like the girl that was in the locker room recently was crazy. Essentially, I can't give too many pros to Smash because I think the community could be good, but and also when that summer happened of 2020 or 2021 when everybody was getting canceled, the content got drawn. All the funny people were bad people. That's Smash. Like that's the honest truth. Like most
I
of their
think
content creators.
a pro that I want to give Smash is that of all, after everything that they've done and everything that I've seen them go through, but they put themselves through, the one thing I will commend them for is that they have really stuck by their game. Now, I don't know if that's actually also a negative because that's all they know, but they don't really have any backing from anyone other than themselves, and it's hard to give them respect given what's happened in that community. But just on the fact that they're very committed to their game, especially Melee, which is like older than a lot of people in the community now. That game it's not as popular as it used to be, which is fine because it's like 20 plus years old now, but it's still popular. And I still people see them trying to like discover things or like work out matchups or whatever. I can respect that. But the problem with the Smash community is it's hard to give them any respect because of all the disgusting things that they've done. And I do want to point out it's not all of them because there's plenty of them on Twitter that like take technical side and they come to his aid when people are like attacking him on the app. But it's really, really alarming to me that there's a large contingent of the Smash Bros scene that is so concerned with people grifting into their community, as they say, rather than the people that are doing the terrible things. Like they are more concerned with saying we'll deal with them because they're in our community, rather than saying thank you for exposing this arsehole for whatever they did. And that is extremely concerning to me because that's like they want to keep all the crime in-house. Like this is our crime. Don't worry about it. And the way they've treated Technical, someone who has brought a lot of this to light, is crazy to me. Also, the way they've treated Mewtwo King, who I actually speak to Mewtwo King every day, and I've been trying to get him to come on here, but our schedules just haven't lined up. The way they've treated him is absolutely reprehensible. I am baffled at how bad.
Oh yeah. So okay, so let me say something about that. I've been a Mewtwo King fan since probably 2011. I will say, I attribute it to because I played I'll be honest, like when I play fighting games, I played them a lot growing up, but I didn't learn about like what shit meant and all this stuff until after those two happened. And I'm gonna give it to the Arena Fighters, but the Smash documentary. And early on, like I cling to Mewtwo King because he played Marth, right, and Sheik. And he's a general person that's just play the game, chill, talk about his day. And the way they've been treating him recently, especially with like the sponsors and like talking about like every content creator is gonna get asked for sponsors, and he's giving people leeway that other creators that don't give them sponsors and they still treat them like dog shit a lot. It irritates me because it's like all he's like, yo, you know how most creators would be like, hey, do this sponsor and that's it, right? He's giving people Melee lessons for doing sponsors. You get what I'm saying? One of the best players to ever do it is offering that, plus you paying for a product or service for the sponsor. It just helps at the end of the day. People were hating on him for like doing that as well and doing things of that nature. And I think another big issue that I've had, that hacks thing hurts me so much because I literally want to come back to Smash, but I'm thinking like, I can't play Smash in a place that is just a Smash event anymore. Like Genesis, I would love to go to California. I avoid it because it's Genesis and it's Smash. I'll play it at a combo breaker in relation to whatever else I'm playing there, or a CEO or something. but I just have no will or soul in me to come back to Smash because I just get mad thinking about how that subsection of the community treated them over a fucking controller.
Yeah, it was reprehensible. I also want to say that I know we've ended the pros on Smash very quickly, but we have no choice. But I do need to stress that the Smash TOs are probably some of the worst TOs that I've ever seen in any community, not just fighting games, in any community. The Smash TOs, in my opinion, based on what happened with hacks, are some of the most vile and disgusting people that I've ever had the displeasure of coming across on the internet. I couldn't believe some of the shit I was seeing, some of the bullshit statements that were put out afterwards and during, and just obviously everything with what happened in 2020 with the kids and people doing unsanitary things. I've been to a Smash tournament in the UK. It's nowhere near as bad as what has happened over in America, but the showering thing is 100% a thing. I remember one guy, there was a tournament in an area called Watford, and we went there, and it was my turn to play, and he got up, and I thought he took a shit on the seat. Now, I couldn't see anything, but it smelled like he did. And I said to the TO, I'm not sitting down there, and I'm not touching that seat either. Someone's got to move it. And the TO didn't want to move it because he could smell it as well. So the whole showering thing or being unhygienic is 100% true. I don't know on what level. I don't know on what level it is, but I've experienced it myself. So, 3S, did you want to say something?
I
thought you wanted to say something.
Listen, look. The only pro I could give them is that they actually stick to their word and play the game that they want to play. They don't opt to play the new game because the new game's out. If they like the old game, they will stick by the old game and play it, and even host tournaments for it, to the point where I'd argue Melee is either just as popular, if not more popular, than the newest Smash game. And that's crazy to say.
I don't think it is overall. I think the latest Smash game is like the best-selling fighting game of all time.
Well, I think you're talking about.
In terms of reception, like the newest Smash game will always sell, for sure, bar none. I think in terms of word of mouth, the fact that they gotten Melee to where it is and how far they've gotten it, to the point where people that don't play fighting games, like just like bigger creators in general, before they mention Smash Ultimate, they will mention Melee. Yeah. And that's something to say. Like, damn, y'all pushed this game this far where it's like it's by word of mouth bigger than anything they've ever developed. Even though Ultimate will always, the newest Smash game will always outsell. But that's big.
We need a new Smash game. We need them to release a new Smash game, and when the Smash game comes out, they need to ban all tournaments. No tournaments for Smash. It's over. Kyle, just not allowed to do it anymore. You crossed the line too many times. Can't be trusted. Because the problem is, you got a character like Ryu or Solid Snake standing next to Olimar and Pikachu. So you got a 40-year-old man who grew up with Liquid and Solid and Naked, and then you got this kid over here that plays Pokemon. It don't work. And they've proven it don't work multiple times. So I say, Nintendo, shut that shit down. Release a new game. Put as many characters as you want in there, but no tournaments for Smash. Zero. So that's for that reason...
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, well, I think it hurts more when you are a victim,
That's crazy.
For that reason...
Let's call the cops.
You got to call the cops.
Shock.
Yeah, it was great.
That's we need you here for this one. We need you here for Guilty Gear.
Strive? Or
yeah, it depends. Like, which one are we talking about? We talking about
Strive? What is this community in bottom tier and call the cops?
Smash Brothers.
No, only one community belongs there.
That's great.
Move him up one.
Tom said, listen.
Tom said, listen,
I got a mission.
Give me your reasoning. Sum it up for me why they're in call the cops.
Because they had a bunch of pedophile allegations.
Actually had to call the cops.
Yeah, we
in
literally
that case,
had to
Street
call
Fighter
cops.
has to be there because the figurehead of the most Capcom event ever was in that community. and he was allowed to get away with it for years. So since we know Street Fighter's not going there, you can't put Smash there.
Nah.
Well, no, if you make a compelling enough case, Street Fighter can go there.
Nah.
What community go there?
We not doing that. No.
So here's the problem. Fighting games, this kind of shit happens. All kind of fucked up shit happens in fighting games. Some of it even I know about that even I don't say. Not like child stuff, but I mean, yeah, I guess because of that reason. Yeah, but I
Hold on, we're making you too.
Even if that's the case, Street Fighter, even
call the FBI.
Even if we wanted to bunch,
call the military. Good one.
Even if we wanted to bunch that one dude into Street Fighter, that's one guy in comparison to like how many people got exposed for Smash.
A lot.
The whole content creator thing got deleted, and the whole I remember that summer. All the content creators, Smash, bro. Everybody was like, "Damn, Smash is dead." They're like, "What happened?" I was like, "All the content creators got canceled in a month."
Half the content creators and the TOs and the goddamn commentators was doing shit.
Call the cops to almost the worst because there's call the military.
That's crazy.
Man.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
But we gotta determine which Guilty Gear we talking about.
That's the problem.
If we talk about Strive, then we all know what
I'm putting them in 30 years to life.
Hold on. Why are you putting the Guilty Gear community there?
They just a Smash community that just evolved.
Guilty Gear specifically prior to Strive, I think they're mostly fine. Strive, however, oh hell no. They have proven themselves worthy of calling 911 at this point.
Okay, give me your argument for that. Because I know every Guilty Gear community since their inception. Since GGX. So that's the only reason.
Can I even talk about it?
Of course you can,
I know what you're talking about. That's what I'm like. Do you want to talk about it?
Put it out there.
We will know.
You know what, C4, you know what? I'm a baton pass to you. You already know what it is. So
you're going to be surprised because I think since I don't know when the last technical video was, I ain't heard nothing from Strive. I think they're reformed. So I actually couldn't put them near. Well, I couldn't put them at the bottom. They've changed their ways. I don't know if it was technicals or something afterwards, but since the last technical video, after the whole Umi show thing, I ain't seen nothing. Has anyone else?
He not wrong. They mellowed out, but I'd argue they mellowed out because boys is either hibernating and waiting for 2.0 or they moved to other games.
What logo is that? That's not even a Strive logo.
Look,
it's Guilty.
No. Keep it.
Oh, I just saw it. Okay.
Keep it.
That looked like some whatever, man.
AI.
That's the AI
I think
Strive. Shit.
If you're talking about Guilty Gear, everything prior to Strive, I think I can't think of anything.
Beautiful.
Can't think of any
they
drama.
haven't done anything. Like a lot of them, mostly to chill. They just like that game.
There was no controversies around Guilty Gear at all in the entire time. It was just chill.
None that I could think of. Like outside of like beef sets and shit like that. Like nah.
Unless being a gooner puts you down, that's the worst that you can like.
There was none in GGX or GGXX or any of those. So
yeah, they just like titties.
Literally, that's it. If that's a crime, then yeah.
I'm not gonna put it in the top 10. I'm gonna put it in the second one. The only reason is that I went to 2 Guilty Gear tournaments and the hygiene was not great. The hygiene was not great.
Okay. Wait,
now you can say that for
Strive.
No, it wasn't Strive. Strive is gonna go. Strive is going down. This is normal Guilty Gear. It was
okay. Thank God you separated.
Core,
okay.
And it was Accent Core, and I can't remember what the name of the other one. It's a really old one.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, yeah. Put Strive in a different place. Then I'm not going to disagree with them with Strive.
30 years to life.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually, no. Can we go to the manners? Because I think they're learning manners. No. Is there no redemption for Strive?
Right.
C4, they was getting it. C4, they was doing like
all of
Discord meetups.
I know.
To get it going together in a hotel. We not doing this.
I know it was bad. I know it was bad.
They gotta go. They got
other than right. Okay. This is me looking at the bigger picture. It might fall flat on his face, and then that's fine. You can keep it there. But if you compare it to something like Smash, how long Smash has been around as a community, and they're continuously doing bad things, Strive is like a blip in the timeline of Smash. Strive is not that old.
That's true. That is true.
And it exploded with a whole new generation. It didn't fit with the FGC because it was interesting individuals in that group. But like I said, I think now I've not heard a peep since the ruling that the Strive devs did with banning people. That seemed to have, smacked some sense into them. And now they're not doing funky shit. The hygiene thing, I don't know, because we haven't had a tournament in a while, right? It's like off season. So until April comes around and we can give them the sniff test, I think they've been pretty chill. No,
they've been chill. They've been
chilling. Makes me feel better. What I've done is I've put 3 tiers between everything and Smash, so nothing exists here. Nothing exists here. So Strive is still in the human realm, but down here in the abyss where the military need to go. Like you watch Stranger Things season 5, the military had to go down there. Okay. So this is where Smash is.
Smash is in the upside down world. Okay.
No, Smash is beyond that. Smash is in the abyss.
Okay.
Oh no.
Hey, you know what? I've been shitting on Strive for a long time, but yeah, I haven't got a reason to shit on them anymore. They haven't done anything fucking sus. They did. Like if you did this like 6 months ago, I'll say put it right next to Smash.
But yeah, so they're getting better.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask Tom then, because he knows. It sounds like he wants to talk a bit about it. Where would you put Street Fighter, Tom, as a whole?
Tom, don't do
this. See the whole things.
Tom, don't do this, please. Tom, don't do this.
So we're talking current Street Fighter, right?
No. We're talking historically. So straight from 2 to present.
Tom,
because there was no community.
Honestly, you know what?
Really.
Tom, no.
Street Fighter is actually, aside from the Wizard controversy, Street Fighter has been the Jerry Springer show. As far as no community has more girlfriends sleeping with more people than the Street Fighter community.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Jerry Springer going on in Street Fighter. Like I've seen it over and over. Oh my God. It's just, I don't know. I remember being at
that you've witnessed.
Sorry, God, I remember being at Empire.
Oh no.
And I don't want to say the player's name, his girlfriend was there. And like the attention she was giving other dudes, there's me, Blood Red. Myself and Blood Red were taller, especially back then. I was pretty muscular. Blood Red's always been muscular. And I'm just like, we're like, man, this is a problem. And then we went to CEO, and then she ended up messing around with somebody else, but they took the plane together and they ended up fighting on the plane back. And I was like, man, this is Jerry Springer, man. This is Jerry Springer. The Street Fighter community's got a lot of Jerry Springer in it. I don't like judging fighting game communities based on criminals. Obviously, when they're pedophiles, it's something different. Smash has a lot of grooming going on that other communities don't. As far as a fighting game community goes, like all the fighting and slapping each other, that's Marvel, right? Nobody likes to fight at a tournament more than Marvel players.
That's true. I've seen it firsthand.
Honestly, I think they're probably the best community. And that just shows how fucked the FGC is.
I actually have to disagree with you, but I'll let C4 go first.
I think I know what the best community is.
I was going to say,
I would put them in the top tier, is what I mean.
So, I don't know what the consensus is on people.
We're making this about like who's the worst in real life. If we do that, Man, there's some dirt on fighting game players that are out there that are buried and hidden. I mean, the best in real life. The FGC is like
It's like high school
Yep.
with extra steps.
the FGC is like the work office before wokeness and modern feminism. Where like your boss slapping the secretary on the ass, nobody can do anything, nobody says anything, everything's hidden, no one can see anything, nothing's recorded. That's really the FGC. People in power protect their friends, they do whatever they can to keep shit. And some of the most powerful people are also some of the most vile human beings on earth, and we'll never know about it because nobody wants to speak out about them. So the FGC, you could put every FGC community one tier above Smash for those reasons. So if we're going to make this list unrelated to fighting game issues, everyone should be in almost 30 years to life. But if we keep it majority about the game, then we can actually have a real discussion.
I disagree with you. I disagree.
That's cool and all, but that ain't fun. So yo, that's what Mike don't want the super logical like answer.
No, but look,
Okay.
I'll tell you, in my opinion, who I think is the most squeaky clean community and the best community to be around.
Soul Calibur?
It's Soul Calibur.
Yeah, I knew it.
Soul
I
Calibur
thought you'd say
easily.
that.
I've been part of the Soul Calibur community for 16 years now, and not once have I heard of anything crazy going on. Maybe you know something that I don't, Tom, but both because Soul Calibur was really big in France. It was big over here for a time, and it was I think it was, you told me it was like big in the States at one time, like the Soul Calibur 2 days. I've never heard of an issue. I have never had an issue.
I've never heard of a Soul Calibur story at all. I do want to share a Soul Calibur story just for fun of mine. Just maybe I'll put it in my book that I'll never write. So I got into Soul Calibur Serious and Soul Calibur 4. And I was actually put in losers by Rest His Soul Ring Zero. That's one of my most painful losses ever. I still kick myself. I don't know why I tried to throw him with his back to the wall. I was like, no way he's going to duck this bull rush. No way. So I went to just frame throw him and he ducked it. And I'm like, why? But I remember in losers, I eliminated Thuggish Pond. Thuggish. I used to always hear this guy in Soul Calibur 3. And I've never seen him. So I'm expecting, with a dude named Thuggish, I'm expecting a do-rag, some gold teeth, a big clock like Flava Flav, and some Jordans. He shows up with a parted haircut, wearing loafers and a cardigan sweater. And I'm like, wait a minute, isn't your name Thuggish? And he was like, yeah, that's me. I'm Thuggish. And I was like, you're Thuggish. You. I was like, you're like 5'5", wearing a cardigan and loafers. And he's like, yeah, it's me. How you doing? Like, I'm like, man, where do these people get their names from? This dude's name is Thuggish.
He's living his best life, man. His online persona.
Wow. But no, I've never heard anything. And I've known a lot of them: Mick, RTD, Eris, Semi, Fets, Jason Arney, who kind of spearheaded a lot of that in Soul Calibur 2. Kayane was a pretty big Soul Calibur name, even when she was 13 years old with Soul Calibur 2, her and DTN. I don't think I've ever heard anything out of the Soul Calibur community, ever.
And you know what's funny about that? There's a fair amount of girls that play Soul Calibur, and I've never heard any of them say anything about Soul Calibur players. Not once. None of them. True. And I speak to a couple, like none of them have any negative stories to report. Now, maybe we'll have to change this tier list one day. Maybe a story will come out. But as it stands, I think the most pleasant community. Also, this is very important. I've been to like 50 Soul Calibur tournaments. Not once was there a problem with hygiene. Not once. So that goes a long way.
No, I've been around a lot of them. I don't think I've ever seen a problem with hygiene. Ever.
A lot of them were like, they were doing very well in their careers. They were nice guys. One of the guys.
I mean, there is one infamous story that maybe I'll tell you guys off the air. I can't tell you on the air. I can't.
One of them stories.
You can't say that on the air and then.
No, he's too close of a friend. can't do it, but I will tell you guys off the air. Like how? If it happened today, everybody would talk about it. But
damn, I'm gonna get flamed now because these guys are gonna ask you what did Tom tell you.
He ain't
All
say
right, well,
nothing, y'all.
I'm putting Soul Calibur. Unless anyone has any protests, I'm putting Soul Calibur up there.
You can put it
No issues.
I
I've
want to
got
fight
one
for
question though. You
Okay.
haven't got. Oh, you haven't got SNK. I think SNK might be up there as well. But yeah, we'll get to that.
Is SNK?
Yeah.
Before we get to SNK, because I know Yaya hasn't got too much time left, I want to get your thoughts on the anime arena fighters.
So they're pretty cool. They just dumb as fuck.
I agree.
And number two, I met with them in IRL. Most of the ones that play the games IRL that played other things, they act like humans. They go outside. They touch grass. It's just they dumb when they on Twitter and Discord and when it's time to do brackets. But I think they're cool. There has been no stories about none of them and I've been here since 2008. So I haven't heard anything from them. They're cool.
Agree.
They're the pain in the ass.
Yes.
They know how to function, but then they also don't know how to function when it's time to talk about their game, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah, there's no real controversies from the anime gaming side, the arena fighters. They're mostly like the kind of guys you'd probably meet outside and you wouldn't assume they're gamers. So like a lot of the ones that I've met, they've either been like they're still quite young, like 18 to like 24, and a lot of them just seem like some of them like edgelords, like edgy teenagers, but a lot of them are nice. Like I haven't got anything negative to say about them. You're correct in saying there's a lot of silly things, as we saw yesterday on the stream. I don't know if you saw, but we got into a big argument with a Bleach player on stream, and there are some silly things that I said, but unfortunately, after that altercation took place, I went into the Discord just in case anyone's wondering, and I spoke to almost everyone. Nobody took that guy's side. Everybody was saying we don't co-sign that at all.
Was it the AGC?
Yeah, no, it was Storm Nation.
Oh, okay. That's why I said they're dumb. That's why I said it.
But he's got a good community over there. Like
I know that, but I'm saying that there's trickled ones that just don't make sense. Like you will give them information and they'll be like, "That's not real. Where did you get that from?" When you give them resources, nuh-uh. Yeah, I put it under it. They clean. They just a pain in the ass. There we go.
That's true. They can be a pain in the ass. That's
there you go.
All right. Who's short on time here? Ghost from 3S. Is there any community in particular that you wanted to speak on?
Man.
Go ahead and get it out the way, man.
Well, who you think I was going to say?
The big orange ball right there. Go ahead and get it out the way.
Oh, fighters? The fighters community, like, for the most part, they've been pretty cool. For the most part, I think it honestly just when you talk to some of them on Twitter, it can get a little like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, it can get to that point. But like offline, I think when you put social media aside, I think they're pretty cool. And I do like the fact that they're another community where like they stick to their game and they try to support it the best they possibly can, even though if Bandai doesn't want to support it any further. So like I think that's cool about them. I don't think they're like
What happened to Clayton was I think that was pretty
I don't that wasn't entirely Dragon Ball. There's a lot of different communities, right? But yeah, it's I mean, it's kind of hard to rank. In my opinion, it's hard to rank it without getting Clayton's input because he exposed some crazy stuff, bro.
Bro, he told me a story about how some girl,
the dog,
she had relations with her dog.
Oh,
when he said it, when he said it, I stopped and I was like, "Is that like some slang that he's using that I don't understand?" And he was like, "Nope, she had relations with her dog," and I was like, "Right, well, just for that alone, you can't go in top tier. That one person has to drag it down at least one tier."
Bro, I stopped playing as soon as that person used to do like tech and combo videos, I had to stop playing Broly when I found out about that. I had to break all ties connected to that person. I stopped playing Z Broly because I found that out.
I see. My thing is with Dragon Ball Fighters, they just a pain in the ass. But like now that you said that, they might have to go down because I instantly think about my favorite player at the time was Nakiel, and that's the one I think about.
Oh
yeah. That's when I was like, yeah.
All right, put it. Shit.
Absolutely need to work on your manners. That's how I feel. They better than the Strivers.
His Fighters was looking good until y'all started.
Yeah, like I low-key was thinking Fighters was gonna go up next to the Arena Fighter people, but
you know what's interesting about Dragon Ball, and some other games I think do this well, unlike Smash. Everyone knows about Smash drama. Only Dragon Ball people tend to know about Dragon Ball drama. It doesn't leak out.
That's true. That's very true. I didn't know about half of the things Clayton told me about until I spoke to him.
Yeah, it just doesn't leak out. I don't know if that's because of the size, but yeah, Dragon Ball.
Oh, you made me think about something. That tournament, I think it was either Combo Breaker or it was one of them, and the Dragon Ball Fighter section had trash everywhere. So they need to go and absolutely need to work on your manners. All right,
but it doesn't smell, right?
And I don't think it smelled, but it was just garbage everywhere.
Okay, yeah, untidy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that
right. I got one. I got to get off my chest.
Yeah, we'll let you go next year. Yeah, I know everyone's waiting for Tom to get on some Mortal Kombat. We're gonna save that because I know Tom's got a lot to say. So we're gonna save that. I know everyone's waiting.
He got the doc on the left ready. He's like, yo,
look, he said he had notes. I was like, oh, wait.
Got the notes.
I got my.
As I was driving today, I was listening to all Mortal Kombat videos and other content creators and taking notes to how I want to burn them to the floor. You know, so.
Tom, you know the shorts that we put out of your comments that you made on the podcast with C4? Man, that made a lot of people angry. I was reading through the comments going, oh my God, man, these people are mad.
What'd I say? Which one was it?
I put out quite a few. There was one where I think you called out a particular player or commentator.
Oh, Big? No.
Big D, I think.
Yeah, I think that was pause. Yeah.
Yeah, pause. That's a crazy name. Like, why would you have that name and other men have to say your name?
Look, you can be a nice person. You can be a nice person. But when you say, I'm like, hey man, this is a real problem here. I don't want to get into that. You can't have people want to be shills and nice people. Well, you can be both. But it's like, I want to be a shill, but come on, man. I don't want to be known as one. Well, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it is what it is. It's the truth.
I know you're ready to fire off. Did
it happen or did it not? This is the community who, despite the fact that I make more than all of them combined and probably 10 times what Sonic does, they say, Tom, he's desperate for $500. He's a scammer. And they'll say, well, did that happen or did it not? Okay, well, by your own logic, when I say, did what you do or say happen or did it not cool, bro. Not cool.
Nah, we're going to come back to that.
Come on, man.
What? Let me just read out these super chats and then we'll get on to the next community. All Spain, thank you for the 199. Strive is getting better at hiding their BS. Possibly. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in a technicals video, so I can understand that logic.
Hold on. This dude saying, bro, talking about my money like I give a fuck. Look, the MK community, and Mike knows this, loves to rub my nose in the fact that I'm some desperate blah, 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 money this, money that scammer. They will rub my nose in it and then get mad when I pimp slap them in the face that they're all broke losers. They will pile on me for years and years while still coming to me in DMs for money and then cry like a bunch of schoolboy bitches. And fighting game players who cry about, oh, no one cares about money. The number one crime in the FGC, 1, pedophilia, 2, owing somebody money. So shut the fuck up with fighting game players not caring about money. Shut up. Shut up.
That's a short mic. See, I'm helping you. There you go. You gotta put that one up.
Shut up.
He is spitting.
Fuck up.
He is spitting. Like we had to argue about 2SKO.
FGC? Man.
Like we had the whole argument about 2SKO and the competitive thing. Most people dead ass probably like, damn, that's bogus for 50K. You know,
That's fair.
you know, see.
Joel, thank you for the $5.
People were more mad
Tom,
that
hold on,
Arturo owed
Tom, wait.
Dominion money. They were hold on. People were more mad that Arturo owed Dominion money than and he also said some anti-Semitic shit and homophobic shit. First was the money, and then it was the other stuff. It's always money first with the FGC. It is pretty much the biggest crime you can commit is owe somebody money in the FGC. Stop.
Joel, thank you for the $5. The worst SF case was Karuda. Karuda, arguably the greatest SF3 player. He was the Q player, right? He was arrested in Japan for inviting a minor to his home. Yes, you're right. I remember that. I remember reading that. Yeah, no, my boys sent it to me in a group chat, and they said to me, "Yo, do you remember the Q player? He was the Q player, right? Kuroda." And I remember hearing about it. That's crazy. Yeah, that's third strike. Goes from 3S. That's one of your men.
We don't claim. We don't claim.
Wasn't he like one of the best?
Yeah, he. I mean, I'd never seen anyone use Q like that before. He was beating. Yeah. He was winning matchups he shouldn't have been able to win.
Yeah, that's crazy that Q was low tier. That's crazy.
Yeah.
We don't claim.
Virtua Fighter is on the list. You can't say it. It's right next to SNK.
Yeah, it is on the list, bro. I apologize for that mistake, Mike. This is for that. No worries, bro. Appreciate you.
Then he corrected it with money. That's how shit works.
Hold on, he's got the great Tomonobu Itagaki.
Yeah.
In his wow.
Rest in peace. All right, Yo, what one did you want to get off your chest?
All right, I want to get Blaze Blue off the chest. All right. This was the perfect community until Cross Tag came out. Now that community is such in limbo. Like, I give them credit for being good at resources, good at updating tools, giving information out, communicating on brackets and stuff like that. So they're not the worst community. But every time I say or someone mentions they like BB Tag, they treat you like you about to get stoned in Skyrim. They treat you like you deserved a bone for dinner. They treat you like you don't even deserve to touch a fighting game in your life. It is so divided right now with that space that some people just cannot understand that people like Central Fiction and BB Tag. And I don't think there's any like controversies in that community that I could think of, even from like older stuff, but they didn't. I don't think there's any controversy.
So they're just more like they're like elitist about their own game.
Yeah, they're elitist. They're like a pain in the ass.
Which you see in smaller communities. There's you know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. I can see how that would be a thing. I never heard of an issue with BlazBlue myself, but I can definitely see. I mean, elitism exists in all of our communities, and it's worse in smaller communities because there's not really. If you're splitting up your small community and being elitist to one part of it, it can be really detrimental. Let's do Marvel versus Capcom. Most violent community.
And you know what? You know the benefit of having a violent community? No pedos.
So let me just say this about Marvel. I've been around that community since the beginning, since the very first Versus games in the arcade. Since, X-Men Street Fighter, X-Men Children of the Atom, the original Marvel superheroes game. I've been around since the very beginning of that. And then as it turned into MVC 1, MVC 2, going back to all the way when like Eddie Lee, his Red Venom days, etc. Marvel was one way until Marvel 2. Now, I don't know how to differentiate this because some of this is just pure West Coast bias bullshit, but it was in the Marvel 2 days. And Marvel 2 is the biggest game, so I guess it counts as Marvel community stuff, even though it was more Evo related stuff. So Marvel 2, like the big game, in the beginning, there was Duck Doe, Alex Valle, etc. And then we had on the East Coast, Ricky O, all that stuff on the West Coast. Then you had Justin Wong, etc., who was in their minds a late bloomer because this is like year 2 of Marvel. We know it lived for eternity, but to them, it was like, who's this Justin coming out of nowhere? I have never seen more fights. Shout out to Noel Brown. We all know about the Noel Brown fights and the slapping people and whatever.
You was actually up. You're crazy.
I can't believe Mike had it ready. I didn't even have to say it. And Mike.
I'm not gonna try.
Yeah, we remember this.
And Damien just won.
Isn't that Smooth Viper?
Yeah.
Y'all just
Smooth
got
Viper.
fired. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Wow.
Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, Marvel! Holy shit! Holy
Shouldn't laugh.
fucking shit! Yo, is he? Get the fuck out, Noel!
Good times.
So this is the Marvel community. This is just what they do. However, Marvel communities were probably the first one that, if it were possible, they would hold a side tournament on an iPhone back in the day, even though they didn't have. I mean, like, there were so many Marvel setups that there were setups on screens that you didn't even know could play a Dreamcast. All on the hallway, all before Anime Fighters did it. It was Marvel 2. So scroll up and me see the choices here. I mean, in my opinion, this is where I think would go. You guys can weigh in. Absolutely have to work on their manners. That's where the Marvel community is.
In the UK, the Marvel community is one of my favorites, and I wasn't a part of it, but I hang around with them. Like, I'd hang around with Espada Jerome and Back for Revenge and Mills and Excalibur Bebop and Kaiser, obviously Helter Skelter, rest in peace. I hanged around all of them because they used to play Marvel 3 next door to the Soul Calibur guys. So when we would finish our tournament, we would go around and we'd sit with the Marvel guys. And the Soul Calibur guys are like they're sipping tea, everything's pleasant. You go around to the Marvel side and it's like being back in the hood. Everyone was popping off, everyone was shouting, but I didn't feel threatened. I felt sorry for some of the guys that were playing because I felt like they felt a little bit threatened. If they lost, they were about to get dogged on the way home. But other than that, I enjoyed being.
You know what? I'm actually going to make an addendum. I'm going to put Marvel right behind Soul Calibur because here's why. Even though they get a little rambunctious, some of the most entertaining moments in FGC history happened because of Marvel. The first ever crowd-funded big money match was, I believe, Ducto versus Samford Kelly at EVO 2008. I think it was like maybe between 3,000 and 5,000 put up between everybody. People didn't even play Marvel were there. People that didn't even know fighting games existed, they were outside the casino. We're all hearing whispers. So they showed up to watch it. Like, it was a big deal. Marvel has had some of the most hype money matches, most crazy shit happen in tournaments, the most draw-dropping comeback. Crowd can't believe what they're watching. A lot of those are in Marvel. So for that, we do love those moments long time because they built the FGC. So that's where I think Marvel should go.
Yeah, I don't disagree, to be honest with you. I never really heard of any serious controversies coming out of like UK Marvel. The worst thing was like someone might have gone a bit too handsy and grabbed someone else, but it was never serious. There was never knives involved or anything like that. So yeah, I would agree.
Can I add something? There was a podcast you did, and I can't. What was the guy's name who ran a arcade in America? Really important guy.
Henry Sen,
Mike Watson.
Yeah, Mike Watson.
Super Arcade.
And he told you a story about someone who basically gave the shirt off their back. Shout out to XE. He's a Marvel player. And after getting into MVCI, there wasn't many people in EU that played it. So I started talking to a lot of the players in NA. Can't really play them because at the time they all played on console. the game does have rollback, but obviously the connection's not good. And when I went to Evo, all I did was commentate, play Tokon, and when they did top 8 for Street Fighter, I went to a house session to play the MVCI. I would say Marvel players, from my experience, if I was super down bad, like homeless or whatever, they are the first group of people I'll go to because they
look after their own. They look after their own.
They will do anything to look after their own.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
more
don't
than
disagree.
others, I don't know. But for me, like I said, if I'm down bad and I have to go to like Guilty or any other community, I'm going to go to Marvel because I know they'll help me.
Don't go to the Mortal Kombat community because they're down worse. Don't go to them.
Some of my best friends in the FGC are from the Marvel community. So
you met Kaisertron, bro.
Yeah, Kaisertron's my boy, Chrome Alchemist. Like that Miles, I think Miles was more Street Fighter, I think, but Jerome, there's just so many of them. Like I don't want to keep going through the names. I'm gonna forget someone, and I'm gonna get a message going, "Why didn't you say my name?"
and they also check people for doing dumb shit, which I think is super important.
Yeah, when Grandmaster Bastard, he's
man like Orez, yeah,
he's probably I got enough love for him.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I got a dip. I got a family member I got to pick up, big dog.
Nah, it's all good, man. I appreciate you being here.
Appreciate
you. Oh,
yeah,
for sure. I appreciate everybody having me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, C4,
yo,
bygones.
I'm always cool, bro.
All right, man. All right. I appreciate
y'all for having me. But I'm always good the next day. I'm always
for sure. I appreciate it, brother.
All good, bro.
But I hope y'all have a good one. See y'all chat.
Take care, man.
And Street Fighter, we up. You know what I'm
saying? Almost.
Look, we not gonna look. You know,
not at the bottom. That's what it matters.
You're not down here.
You know, like that's all that matters, man.
Yeah, you don't have to scroll. No scrolling to see you. That's all good.
But I appreciate y'all. I see y'all.
All right,
all right, man. Take care.
So, I delayed my food just so I could cook Tekken. Because I'm not letting you out of here. I'm just letting you know.
No, let's do Tekken then. Go on.
All right. Tekken, I'll be honest. Over the years, y'all became the biggest piece of dog shit. Okay? Y'all have gotten way worse. Like, I remember Tekken 6. Y'all was like, tee-hee. Y'all hated the game, apparently. But tee-hee.
No, we didn't.
Nobody hated it. People didn't hate it.
Man, look, the way you look at, you know what?
We didn't hate 6. We had questions when they had the rage system in. There were questions, but we didn't hate it. I'll tell you what we did.
If they released Tekken 6 today, if they released Tekken 6 today, a lot of people would be happy if they re-released it.
Yeah, but
bro,
look,
before you go on, just on Tekken 6, the other day
diving in front. You know that meme with the kid? And the kid's sleeping and the soldiers diving in front of the That's Mike.
No. I'm not running defense. I just wanted to tell this story real quick because it really pissed me off. I was sitting here and I was thinking I was going to do a Tekken video, which I put out anyway. But I was like going through the old Tekken games. And I was like, let me just see what they've got on the PlayStation Network because I haven't actually gone to check it out. And I saw Tekken 6 and I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know Tekken 6, you could purchase Tekken 6. So I'm sitting and I'm thinking to myself, did I miss something? Have I been bitching online and this whole time Tekken 6 has been ready to play? So I bought it like an idiot. It was only £7, same price as same price as Tekken 1, Tekken 2, and Tekken 3. So I was like, okay, it's £7. I'll apologize to Harada. You had Tekken 6 this whole time on PS5. I buy it, it's the fucking PSP version. I looked at the screen, I was like, why would you release this one on the PS5? Because it says when you buy it, PS4 and PS5, do you want to download the PS5 version? So I thought to myself, I must have made a mistake. I'm going to make an apology video to Harada. I downloaded it. If he was still employed, I would have gone scorched earth. But I thought, you know what? I'm just going to leave it alone. I was so pissed off. I turned it on. The screen was stretched out. Modok looked horrible. Like the graphics were nasty. I was fuming.
Yo, I can just imagine you playing that part of the game and like, what the fuck did I just buy?
I was like, because I sat and I was like, the Tekken 6 looked this bad. Surely not. And it didn't. It was a fucking PSP version.
You sound like me with the MK Legacy collection, bro. Like, I was like, what is this?
They got me.
I was like, what the hell is this?
I was fuming. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Okay, so Tekken. All right. Tekken 7. Now, I was there when Akuma was out, and I was just an outsider. I was just looking. But I seen a lot of y'all was fighting a little bit along the way too, right? But at least that was primarily just about the game. Y'all turned Tekken 8 into a damn war zone, right? You get on Twitter. I can't get on Twitter, and I imagine it's been 2 years, right? Almost a year and a half, 2 years at this point since Tekken 8 has came out. I cannot get on Twitter and not see somebody saying this game fucking sucks. I go to TikTok, it's La La Land, right? And I don't like using TikTok like that, but to post my own shit and go. I get on TikTok, people just streaming and playing the game. Then you got the controversy, which y'all saw with the whole Shinblade stuff. Y'all had that going on. That was like a whole arc, right? You know those little sections in the anime where something else is going on, and then the main thing is here. Y'all hate Tekken 8. Y'all became so toxic. Y'all the first community that made me want to sell the game, right? Like literally, it's that bad. Like y'all were crazy. Like the first 3 months of Tekken, you had people arguing over 50-50s. You had people arguing about neutral. You had people that didn't even know how to do electric when Godfist tell you was wrong. Like you ain't been doing it for 10 years. Like y'all were enraged. I don't know. Y'all had like crack in y'all system or LSD, but y'all just couldn't decide what problems y'all was going through.
All right, let me course correct you a little bit, Yaya. Let me course correct you. One of the main reasons why there was so much bitching and complaining is that we all know Tekken's a legacy game, right? It's got a very old player base. Tekken 8 ushered in a bunch of people like you. And you guys came in here and you started telling us how Tekken works. And then when we complained, you were like, what are you guys complaining about? And I told you before that you might have come from a game that was a 2-star meal, but we were used to eating 5-star. So when they gave us a 2-star meal, we wilded out. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know how to react. They've
been putting sprinkles on it for 20 years, and now y'all realize the sprinkles don't taste good.
No. They might have put sprinkles on it, but they didn't serve us a whole bag of shit. You might have come from a game that was like not very good, and you got used to dealing with bullshit. We weren't used to dealing with that. We had some bullshit, but we were mostly happy. When Tekken 8 dropped, they half did what Strive did. Strive threw the whole, like, all the toys out the pram. But Tekken didn't. Tekken threw some of the toys out the pram. And that made room for some people to jump in. Now, obviously, everybody is entitled to their opinion. I'm not going to sit up here and be like, I'm the authority on Tekken. I'm just telling you that there was a lot of legacy players that didn't like the direction and a lot of new players that didn't have any perspective on what the legacy players were talking about, just seeing them and going, wow, these guys are really bitching. Not taking into consideration that there were 9 or 10 other Tekken games that had come out, the tag ones and the numbered ones, that they were mostly happy with. Not all, but mostly. And then we got this one that's super controversial. So then obviously fights broke out everywhere because I'm getting into arguments with people that don't know what forced 50-50s are. Remember that, right? I got into a whole thing with Shin Kenzo because he was telling me, no, you know what you're talking about. 3S, who was just here, the first time I ever spoke to him is because he was telling me that I didn't know what I was talking about. Later, I come to find that they agree with me. And okay. And then, hold on. I'll let you cook. Let me say one more thing. We didn't like, most Tekken players, didn't want Noctis in the game, okay? Negan got a pass because Negan was basically Miguel with a baseball bat. So we were like, you know, it's a weird pick, it's a weapon, but mostly plays like a Tekken character. Noctis comes in. And we're like, we don't want this shit, man. Then they put another Final Fantasy character in the game, arguably more egregious. And so everybody was up in arms. And then you had these tourists who were saying to us, why are you up in arms? You already had a Final Fantasy character. And we're over here saying, yes, we don't want more. So if they put another Final Fantasy character in the game, we're going to get even more pissed off. And then people are going to go, you guys are bitching again. Well, obviously.
Would y'all get mad in Season 3 they actually gave y'all Tifa?
No, fuck Tifa. Do you know what? I love Maximilian's videos. I've been a fan of Maximilian for a long time, but there's one thing I can't stand is every time he talks about Tekken, he brings up Tifa. And I'm not shitting on the man for having a lot of influence. He built that influence. He's earned it. But I know someone like Max is one of the very few people that developers might look at and go, wow, this guy's got almost 2 million subscribers. He keeps on talking about Tifa. His comment section is going on about Tifa. Maybe we should put Tifa in the game. Now we're stuck with Tifa for 8 years. Just fucking give it a rest. Look what Fate of Fury did. They put Kenshiro in the game. Everybody loves Kenshiro.
Well, no.
Everyone.
Okay, no. Wait.
Everybody loves Kenshiro. If you don't love Kenshiro, I ain't trying to hear from you.
guarantee you more people like Tifa than Kenshiro.
No. It's not about more people
As
liking
a character.
Tifa. It's not about that, Yaya. It's about the right people liking Tifa or Kenshiro.
That's so gay. That's what I'm talking about.
No. Let him me out.
He's trying to say he doesn't care about your Guna takes, bro.
No, it's not even about the goonery. It's not about the goonery. There's a lot of people that love Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 7 is a mega popular game, but Final Fantasy is not Tekken. And Final Fantasy, you don't really think about Tekken when you think about Final Fantasy. But when you think about Kenshiro and where he might end up, Tekken's a viable option. If I saw Kenshiro in Tekken, I wouldn't bat an eye. And that's why when they put him in Fatal Fury, he fits in perfectly. No one went, oh, this doesn't fit, like Negan and Noctis. It works. Tifa might be more popular, but she's popular to other people. She might be popular to people that play Tekken as well. The same way people were like, oh, Clive is sick, man. Final Fantasy 16 is a sick game. Yeah, it is sick. Be sick over there. Leave us alone. I don't want your magic over here. Piss off over there. So they put more magical characters in the game, of course. And then they commit the cardinal sin. We asked for Ancient Ogre. What do? They turn him into a 19-year-old girl with a pole. Who are you fucking kidding me, bruv? Of course you were gonna bitch. I don't cooler than Ancient Ogre. You're not gonna beat the Guna allegations if you keep
I don't give a fuck about beating the Guna allegations. You do not let people. Y'all don't let nobody cook. They didn't get rid of him. That character can still come to Tekken 8. Michael Murray has said this, but y'all got him blocked on Twitter. The whole community got the community manager blocked on Twitter.
I ain't got him blocked.
Okay, I ain't talking about you. If it don't apply, let it fly. But half of y'all, I see what y'all fucking do. Y'all be quoting with some dumb shit. I saw something 2 weeks ago. Somebody was like, hey, man, can you change the way the fucking hair fixes for Jen work? It's not good, and you should be ashamed of yourself, Michael Murray. And then he blocked him. I gotta go find that fucking tweet. There's a lot of tweets like that. They tweet him dumb shit. They get blocked. And they be like, "Damn, they don't love us no more. They hate us. They should never give us."
Yo, let me ask you a question then. If you were a community manager, are you gonna listen to Jimmy55, the same person that tweets you constantly over and over again, or are you gonna listen to people that actually care about your game? Because there are
everybody. I want everybody to be.
They're not mutually exclusive. Jimmy55 is the one who's constantly playing the game.
No. Jimmy don't care.
They don't want paying for the game.
Yeah. What Mike is saying is, you have an established Tekken community that a lot of people kind of stayed away from because of some of the complexities like Tekken. Namco dumbed it down to the point that they said, hey, we can play Tekken now too. And when the established community was like, well, we don't like this, the new people that came in was like, well, it don't matter. We here now and we don't want to leave. So fuck your game. This is Tekken now. You better deal with it. You better level up. And then when they said, no, we are the fans of Tekken. You guys don't really give a fuck of Tekken. You're only here because it's a game you've always wanted to play. And now you can. Thanks, Harada. You guys are like, why are you complaining? They're not complaining. It's the established Tekken community saying what they want the same way as they always had. And the players that have come in because now Tekken's more accessible complaining, we don't want it to go back to that because we couldn't play it back then. So
I think you're looking at. Okay. I get where you're coming from. But I do think there's two sides to that. Because with Mike, it's not Mike. Mike can actually articulate and talk about his problem. He's done it multiple times on this stream. He's done it on his channel multiple times. It's the ones that's like, hey, man, like the other side where you got the new Tekken player like, hey, I like it. And then that's the Tekken 8, the Tekken 7 veterans and beforehand. Honestly, the beef is usually with the 7 veterans, not the overarching people in the long period. It sounds like the Street Fighter 5 people. The early Street Fighter 5 people. And like you'll say, like, hey, I like Tekken 8. They'll come out of nowhere. You fucking disgrace, you piece of shit. You shouldn't like this game. You're fucking ugly. Why are you playing this? You should leave our game alone. We're like, bro, I just said I like it. You don't know Tekken. Get out of here. And blocked. That's another side that Mike don't see. That's all I'm saying.
I see
he commands it, bro. He doesn't. He commands it.
No, I see it. You're talking about the people who are like the one Mrs. Playstuff was talking to. Huh, it's cool, Nee. Just level up and block my 50-50, bro. That's the group you're talking about.
Okay,
that's them. And and Tekken players look at them like, are you fucking stupid? They're like, yeah, level up and block my 50-50. But I have to take it. Whereas in the past, I could backdash or sidestep left, right. Some of the complexities were there. Now you guys are like, hey, I'm doing this mode. Oh, you blocked my launcher, but I'm plus a million. I get another chance, block another one. And then, people on Tekken players are like, hey, this is kind of stupid. It's kind of like casino. Tekken's never been like this. This is not the draw that has drawn in the people that you have attracted over the years. And those people who have been there are the ones having these complaints. And then we have the anime, I guess, side, like you represent a lot of that, who, I mean, again, to you, if someone's like force 50-50, you guys are like, that's just another Tuesday. What's the big deal? Shut up and adapt, So
Okay. Yeah.
that's a problem.
You know what pisses me off? Is Harada said it out of his own mouth that they are making the game more aggressive to close the gap between more seasoned players and newer players, because making the game more aggressive and less defensive is going to do that. Any game will do that. He said it out of his own mouth. And then you have people saying Tekken's always been like this. That is the stuff that pisses me off. Like, I don't care if you like Tekken 8. You bought the game, you have the right to like it. I can't tell you what to like.
The easiest tool, the forced 50-50. Yeah. Mike, where's the anime community? Scroll up really quick because I want to make this example for Yaya. Where they have him?
Bit of a pain in the ass.
Pain in the ass. Now, can you imagine if a Tekken player or a defensive player from another community that has, let's say, somebody from Tekken who played back in the day when Tekken had a lot of defense, and goes to an anime community and says, man, you know what this game, really needs? I need to be able to get away from you and avoid a lot of your attacks and stay out of your mix-ups and kind of slow the pace down. The Yayas of the world would say, bitch, shut the fuck up. Go back to your game. This is what we like.
No, wait.
Taking players don't have passports. They don't travel. They don't go to other games.
Anime players like. This is the draw of anime. Those set play, the force 50-50s, the fast-paced action. And anyone who argued against that, you would say, you're not even an anime player. You want to turn anime games into this. Well, that's exactly what you guys are in Tekken.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. You are spitting. But at the same time, at this point, still bitching about it from the veteran nigga. Shut up.
Why do we say that?
No, how dare you?
This is the problem fighting. I hate that. Why do we say this?
You know why we say that? We say it to be dismissive so they can shut the hell up. Now, it doesn't make sense.
This is the problem with fighting games. If you are someone who just says glory to God, greatest game ever, even if it's the most shit game ever, we say, look at that guy. That's the motherfucker right there. Even though he's killing the game by saying greatest thing ever. Then people who want to make it better, who point it out, stop bitching. Stop crying. Stop this. This is why fighting games, if there was an office building of competitive games, here we have the top floor of the very best, most lucrative competitive games. Then there's the mailroom. Then you have the basement. Then you have the sewer. But then underground, under the sewer in the old train stations that are abandoned, that's the FGC. Because you guys literally glorify behavior that tanks games and communities.
Okay.
And vilify knowledgeable, established players who have solution as bitching and crying.
Wait.
Thank you, Tom.
No. He's spitting. I'm not letting you say thank you. All right, he's spitting. The reason why is because when I say stop bitching, I say it in a meme way. The thing with Mike is if he has critiques for the game, he can articulate it, right? When the reason why I'm saying stop bitching is because you told me beforehand, shut the fuck up. You're an idiot, right? Instead of normally, Mike, he'll be like, hey, man, that's not really what this is. This is why this is messed up. The average Tekken player on Twitter acts like they're fucking Majin Buu.
Arslan Ash, the original Tekken 8, which no one disagrees with this take now, was like Tekken 8 be like heat burst or this heat heat activation, 50-50 win. And they're like, oh, you just salty because you're trash now, bitch. You can't beat anybody anymore.
See, that is not the yayas of the world. Those are the dumbasses.
Hold on. Then he's like, I guess I have to win Evo so people know I'm not being salty. I'm just whatever. And then they're like, this motherfucker has no shot. He ain't winning shit. He can't do shit. He wins Evo, and they say, oh, fuck you. Your mother's an astronaut. Get out of here. We don't care what you have to say anyway. Like, the problem is, even when established players lay it out, you had a controversial take. Was Nee saying, maybe I don't understand this game anymore. Like, I'm so used to defense, and I don't like how they're making the offense easier. Man, the established players just bitching. It was a controversial take.
No. That is a perfectly fine
come on.
take. That's
and
not
that
what I'm
comes
talking
from
about.
the yayas of the world.
No, it's not the yayas. No.
If it was not the
yayas, that is some other bullshit.
If it was up to Yaya, let me tell you something. The yayas of the world have made the phrase famous of, well, how do I open you up in this game? This character's no good. He can't open you up.
No, I don't.
That is your community. That is your community.
Mike, you know that damn well. Not even me.
That's you.
Those are your people.
The slander never ends.
I'm not a part. No, look. You know what? I'll hold that.
Your people.
You know what? Just because he broke it down like that, and that is so cringe, but he's right. That is not me. You can put Tekken wherever you want as long as I'm not a part of that. That is not me. Because Mike, no, if I'm getting my ass beat or something, I'll be back. I'm trying to come back like Batman. I'm not. No, that side of the community, that shit is dumb. I agree with you, Tom Brady. That I hate that shit.
Yeah. Let me just say something else. Let me say something because this pisses me off. And I saw someone else in the chat say it. I ain't got no problem with the person in the chat that say it. I won't say your name, so I don't want to call you out. But I get so many people saying you're always talking about the game, Mike, in a negative sense, and now I don't want to play it. I'm sorry. If my commentary on a game makes you not want to play the game, don't buy the game.
Wait. You can't use that.
I'm not telling people to not play the game. If you like the game and you worked for that money and you went out and bought it, go and enjoy it. Another man and his commentary on the internet about how he feels about the game, if that is enough to get you to stop playing it, whether people call you dumb or not, because people call me out for liking Devil May Cry 2 all the time.
Sure.
That's a you problem. Don't put that on me. Yeah,
but guess what?
Call me on
that only happens when the game itself isn't really good. If it was really good, it wouldn't matter what somebody says. You would still enjoy it. People saw the Kathleen Kennedy disaster that was the Star Wars. Even though everybody was saying these movies are shit. Do you know why they saw them anyway? Because they like Star Wars. So they saw it and made their minds up for themselves. If people like something, it doesn't matter. In what world could you be dating a woman that you really love, you think she's fine, you like everything about her, but your boy goes, hey man, I don't think she's all that good. I don't care. Right? I don't care. Right? If you really like something,
very optimistic. I've seen red pill content, bro. I think you're giving people too much credit. Most people are sheep, and they'll do what their influencer tells them to do. I want to live in the world that Tom's talking about, where people think for themselves, but I don't think most people have.
Like I like Net Impact. Nobody, people that don't, people don't. When we talk about Net Impact, people don't even say what's bad about it. They be like, that's just ass. So like,
there is pirates. I want to live in the world that Tom's talking about, but I don't think most people are like that.
Well, guys, listen to me.
Wait. Before you go further,
I just want to say this one thing, Yaya. I'll let you go. If you come to my channel and you listen to me, I don't want you to take my words as the gospel truth unless I'm literally presenting you with facts. Like if I show you that Kazuya's Ford 4-2 is X amount of frames and it's indisputable, fine. But if I give you my opinion, don't go based off that. Listen to what I'm saying and then make up your own mind. Don't think because I've got a certain amount of subscribers or anybody else on the internet that you should take what they're saying as the gospel truth. That is some nonsense. You can't hold me, Tom, Yaya, or C4 to that. I'm just a guy on the internet talking about how I feel about the game. I'll tell you how I feel, but don't come to me and say, you said the game was shit, so I'm not buying it now because I'm going to feel dumb if I play it. That's a you problem. That's not
okay.
Me
No. So let me ask you a couple questions about that then. All right. And you might like this one. This is a trap all along. All right. So do you think the My Hero fan base ruins the anime for you?
No, of course not. I don't
Okay.
regard the My Hero
Alright.
fan base. Do you know what? I'm not even gonna say that. I'll start a fight.
I was trying to get that shit out of you. I knew you.
I was about to say something crazy.
I know you was. That's what I was like. I knew you was gonna say that shit. Okay, like I said, I'm
buying the new game.
I know you are. You play those games anyway. But like I tell people with my content, like I C4, I like that he's very critical about the shit I say, even though it makes me mad in the moment. It shows that people ain't drones, right? Like I went through that the whole year Curse Clash came out. I've literally told people this game is not good, but it plays like Dissidia. I'm gonna play it for a little bit, right? And all the people were comparing the game's trash to me, but not telling me what they don't like about it or have even played the demo that was available. I am the person that I said as a content creator, I say something, check me on it. I also want you to have your mind of your own because I just want to show why I like something and why I think something is either good or fucking atrocious, right? And I want people to think for their mind of their own. I'm just saying, not
if you enjoy something, someone's opinion doesn't make you like it less.
Yeah,
I can answer that.
We're back in the perfect world that we don't.
This is.
Can we
this
put
is my
Tekken in the top tier, please? Put it in.
No,
We love you long
wait,
time.
bro. Do you know what? It's funny. I was letting Yaya cook. I agree with him, but for different reasons.
I would say mostly pleasant, but it seems like
they're fucking morons.
No. I've got to push back on that, but I want to answer my KTO's
depends.
question.
I mean, you're looking more the Tekken 8 community, man. I mean,
no. I'm not looking at just Tekken 8 community. There's stuff that's happened in the UK.
Okay, well, go ahead. I don't have too much longer, so go ahead and finish up with Tekken because
we'll do MK next then if you ain't got too much longer.
Yeah, and then I want to wait briefly on DOA because I'm gonna burn the old guard to the ground.
All right, cool. We'll do DOA next then. Let me just answer my KTO's
do MK
question
first because I have the most time for MK.
So he's saying, why do content creators never want to take accountability for their negative influence, but will take credit for perceived good influence? If I put out misinformation, Mike, if I literally lie about something or if I get something wrong, I have always apologized. I always take responsibility. Like when I did that whole stupid thing on Twitter with King J and Ty, I apologized and I came on here and apologized. And if I've put out misinformation before, then I'll address it. But if I'm putting my opinion out there, and it's an opinion that is shared by multiple people, and it happens to be something that is not necessarily positive about the game, why would I apologize for that? It doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to apologize for how I feel about a game.
So where would you put Tekken? Because I don't think they were that bad up until at least Tekken 6.
Okay, the reason I'm not going to put Tekken up there is because having been part of the Tekken community, all of that aside and what we've spoken about, Tekken has a serious elitism problem. The Tekken community historically has looked down on everybody else.
It took them a year to say it.
No, I said it in a video. What are you talking about? That's misinformation.
That don't count. You said it. I get to hear it live. That's all I've been wanting you to say for a year.
There is an elitism problem in our community. It's been that way for a long time. I understand it to an extent. Obviously, Tekken's a very complex game, but I don't think you should be speaking down to other communities, especially now. We have, in the current state of things, we have no place.
True.
All right, because Tom hasn't got a lot of time. Let's do you want to do MK and DOA?
We'll do MK first. You
say
for Mortal Kombat,
they can't
there is no more of an entitled community who has worked for nothing more than the Mortal Kombat community. Most of the communities on here have paid their dues and had to eat shit to get what they've got. SNK, sure, they got Saudi money now, but Saudi money was, SNK games were eating pig slop for years. The way they had to have these poverty tournaments and how they had to scratch and claw to get their game anyway, to get people to show up, to get them at tournaments, whatever. Virtua Fighter, same. DOA had its moments of trying to pay some dues, not as much. But definitely Street Fighter and definitely Tekken. Tekken was getting shit on for a good few years, man, after Tekken 6. They shit on Tekken Tag 2. Tournament organizers used to be like, oh my God, I wish we could just stop holding Tag 2. But in Tekken 5, there was a period in Tekken 5 after the first several months to year of all this hype and all these people turning up. in which MLG was pulling in 10 to 15 man tournaments because people just stopped showing up, and it was kind of resurrected for DR. And it was like, oh, you're here for Tekken? Back of the room. Small arcade tournaments, small console tournaments, shit tournaments for MLG where you're not getting paid for a fucking year because get out of here, Tekken player. They've had to eat their shit. And then there's the Mortal Kombat community that was born into greatness. So the Mortal Kombat community had, they were not part of the FGC building. Right? They were not part of it. Early 2000s, because they didn't have a Mortal Kombat game out yet. And then you would think for a game that had no presence outside of a small niche stint for MK Deadly Alliance, that wasn't at Evo, it was only piggybacked on the back of tournaments like Tekken 4 and Soul Calibur 2. But when those games made an appearance at Evo, you didn't see MK Deadly Alliance there. And MK was gone. So 2005, or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you have years and years, 2000, 2001, most of 2002. It wasn't even part of the FGC at all outside of a 2-year window with Deadly Alliance. So you got the first decade of the FGC outside of a small niche window in Deadly Alliance, in which MK is not a part of the FGC at all. They're not even thinking about Mortal Kombat. And then here comes MK9. Now, the Mortal Kombat community will have you believe that, oh, the FGC just hated MK9. You will never see a game more loved and more shoved down your throat to succeed than Mortal Kombat. They gifted it. Well, you know what? We know Capcom is where it is, Street Fighter, and then MVC3. Then there's MK9, Tekken, get fucked. Nobody wants you bitches, back of the line. They kicked Tekken in the face and every other game in the face and shoved Mortal Kombat into that slot. And all the opportunity was Mortal Kombat, Mortal Kombat, Mortal Kombat. And you had Papa Valle, Chris G, Lord Eris, Justin Wong, Flo, L.I. Joe, so many names. Tokido even tried it. So PR Balrog. So PL, which is from the DOA community, not even the MK community. JOP. So Slip. So many names from other communities getting into Mortal Kombat. And they liked it, they wanted to play it. And despite the grace that Mortal Kombat was given, the MK community, the very moment they have to pay any type of dues, like MKX, hey guys, listen, literally MK9, even though Injustice 1 was out, got a third Evo Prime year in which they gave it the main stage. But it was a Saturday top 8. Even though Injustice was main day, you had some of the people acting like, why Saturday? As if that was an insult. They were always good to us in MK9. In MKX, the first year, they treated us great. Everything was great. Second year, they didn't treat us poorly. They held off on even starting multiple tournaments so that Mortal Kombat had enough stations for people to play casuals and quickly run through the pools up until top 32. And then when that was done, they said, hey, you're no longer like in the Street Fighter category or even the kind of hype Tekken was generating at the time. They still had 700 plus. They said, we're just going to move you over to the side so that we can start games for other communities. Oh, they treat us like garbage. They put us on the floor. Yeah, you spectators would have to sit on the floor because there wasn't enough chairs. But the players had chairs. They didn't just shove you on the floor and make you. And all kind of scenarios like this. Oh, Injustice. Can you believe they put us on at 9 a.m. for top 8? I mean, things that other communities would kill for, the Mortal Kombat community judges as disrespect. And they bitch, and I don't mean it, I know I said don't bitch, but they complain and they blame the fault of their games and everything else on this delusionary dilemma that the planet Earth hates them and wants to bury them. All a lie. They just don't know what it's like to pay a single due. and I know this guy's name is a top of contention, so I'm not going to say his full name, but a name at all. But everyone who's seen the podcast knows this is the famous quote of the guy: "Privilege is invisible to those who have it," and that is the Mortal Kombat community. Privilege is invisible to them because they've had it for so long, and then when they were, and then it was like, hey, based on your own merit, where are you going to be? You know. Then they complain. Well, not realizing how privileged they were. Also, while every other community has their back and forth, Tekken has it. Everyone does. We just had Yaya talk about it. The MK community is weird because you have the biggest content creators shoving down your throat and telling you how you should feel. Like you've never seen a bigger group of people in the majority saying, something's just off about this. I don't like it. Shut up. You do like it. And if you don't like it, it's because you're salty and you need to level up. You can't adapt. All these negative things. So it's such a problem because MK can never improve because the people that have the biggest followings with the biggest platforms who are in the most keep telling everyone it's the greatest game ever until it dies suddenly. And then, hey, I knew it was, don't look at me. But they'll tell everybody. Again,
are there any pros with the MK scene? Like, is there anything that you would say is a pro?
Yes. It's gone forever. Yes, that is the biggest pro of the Mortal Kombat scene. Because they needed that reality. The Mortal Kombat scene operates a lot like Social Security in the States and kind of how it operates a lot like how capitalism works. The assumption of Social Security, it's a Ponzi. The assumption that there will always be more tomorrow than there are today. That was always the assumption. So regardless of how, and MK11, they ignored kind of all the warning signs, despite how hot the game was. Evo, after 1 year, cuts it, and it would have never been seen at a tournament again had it not been for COVID kind of changing everything. They thought that was like the new standard, but the Mortal Kombat community has never truly believed that the end would come for them. They always believe there's always going to be a new game because that's all they've known, because they never lived through the Dark Ages. When MK4 happened, and what do we do? And then Deadly Alliance came out, very short window. And while there's the 3D games online, if you're a tournament player, what do we do? MK is gone from tournaments forever. Like, I can go to 1 million tournaments to play my favorite game. Bad news, it ain't here. And they have never lived through that. So to them, they're like, there'll always be a new game. There'll always be another Mortal Kombat. There'll always be a new game that will bring in new players. And they never foresaw a moment in which they pissed off enough of their loyal fans and they just couldn't get enough new ones. And then the publisher's like, hey, you know what? We're not making the money we thought we would. Street Fighter, when MK was 6.2 million, Street Fighter was 6 million. It's a new world. Street Fighter is the new king of sales. And I don't know that MK will ever take that back. And I think
never.
They needed, maybe ever. They needed that wake-up call. They needed that wake-up call. So that's the best thing about the Mortal Kombat community, is that MK is gone right now because they needed that. The community needed that to understand what that feels like when all your shilling and all your talk, they don't need you. There's always going to be someone new to buy Mortal Kombat. What Mortal Kombat are they buying? Because there ain't a new one coming out. And there may never be another new one coming out. Ed Boon ain't young, brother. He may retire. They may split it up. You don't know what's going to happen. And your next NRS game, let me just break it right now because they have no power over me. It's Injustice 3. And their budget is this.
Wait, do you know for a fact it's Injustice 3?
This is the rumor and innuendo that I've heard from reliable sources. And the budget, this is just Warner Brothers saying, you know what? The official merger with Netflix, that deal doesn't officially go through until sometime next year. Let's make one last bit of money off the Injustice IP. your budget is nothing, release Injustice 3. And knowing this, the game's going to come out a certain way, and that the usual suspects are still going to say, oh, this might be the greatest fighting game ever made. Like, this
So wait,
is
Tom, are you saying that between now and sometime next year, we'll see Injustice?
I believe sometime between now and before the Netflix officially takes over, yes, Injustice will be released.
Damn.
Injustice
heard
3.
it.
And the budget is very small because we learned from Legacy Collections. So the problem with the Mortal Kombat community is they can never invoke change because of how kind of blind they are. And they're blind to so many obvious things. Like, for example, you know, when they literally, if you have legitimate issues like, hey, man, you know, it's really hurting the game right now. There's no crossplay. And what really hurts it, people don't seem to realize how devastating no crossplay is today. For one, it's a tournament game, and a tournament game in which you must exclude 2 of the 3 major platforms and make a choice which 2 of the 3 platforms don't get to participate is a death sentence off the bat. If it takes you a year to change that, it's a death sentence. The game and the way it's, and people showing up, they're like, oh, you know, it's because it's not on PS4 and the next gen, last gen. No, it's because people have to choose what platform to play it on, and they can't play with their friends. They can't do this. They can't do that. The MK community will justify devastating game-killing mistakes. They will suckle at the very teat of NRS and Warner Brothers, and you can't get anything to change. And then anyone that tries to change anything, they label as the problem. And then they are also hostile to, not in a Tekken elitist way. When you have people like L.I. Joe or Flo or Chris G or Justin Wong, these are household names that are great. You want these guys to get into your game because it only opens the door for more people. The NRS community says, you know what? Fuck you. Get off Mortal Kombat. Go back to your game and never come back. So they do. Like, they are by far the most unwelcoming, the worst. If somebody new from another fighting game says, you know, just a little friendly shit talk. Yeah, I think because the NRS community will say, and the worst thing is they talk all the shit in the world, but they cannot take it. I mean, people will say to me, oh, Tom, why do you get on them so hard? For example, when Injustice came out, they crapped on KDZ every minute of every day. Every waking moment was about what a clown KDZ was. Well, unfortunately, KDZ won Evo. And then KDZ says he was misquoted on the major skill gap. But I say, so what if he did? He ate shit for months and then won Evo and told you guys, hold that skill gap. Get him out. We don't want him here. He's not part of our community, right? PL won the first Evo. They called him a fraud, shit on him for taking a break. Comeback won the second Evo and they said, fuck him. You know, he's not one of us. Like, they are the biggest assholes on God's green earth, reside in the Mortal Kombat community. They will shit talk every game, every community, but cannot take it themselves. They will trash players, trash communities, but do not like it if that comes back for them. They are extremely hostile. In MK9, we were all kind of kumbaya for a while. And then when the corporate money came in and people saw opportunity, we got corporate shills, people kind of protecting their bottom line, which I get it. But at the same time, they have been so unwelcoming and so refusing to admit the problem. They just, again, you can't build a scene. If I say, see how Mike Hollow talks, what Tekken is, you can ask me. You can even ask Arslan Ash, who was around in Tekken 7. You can ask Nin. You can ask any of these OGs. They can tell you traditionally what Tekken is. And their description would match pretty much anyone who was around for those years, right? If you ask a Mortal Kombat player, what is Mortal Kombat? You'll get a different answer based on which game they're talking about. Because they're all so different.
I will say that in the UK, this is just for like the UK. The MK scene is very pleasant. We got a lot of nice players. We do. The majority of MK players in the UK are nice.
I like a
can't
lot of the
remember
UK. I like a lot of the UK players. It's
Wait,
not
MK. Sikander's not nice. What do you?
I like Sikander.
Okay, I get on with Sikander, and I've spoken to him in private. I've said this on stream before. I think he plays a bit of a character because when I speak to him in private,
he's entertaining. He has mastered that.
He comes across as like a pretty chilled out person, but I think he knows. I'm not saying that he's faking it either, but I think he does the WWE thing.
It's cool. I'm not saying he's a bad person, but you can't say a normal person watch your stream and go, "That's a wholesome young lad." That's not going to happen, right? Let's be honest.
Of course. Yeah. Sikander's streams would come across to somebody that's coming across it as that he might be a little bit unhinged, but
okay, that's all I'm saying.
Sikander, what I'm saying is that the MK guys, they tend to be nice people. Like whenever I've interacted with them, even when I've shot on the game, they've been really nice to me. Like I've never really had an issue with a Mortal Kombat player in the UK. Outside of the UK, in other parts of Europe, yeah, there are some massive dickheads that I've spoken to. But just my personal experience in the UK, because we were part of a really big group chat for MK for a while. Even Ketchup and Mustard and Foxy, they were all in there. I think Foxy's still in it, but I don't think the twins are. But we used to talk in there all the time. There was no beef. Even when I was like, "Oh, MK sucks, man. This game is rubbish." They were all cool. They were like, "Yeah, it's kind of silly, but whatever. We like it." It's not the same as the American scene. The American side sounds a lot more hostile.
Okay, yeah. Only person I know from UK, I think his name was Zorro. He was a bit unhinged. But that's the only. I mean,
you can't even. They're worse than having a conversation with any other community. If you say, "Hey, man, look at MK's numbers." I mean, is it possible that what people are saying are true, and they don't like the direction of Mortal Kombat? I mean, Vampire Savior is going to have more numbers than MK1 has ever pulled.
Vampire Savior was beating Tekken at one point as well. Just if we're just being fair.
The difference is the Tekken players don't say, "You know what? I bet airlines are charging us more money to fly because we play Tekken." I bet. I mean, literally, people that have to fly from overseas to America show up more than people in America that are one state away and can take a train there. And they'll say, "Oh, that's the money problem." They act like hotels, every excuse. Hotels must charge you more because you're a Mortal Kombat player. The airline knows you play Mortal Kombat, so they must charge you more money. The world has a conspiracy to keep Mortal Kombat down. Every excuse in the book, except for the real problem, which is no one truly loves Mortal Kombat. People love the idea of Mortal Kombat. Because Mortal Kombat in the new era doesn't have an identity. Mortal Kombat is MK9, MKX, MK11, MK1. But they're all so different. Neither of them are Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat has no identity. They failed to establish one. And your top content creators constantly will say, "That's a good thing. They've always done this. It's always been good." Has it been good? MK 1, 2, 3, 4. MK was in the toilet after that. You get it. There's evidence that you get if you don't establish some type of system that people can come back and recognize the game they've always loved in some way besides a spear and an ice ball, that the game will founder. It is there should be a tier called Ed Boon tier under almost 30 years to life, and that is where Mortal Kombat belongs.
No, because 30 years to life is criminal.
They are. Well, hold on now. Mortal Kombat communities have got some stuff. There's a girl in the Mortal Kombat community who got a very popular commentator benched for life by claiming that he said one thing or another to her or looked at her a certain way. It's a complete lie, fabricated. It's a completely fabricated. He was off commentary for life. Never came back. Will never come back. Meanwhile, she got commentary opportunities.
No, I know who you're talking about. I actually reached out to him I reached out to him for him to come
Right.
on here and speak about it.
Nobody said anything.
That's fucked
Nobody
up.
said anything at all. There is the MK community has so many cover-ups. So many cover-ups that I mean, there are some vile people in the MK community. There are so many cover-ups. There are, and the sad thing is, what hurts me about the community is there are players that I really like. Even look, people act like I hate ketchup and mustard because I called them out for shilling. They're shills. Don't be upset. You're shills. You do it to make a living. You got to do what you got to do. We get it. You literally did a legacy. Let me just say this about K&M really quick. I just want to weigh in on this. I saw a tweet they did in which they said, I'm so relieved to be on KI after being harassed at MK. People disagreed with you and you thought it was harassment. This is how fragile your Mortal Kombat community content creators are. They disagreed with, they said, hey man, we know by the numbers, there was input delay and it was noticeable. We know the console versions were shit. We know the Steam version wasn't very good. We know where all these problems, and you made one early access video. We were like, hey, you're wrong on this. And then instead of making more content exposing like more of the more issues, you chose the corporate route and say, no, I'm moving on to the next game and I'm going to do KI, yada, yada, yada. Like, I mean, it's not that, people, I dislike them. I like them very, very much. I have a lot of respect for them. But the Mortal Kombat community is gone now. I don't know that it will ever come back. I want you to understand this. We don't know that MK will ever be back. It may be another 7, 8, 9, 10 years, if it comes back again. Do you understand that your content creators allow things to get, because I truly believe if a lot of these things were built to the forefront, obviously Ed Boon can't control his budget, but if he was, I have to believe he's not an idiot in the business sense. If somebody truly let him know this is going to be disastrous, people are not happy, as opposed to their haters who just hate Mortal Kombat. You have their figurehead, Sonic Fox, who the leader of the community, the Diesel of the fighting game world, worst drawing champion in history. Under Sonic Fox's watch, Mortal Kombat ended. Like, under his leadership, ended. And in MK1, where are all these issues being brought up? All these problems? No, it's how hype it is and how fun this is. And it's so fun. It's so fun. Is he going to enter another one? No. Why? No money in it anymore. Then it wasn't fun. Like, and the people are so sheep that they believe this stuff. The MK community is so corrupt from the top down. It is so corrupt. And you've got good, legitimate players who love fighting games, who love Mortal Kombat, who love the scene, who want it to be good, who want to compete. Look, Foxy is one of the most entertaining personalities out there and a great player. But Mortal Kombat is pretty soon out of sight, out of mind. Look at Sikander, all these great players over here in the States. We got Online Kale making a name for himself. What is he going to do now? It's over. It's over. It's over. These very people killed Mortal Kombat.
Don't you
How
think
many
that
times?
Don't you think they'll
How many
pivot
times
to?
do we have to hear? We had to hear Mortal Kombat will never die. It will always come back. When?
Don't you think that
It's
Mortal
different
Kombat will be the
times.
next game after Injustice, or do you think that there'll be
I
there'll be
don't
other
know.
games?
It depends on Netflix. Do you not
Don't you think
understand?
the Mortal Kombat content creators will just pivot to Injustice though?
And then after Injustice, what do they have?
I'm assuming around that time there'll be talks of a new Mortal Kombat game. I mean, it's such a massive franchise that surely they're not just going to bench it forever.
I mean, it's going to Netflix. What are their plans for Mortal Kombat?
Well, I mean, because it hasn't happened yet, we can't say for certain what they're going to do.
My point is, it doesn't happen in a day. It might take time to sort all this out.
Yeah.
It might take time to sort all this out. So this is kind of, the MK community has just really done this to themselves. The cliche saying of a community is its own worst enemy. That is Mortal Kombat. And it's not that they're bad people. They're not. It's just that it's a community that needs guidance, and they don't know who to listen to. I mean, because when I was doing my videos about Legacy Collection, and I made a retort to this, how many people, Mike, in the comments were like, I don't know who to believe. Why are the scores so good? Why are all these other content creators who are the shills that we know of, the known suspects, why are they giving it great reviews? But then I come to Tom, and he's talking about X, Y, or Z. Why? And you have people who don't know this stuff. They're getting told the problem is you level up. You should like the game. You're just salty. You're this. MK has become an idea and no longer a game that people can identify with. If you love Mortal Kombat, why you love Mortal Kombat doesn't exist in the next game. Mortal Kombat has become an idea, but no longer like a game that people love. They love the idea of Mortal Kombat. They love the idea of Mortal Kombat being good. And they want Mortal Kombat to be good. But they can't describe what Mortal Kombat is. Because it's been diluted into this. No, now it's that. No, now it's this. It's a recipe for disaster that anyone with common sense could see this was going to happen. Anyone would. I am the only one that called this. Meteor hitting the Earth. Done. No more MK for a while. God knows what's going to happen. Oh, Tom, you idiot. I was right. Anyone can see this. The Mortal Kombat community, it needs a whole overhaul. It truly does. It truly does. So I hope Mortal Kombat comes back, but really Mortal Kombat is in the. How did this happen? Of all the games on this list, of all the communities, it's Mortal Kombat, the one that's in doubt. How did that juggernaut of a title get here? That's what happens when the people who make it don't get the right information.
Well, we'll see what happens in the next installment, I guess. But then, having said that, do you think if the content creators were being more honest with what they were saying, do you think it could have helped? Because last time we spoke to the developer, he was very adamant that they don't listen anyway.
It depends. As a developer, if you're there, they tend to tune you out.
Yeah.
But if they bring you in, you know what they say? What is it called? The law of effort, whatever. The more effort you put in, the more you're likely to care. When you bring in guest testers and give them the Hollywood treatment, you tend to, and Blood Count agreed with this, you value their opinion more so than the people you have there. The people they have there is kind of like, shut up and do your job. But when guest testers come in, they have a direct ear to Ed Boon. Whereas if you're a designer there and you step on somebody's head to go to Ed Boon, that's a problem, right? But if you're a guest tester, you have a direct line to Ed and kind of a leeway that other people don't. But when people are worried, I'm worried about my next opportunity. Hope they bring me back. Hope this, hope that. I hope I get the next game. Hey, all you content creators who wanted early access to the next Mortal Kombat game. Bad news. I'm not saying there won't ever be one, but MK is in doubt. Now, if Mortal Kombat was making, if MK1 was like, if the approval of MK1 was sky high, and MK11 was actually a good game, and instead of the game ending of fuck this, you fleeced me, you took my money, and you cheated me, and that bled into MK1, if things were different, MK1 would have probably sold 20 million copies. They would have been happy with the product, happy with the game, felt listened to, felt appreciated. People remember how a product or something makes you feel more than anything else. I just didn't feel very good with MK11 or MK1. if it was selling hand over fist and just kicking the shit out of Street Fighter and Tekken, any company would say, wow, this game selling 15, 20 million copies still, this is something that we can do. But
do you want to respond to this guy? He said that it's got 3,000 active players right now, but I see 1,594
how
on
the
Steam.
fuck do we let this guy say over and over while every single player says it's shit and nobody loves it? Okay, I want this guy to answer, why is the game out of Evo?
But where did you get 3,000 active players from?
Why is it out of Evo? Why? Why?
I'm just wondering where you got the numbers from. I'm looking at the
If you
Steam
love it
numbers.
so much, why are Mike Hollow has always said this. For people like you, why doesn't he shut the fuck up? You have the power to shut us up. If 3,000 of you showed up to Evo, we would say, hey, we were wrong. You shut us up. But the problem is, none of you show up anywhere, blame everything else but the game, ignore the obvious problem. You're not there because you don't like the game, and then claim it's the hottest thing out there that everybody's playing. And there's no evidence to support that. You throw 3,000 people online right now. Where? Show me the graph.
There's 1,500. I checked up on Steam, and you can't see PlayStation or Xbox numbers. So I'll show you the actual Steam player count, because people do this. They just say random things. So in the last 30 minutes, there's 1,594 on Steam. We can't see how many are on PlayStation or Xbox, so can't just make numbers up.
Imagine you're Ed Boon, and you're listening to this guy. Imagine this guy is Ketchup Mustard, or someone that works there, or Super, or not saying that Super does come down on the game, just he's kid gloves on it, Max is kid gloves on it, or one of these more established content creators, and they say, hey man, is it true that people feel this way? Nah, man. Hey, you know how many people are playing your game right now? Your game is still the hotness. And guess what? MK11 plus MK1 plus MKX, you had to combine 3 games to get 3,000.
That's crazy. If Tekken had 3,000 players, there would be an uproar on Twitter. And you combine 3 games to get 3,000. You know,
my point for me. I said, what is Mortal Kombat? You can't tell me what Mortal Kombat is, because you can tell me about the idea of Mortal Kombat. What he's proving is the idea of Mortal Kombat can get people, but Mortal Kombat itself and a singular game cannot. He said, well, if you take all the MK games ever made in the NRS era pretty much and combine them, yes, because if you combine all the Mortal Kombat community in reality is massive. It's not a small community. If you combine all the sub-communities, you get a massive community. It might be the second biggest only to Smash. However, because they love the idea of Mortal Kombat, not so much the newest MK game, because MK is so different. So there is no, this is Mortal Kombat. It's only an idea of what we hope Mortal Kombat will be. You have to combine the idea of Mortal Kombat, not singularly Mortal Kombat in general, a Mortal Kombat game specifically. So he's making my point in general.
All right, let's go on to, because I know you and C4 don't have much time. I'm just going to read out the super chats. We'll go on to DOA, and then we'll do the last 2 real quick and wrap it up. Joel, thank you for the $5. The Marvel 2 New York scene versus New York City versus Cali beef is the greatest FGC rivalry ever. Nothing comes close. Yeah, watching MVC2 on YouTube back in the day was some of the most fun I've had viewing fighting game. That and Dragon Ball Fighters, but there was less fun than Dragon Ball Fighters. 2022, thank you for the $5. Tekken is in limbo. I've never seen a community so against itself, yet so committed to dunking on other communities that actually know what they want. Do you know what? That's a good point. I was actually looking at this, and I think Tekken is in limbo. I think it is in limbo. I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I think they don't really know no one knows what's going on with Tekken right now. The community is at odds. We are attacking each other over everything. No one can agree. So I agree with you. It is in limbo right now. Joel, thank you for the $2. Yaya comparing Tifa to the Shonen Goat Kenshiro. Well, you see, the problem here is that Kenshiro does not have boobs. So it doesn't matter how cool he is, he's never going to stack up to Tifa. Literally. Duke of Nylon, thank you for the $2. Leave Jimmy 55 alone. No, man, these Jimmy 55s, get them out of my Tekken. Time to gatekeep a bit. OJ, thank you for the $2. I need Tom versus Tekken 8 and Joyce in a debate. Oh, I'd love to see Tom versus Mike ATO. That would be legendary.
Me versus who?
Mike ATO.
I'll slaughter him.
I know he's watching as well. Mike, if you heard that, love to.
I would love it. It would be fun. I would love it because I would. Namco Bandai, I'll do it for free. Bring me in. I'll fix Tekken right now.
I'll let Mike ATL know. Set that up for another time. Grey Manga Art, thank you for the $5. KOF 13 is the best KOF game in my opinion. I don't love the network on the new re-release version for PS5, though it's garbage. KOF 13 is the one with Ash, right?
It's the Sprite one. But yeah, I think 13 is the Sprite one. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that was. Yeah, it was very pretty looking game. And Wolf Spain, thank you for the $5. I'm confused. Didn't DOA pay dues, especially during DOA 4, where it was hated for its buffed hold system, and then the tournament and DOA 6 controversies? Well, I guess we're moving on to DOA now. So I guess Tom.
No, that's not why DOA was hated. DOA 4 was hated. No. So DOA has actually a pretty. Yeah.
I don't know if this would interest you, but this Mai Kuro guy that's been leaving comments for you in the chat, he's saying that he's willing to jump on and talk to you. How much time do you have?
Bring him on.
Mike would never back. Someone would never back down from a challenge. Never.
Can someone post the Discord link in the chat and then send me a message?
What I love, the reason why I like C4 and my column is they always have notes. So when we disagree, I have to bring notes and study up. My problem with NRS players is I don't even get to my notes because they're so stupid. All they do is come on and yell and say, "But Tom, you're you're negative, you're this," and I'm just like, I don't have to say anything. Just let them talk, and then it's like so obvious.
Yeah, we'll do DOA whilst we wait for him to show up because sometimes people say stuff and they don't show up.
They're actually not a bad community at all. The DOA community started, so they restarted. Originally in the arcade scene, their community was great. And when they restarted, the new community was quite humble. Loved their game, loved the DOA 3, loved the DOA 2U. And they really loved it. And they, they would travel for all those that could make it to a tournament would, even if it was like 5 people or 10 people, and nobody was talking about the numbers in the community. The FGC, they do what they do. Oh, look at you. But the DOA community was very together and they didn't worry about other fighting games. They worried about themselves and trying to grow. And they grew a little bit in 3. They grew a little bit more in 2U. In DOA 4 with online, and it was a new game on a new console. Windows 2U had online. It really began to explode. And everything began to change. And the community really started to really grow. And then we saw more and more tournaments happen. Tournaments that were, 5, 10, 15 people. Now all of a sudden we have 30 or 40. Other scenes were starting to take notice of DOA and DOA 4. And, it was getting traction on other sites. The game, of course, people would, Tekken players, some DOA players focus too much on what Tekken players said, but Tekken players hate every game that's not Tekken. And it's true, Mike. It's the truth. They hate every game, not Tekken.
I think Soul Calibur is the only one that gets a small pass.
Yeah, and they would always make fun of the defensive hold. That's kind of what they could never get past, the defensive hold. So the DOA community is paying its dues. It's get a chance at Evo. 60 65, 64, 70 people show up, whatever it was, which, from a game that started with 10 people, right? 5 people showing up. That's massive progress. It was a really good step. And then being the only fighter on the next gen console, it got what I like to call the killer of all fighting games at an early stage of their growing process. Money and opportunity. And this is what happened with DOA. There was the owner of Dead or Alive Central, along with his right-hand man, DOA Master, they started there was a champion, and I don't care, Swoozy will say it's differently, but he doesn't know for sure, he says, but if you follow the evidence, and I did a video on it that was very damning. I'm not going to put words in anyone's mouth, but using only Master's words, his own videos, the owner of DOA Central, Morris, his words, his posts, his videos, none of my words, to kind of piece it all together. Their tweets, etc. So you had money coming in what's called the Championship Gaming Invitational. Now, no one knew about this till the invitation was already set, where they were giving away $10,000 free. And of course, Master, legitimately one of the best players in the world. But then in season 1, we're looking at the rest of the players and we're like, who? These people, most of these can't even get out of the round 1 of pools. Why are these people there? It was very, and then you see the owner of DOA Central there. Hold on.
Oh, has he got a phone call?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So you had the owner of DOA Central there, and it was very obvious. I mean, he's literally standing. I mean, they're like, oh, Swoozy tried to say everybody had their own general managers because it was preparation for teams. Yet none of the top players no top players besides Master were there, at least the first event. And you have the owner of DOA Central behind Master, standing like Virgil behind Teddy Biasi, counting money. It was very crooked. We all know what happened. It was all on the hush-hush, made to benefit one guy and one guy only. And it was the same way some dirty shit happened to PL and it was handled so wrong by the staff. But of course, PL, the biggest threat to this guy, was kind of vilified by the end of season 1. The end of CGI 2. And then there was the CGS League, in which they wanted DOA males and females, and then the female players were like, get fucked, guys, fuck you, life's not fair, counting my money. Just utter civil war, like stupidity. And you have other guys like, man, you're giving away $30,000, $40,000 just for being a player. And most of the top players can't even make it because you have to make spot for a female spot. And it's like, what's the point of having one just to have one? Like, is this about competitive play, getting the best players in the world? Or are we doing DEI before there was DEI? And that was also not handled properly. So DOA had a lot of corruption because so much money got entered into DOA and 1 or 2 guys had access to all the people that were giving the money out. So the players like Offbeat Ninja, Perfect Legend, Black Mamba, who worked very hard and would have earned that opportunity, they didn't see the results and the benefit that their hard work should have given them. And then when MK9 came out, a lot of them came to me and said, hey, Tom, you have a voice now. You've got to expose the truth, which I did. And I believe at that time, it was featured at the front page of SRK by Inkblot. And he said, this game will never appear at EVO again. And it never has. And DOA has fought to build its community back from that point, but it's never truly recovered. The community loved DOA 5. Loved it. I mean, I don't think you see more of a love fest between community and game than the DOA community and DOA 5. Yet because of who they have pulling the strings, the right-hand man to Team Ninja, the community manager in some aspects, DOA 6 came out. I mean, it's just a disaster. It wasn't received well. And DOA is kind of in limbo right now. Great community, just money, absolute power corrupts absolutely. and there were 2 or 3 people that had absolute power, and they got all the money and all the opportunity, and the scene never recovered. I will put the DOA scene. I think they're a great community. I would put
Yeah.
them in Love You Long Time because they're a great fighting game community. If you want to come to a game, I mean, Hoodless or whoever streams Emery Reigns, and you go in his streams and say, "Hey man, I want to learn DOA," they will move heaven and earth to teach you how to play the game, which is rare in a fighting game community, right? Where they will do that just to help you, who are a nobody, learn the game so that you can join the community. A Dead or Alive community, they have a great community.
All my interactions with the Dead or Alive community have been pleasant, and I don't know if this is fair to them, but the treatment of Maximilian, I think, on Twitter was a little bit extreme, and I don't know how many people. I don't want to lump everyone in together, but it seemed like a lot of people. Now it didn't seem. I couldn't tell if it was like the people that have like branched off into like the beach volleyball Dead or Alive or the dating thing, but a lot of them were angry at Max, and I thought that the reaction was a little bit over the top.
Yeah. I agree.
If it was me, I would say you've been mostly pleasant, because it has been mostly pleasant.
Okay, I can go there, but
I think
they're
I think
very good.
I think sometimes when people criticize DOA, some of the reactions
Yeah.
on Twitter is a little bit unhinged, and
A little over the top.
yeah, it's a little bit over the top. Now
Do we
the
have
guys
this guy here?
he's in here. Just quickly to round this off, I'm just gonna say SNK. I'm putting them up here because they have been in the trenches and
They put in their dues. Great community. Great community.
Never
Virtuefire,
complain. Just held it down.
nothing. Yeah, nothing negative.
They've held
to say
it down,
about these
man.
guys.
They've held it down. Yeah, no, yeah, I agree.
Nothing negative to say about either of them. The SNK community has been as pleasant as possible to me anytime I've interacted with them. Even when I decided not to play the game, they were like, "Oh, well, come back when you're ready." It wasn't like, "Well, fuck off then," which has happened with some other games. And Virtuefire is the same. Like, they've been really, really nice to me. I haven't seen any controversies from them.
From commentating SNK, and I knew a couple of people back in the day when like Heart of Gaming was open, like 10 Rye. I always think of SNK as the model students of the FGC. If I had to say like I was part of the FGC, I would show them the SNK crowd. That's the only crowd I'd show them.
Yeah, definitely. All right,
good
well, let's. Mike, can you hear us?
Yeah. Am I on? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Oh my God, I've wanted to talk to Ray Romano specifically for so long now. This is my birthday right now. Okay, so a couple things real quick. I want to say MKX, MK11, MK1 all bundled into one player base for me because that is NRS games. We don't include MK9 because who has access to MK9 unless you're using mods or whatever, and all that whatnot. So the thing is, you can look up. I look at bundles of communities. Like let's say like the Tekken community. I love Tekken Tag 2, right? So by Tom's logic, it's the idea of Mortal Kombat and it's all this stuff. Like I think your idea of Mortal Kombat is not the same as like how Tekken 6, Tekken 7, Tekken 8 players play their games versus Tekken Tag players play their games. It's all one Tekken community, but there's subdivisions of this stuff, right? So like your subdivision, Tom, that you love is Mortal Kombat. As we knew it as a kid, as we booted up Deadly Alliance and had that fucking badass intro sound, and we were all like, hell yeah, this is my vibe, this is my thing. And that's cool. I'm with you. That was my childhood. That was my shit. But nowadays, honestly, I align way more with Mike. Way more with these weeaboo anime fighters and stuff that we like. And also I align with NRS games. I love NRS games. I got like 6,000 hours in MKX, MK11, and MK1 because I love NRS games. I cannot go back anymore to old Deadly Alliance games and whatnot. But my thing is like I have always been so confused as to why you don't just sit back and go, these aren't my games. I can understand your upsetness in saying shit.
Which
Mortal
ones
Kombat,
in particular are at my games?
NRS games. I do not believe NRS games are for you. I don't think the team is for you. They don't make games for you. But they make games for 3,000 people that are playing right now. Like I said, but like I said earlier, 3,000 people are enjoying an NRS game right now. I didn't even include, Injustice and all them. But There's just people out here
So
like
you think the pre-NRS era was more for me, and this era is just kind of not for me.
exactly. I think you
Okay.
got it, Tom.
Let me ask you some questions then. Let me ask you some questions.
Sure.
During Injustice, during MKX, they did kind of this tribute to Mortal Kombat where they had Mr. Aquaman, a bunch of people list their most influential Mortal Kombat people. Do you know one name that was on every list? The only name that was on every list.
You lost me. What name was that?
This is an MKX. It would be me. People talked constantly about how, man, watching Tom play MK9 really got me into it. Tom's streams, Tom's living guide in MK9, I got it. It really helped me learn the game, etc. So I seem to be pretty influential for someone whose games aren't for me. Also, MK9, I was a top player. MKX, I was a top player. And MK11, even though it's still a regional, only 90 people, I think 81 people, my mistake, I don't want to be misquoted on the number. I was still top 8 at that regional in MK11 in 2019. So clearly these games are for me to some extent, because why am I traveling and competing for them? Why am I making videos and guides and so passionately about them? In fact, I would argue I'm the only one who knows all of Mortal Kombat, because I'm the only one that I don't want to get into it. If I was the top player, we'll say I was good at 1, good at 2, good at 3, the guy in the arcade era at 4, the guy in Deadly Alliance, the first person to be the guy in Deception, although I quit after a few months, but I was still good at it. I know how Armageddon is, didn't play it all that much. I know DC, obviously, very good. 9, X, 11. I'm the only one that could give you a comprehensive breakdown in detail of every Mortal Kombat game to ever exist. And no one but me can do this. So if it's not for me, who is it for?
But again, you're talking about every Mortal Kombat game ever made. Of course, you're very knowledgeable about the stuff you've been in forever. Plus, I've been there. I've been watching you like commentating in MK9 and MK10 and all them, and also I saw some of your games and stuff back in the day. I saw the name Tom Brady and always thought like.
But why do you think the NRS games aren't for me? Is what I'm asking.
Because it's been proven. You've seen that most of NRS's lifetime, MK Tom Brady goes yappity yap yap. I fucking hate this game. And then, but back in MK9, you were like, okay, this MK's back. We're 2D, just like everyone said. We're back. We're revitalizing the game, and you were with it, right? But as soon as we started going towards the later end of MK10, people started complaining a little bit more. Some patches.
Well, I didn't. There was none of that in MKX.
Yeah,
I was playing MKX.
That's fine.
So you mean me and more in MK11 and MK1?
The lifespan of NRS games and what they have done since MK9 to today, I think has been unfavorable to you. Is that wrong?
Well, let's look at some of the things I did yappity yap yap about, and let me know if this is wrong. The block infinites that were in MKX, was that yappity yap yap, or is that something to be concerning?
Now that's something concerning, and I know what you're gonna say. Well, I yappity yap.
Hold on. Let's just see what else. The things people complained about, like you have overhead launchers that don't hit overhead. They hit overhead, I mean, but an overhead launcher is designed to hit you and launch you if you are crouching. That's why it's an overhead launcher in a game like MKX. But because you were crouching, MK had this weird thing where it's launching somebody with an overhead launcher while they were in crouch, launched them significantly lower. And because the females got launched even lower than men, most characters couldn't even do their B&Bs by doing an overhead launcher on a crouching female.
I am with you. The amount of times I dropped some motherfucking combos because Sonya is somehow just a little weensy little shoulders she's got.
So what I'm asking you is, what did I yappity yap yap about that was the problem that everybody talked about, and I used my platform to bring light to it.
Here's the thing. I know you're really upset. I said yappity yap. I apologize. That was probably
no. I mean, I'm just asking you. I don't care what you said. I'm just asking you what in specific was a yappity yap yap, because there's something different in an issue.
I'll give you an example. So MK11, your main thing was like, okay, well this deviated way too far from MKX. We're real slow now. And MK1, oh my god, the biggest complaint you had about MK1 was, you can probably tell me, was something like half baked, right? I ever since launch I've been watching you guys because
no, that was not my biggest complaint with MK1.
Okay, but it was something that was brought up quite often, right? Half baked and all that.
Nope. The bakedness was not my problem with it.
Okay.
Per se.
All right then. But still, yeah. The point I'm trying to make, and you can say like, oh, I was trying to feed in my comments so that they would fix them, because as if they ever listen, as if most game developers ever listen. There's still, like problems that even 2xKO patch notes just came out. Everyone's like, what the hell? Why didn't you fix this bug and that bug and that bug? Why are you talking about these fixes? It's a
So let
common
me
thing.
give you. So again, this is how I know that people just listen to the idea of what they think I'm saying, because it's Tom, it's not for him, he's yapping, and you don't get the substance. In MK11, my point of MK11 was, by their own admission, the game which was supposed to be launched. So first, my first problem was people that were complaining about the little predatory trick they pulled in the beginning. You see, in MKX, they gave you an all on lock. What the all on lock did was show people, we can put a microtransaction and people will buy it. But see, that saves you a lot of time, and nobody complained about paying that. So in Injustice 1, then they went a little further. They said, we'll sell you source crystals, which allow you to purchase any particular skin. So if you don't want to unlock all the customizations, you can just buy a set amount of these and only purchase the ones you want, dress your character up however you want, play. Also, because Gear did certain things in like casual modes where they experiment with that as well. And they said, okay, and we'll do that. And then MK11 comes out. And if you don't remember, the minute you hit start, the first second you put in day one MK11, it takes you to a screen that says, buy these time crystals. Now, somebody didn't fool everybody, but somebody in corporate somewhere had to have said, it's a natural assumption we're going to get the sheep on this one. There was an all unlock in MKX, and there was buying these source crystals to buy what you want. It will be assumed you can use this currency to unlock things to save times, like a Shang Tsung's Island stuff, like skins, so on and so forth. So people buy the bundle day one, and I know this because they came to me about it, and then they go to look at all the skins, and you can't use that currency on any of those skins as you go through your character. You also can't use that currency to unlock any part of Shang Tsung's Island. You can only use it in the daily rotating store where there's promo because the item leaves, and then the item you're looking for may take 6 months to appear, and you're just holding onto this currency, and you're like, they fleeced me for my $40 or whatever it is you spent. That was problem one. Problem two was, by the developer's own admittance, it was going to be a custom variation game. That was their big thing. And I've always said, it's not going to work. There's going to be a problem. They're not going to get it right. I was the first one to say I would not be surprised if they announced that they're not going to go with customs because they're trying another gimmicky version. It's not going to be ready. Too much of their gimmicky mechanics that are untested.
See,
and they announced.
I think we just disagree on everything. I thought I know the variation system's back and forth. I thought it was the best part about MK11. That shit almost saved it. That shit was getting boring. It's a slow as shit game. We've seen the same combo a billion times. Variation system spice things up. Also, I want to say real quick, Ninja Turtles $80. Also, I just spent $120 for one skin in 2xKO. Happy as shit about it. My Jinx is looking fancy. You got that arcane Jinx. This shit's hype.
I don't care so much about.
Whoa. Okay, wait, hold on. Stop. How much did you say you spent on a skin?
I'm sure he's even not tell you this.
No, I spent $120 on that shit, but she looked good though. Anyway,
wait, hold on.
You get a bunch of stuff. You get a bunch of stuff.
I need to. What comes with $120?
I only wanted the one skin, bro. You already know. No, it comes with like credits.
Yeah, but in general, hold on, because I don't have much longer.
Let me address. That skin is $120. You know how much I spent for all my favorite skins in MK1? I got a pack for that shit.
But I'm not talking about people's preference. If you want to, I'm not telling you how to.
You're talking about greed, and you'll go from talking about the problem is that they don't listen to the community, and then the problem is greed, but then you get really upset, and then we get worked up enough. You say, no, the game is shit, and everybody who plays it's a big doo-doo dumbhead. And then, but the real problem comes from the fact that everybody loves this game.
Because it's not hard to tackle these points. So let's go on MK11. MK11 had a custom variation system. By their own admittance, the custom variation system was not ready. So they said, we're going to give you 2 variations to start. So the we know it's not ready. Now, it was available in casual only but not
All of
available.
MK1 wasn't ready. And guess what? They worked on it. They eventually got it to a point where most people say that shit's pretty fun.
You know, I sat here with your
Most
yappity
people.
yap and stupid doo-doo head. I need you to let me answer this.
Look, I actually have to go. I have to pick up my lady from work. But my point is, let's just if you got problems with greed, we should talk about the whole industry as a whole because there's a lot of.
Well, let me ask you this then. If
Yeah, what's
so many people love MK1 and yappity yap, why did Chaos Reigns bomb so badly that funding was pulled?
I'm gonna be real with you.
Hmm?
Now we shouldn't have attacked the writers as hard as we did. That shit was
God.
ass.
Because
I will. If you
Oh
want to say
my.
the
So
shit was
because
ass,
whoa. I need you to answer the question. Why, if they love it and it's not for me, why did all these people you claim it's for not buy Chaos Reigns and let the game tank?
okay, but and you can say like, why did nobody buy the Ninja Turtles in Street Fighter? It's you can come up with all these comparisons.
I'm
Everything's doing this.
people that don't have a good
That's
point.
not failing.
They were twice the price of Chaos
whoa.
Reigns.
Oh, people that don't have a point
Yes.
oftentimes move goalposts or change subjects. I would like you
Yep.
to answer
You
my
went
question.
from talking about the issues with the games to greed.
No. I just said one of the problems. I didn't say that was the main problem.
Okay. Well,
And
fair
about
enough.
the variation system, the variation system was absolutely terrible.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
It was absolutely terrible because the problem is with the variation system, it was very incomplete. It was an unfinished game. The slotting was wrong. So maybe you don't understand how games are made because you're just too much talking to stupid doo-doo heads.
I'm a game developer.
But what happened is the reason why the custom variation system was not ready is because to get the game out, once they had made the decision that we are not going to use a custom variation system, they just needed to get some of these moves in the game and functioning, and then they could always go back and tweak them later before they do a custom variation system. What you don't realize is
and NRS sucks ass for releasing games unfinished, bro. I'm so with it.
But the variation system wasn't even good. Can you explain to me why, as a Melina player, you would love MK11 if 2 of your 3 slots were spent to give her a low psi and to do a telekick?
Bro, I can tell you right now.
Roll. Like I think it was ball roll. Like these are normal or air psi. I mean, so to have a low psi and then an air psi, I must spend 2 of my 3 custom slots just to get moves that should be basic.
And I'm with you. We could have worked.
Can you explain to me why, in a custom variation system, you have characters like Displacer Raiden, where people were using his people were using his variation. Hold on.
This is the problem with Melina. You know, this is the one issue you can name. I can name 4 variations. I love playing with Devora.
Let me ask you a question. But why was in a custom variation system was Displacer Raiden a preset variation picked instead of custom variations?
Why was Raiden having a completely useless move in MK1 for forever? That's just NRS.
No, hold on. I'm giving you an example. Let me explain why, because I'll go through every fucking goddamn character and bury you on this one. You are out of your depth, brother. You are out of your depth. I don't know,
6,000 hours. I've played quite a bit.
Well, maybe you're wrong, and maybe it's not for you.
Maybe you're wrong, Tom.
So another flaw, the Displacer Raiden problem. Okay. So the problem is Displacer Raiden had a 1-bar launcher, right? And a Storm Cell, I believe it was, right? It was like 1 bar. However they worked it out, he could have Storm Cell and Teleport, right? He could have them both. Now, to use his launcher in his second variation, like for example, if you were to use his low staff, it doesn't turn into a launcher unless he has the charge. But instead of completing the variation system and making the charge default, they kept him out as a customizable move, which means to gain a launcher using his other launching move, like his low staff, he needs to equip 2 slots for that launcher, which doesn't allow him to equip other moves, such as teleport, such as other moves. In order for him to use Joe Push, which was already a garbage move, and 2 slots.
And Tom, that's my
point. Hold on.
Joe Push. It's a terrible move. Why would you ever get rid of that over Storm Cell? And the reason, you're not going to like hearing this, the reason why the game is not an Evo, why this is, dude, the amount of times I fight a Raiden online in MK11 is 1 in 3 times I see them using Joe Push. Why?
You're missing my
Because
point.
this
I
shit
can
is
apply
silly.
this to every
Fun.
character.
The game's
I
fun,
can
bro.
apply this to every. Pick a character, brother. Give me a character.
Katana. Let's go with Katana.
Katana. Oh man, you should have picked any character. But
Bro, she's got 10 fun variations. She's got the fan fucking what do you call
so
it?
Katana.
The actual
Why?
move.
No. Katana. So Katana by default has the ability to do her square wave in the air by default. However, to do a move she already can do airborne,
On the
to
ground
then
is
be
not
able
possible
to
unless you equip it. Yup.
hold on to be able to do that move grounded takes a
Why
slot.
is this making the game shit? I don't
Because
get it.
then you have characters like Cetrion
Then you have characters
who
or
can do her
players that
Hell's
use the same
Wrath
character and play it
airborne
differently
or
than the other.
grounded without equipping a slot. There is so much to the variation system they needed to do that they did not do. Do you understand that?
Competitively, they should have done things. Of
Katana's
course,
teleport.
it's a casual
Katana's
game, bro.
teleport is so
That's
bad.
NRS games.
Katana's teleport is so bad. Why is it a 2-slot move? Why don't they adjust the move to make it powerful enough to be a 2-slot move, or make it a 1-slot move?
Tom, you're not gonna believe this. In MK1, they fixed that shit. You don't even have to equip it on a thing or whatever. You should play that game. It's kind of fun. Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta go pick up my
We're
lady.
talking about MK11, then you go to MK1.
I'm just saying, if you don't like that, you can go into the
this
iteration.
guy
They're all
has
iteration.
no clue what he's
Wait,
talking
Tom,
about.
before he goes, Michael, I have one question for you.
What's up, Mike?
Are you just like a casual player? You just like mess about on these games?
No, I play competitively. I go to events, my local events and whatnot. And if MK's there, you know, it might not be, but I understand that playing the game competitively, especially a game like MK11, it's slow. There's a lot of RNG. Fuck Kodokan players, they can all fucking. I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I'm saying. But
all right, so let me ask you. I know you need to go. Let's just round this up. If you've you're on this channel, you know that the people that are hosting this channel, like C4, Tom Brady, they're competitive players or they have a competitive mindset.
I get.
So why you don't get it though? Because why are you flaming? Why are you flaming them in the chat when you know that we're talking from a certain lens?
Look,
I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering. There's no lens when you simply just say the game is shit. People who are playing it are shit. That has been Tom saying.
That is.
Show me a video where for 4 hours.
I will absolutely, dude. If once I have time,
are you telling me?
Oh
well, are you telling me that my videos are me just saying the game is shit, people that play it are shit, and I don't have any examples? Hold on. Or are there videos with me showing examples and in great detail explaining the issues of the game and some solutions?
I mean, I could spend hours of my day going through VODs
You're
and shit,
lying.
and honestly couldn't have trouble finding it.
You're lying, Michael. Stop lying.
Okay, well, listen. And next time you talk about MK, invite me on. I love to be on. I got
let
my
me
notes
ask you,
ready. Like Tom
you
said.
love MK, right? You love MK. You love MK, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And if there's a tournament near you, you're gonna go to it, right?
Most likely, if I got time.
But there won't be, because there were problems with the game.
Hold on. Say that,
Hold on. Because hold on. There won't be because of people like there won't be because of people like you that say just shut up and enjoy it. Stop being a stupid doo-doo head. And what happened is what happened is there aren't enough people that enjoy it, so it's gone.
Because
there aren't enough people that enjoy it now.
I know. Thank you so much, guys, for having me. This was
so now. As much as you would love to show up and play the other stupid doo-doo heads, they're not there because the game's not there. So you got what you asked for. You got what you asked for.
All right,
now
guys,
it's over. And you got nothing to play.
Now
you got nothing to play.
So
because you have nothing to play, you have to spend $120 so you can play 2xKO and get your character on.
Mike, I wish you the best. I hope one day that we can have what do you call it, like kind of like a retro game community day where we get on and play what the fuck was that game called? I put like 300 hours in that game. What the fuck? Anime Swiftmaster was my main
DNF Duel.
DNF Duel. Oh my god, we should bring that back, bro. I'm just saying.
You like playing dead games, don't you?
It's a shit game. No, I'm just saying we can bring back dead games. Dead game Mondays, bro. I'm just saying. Anyway, I love you guys.
Yeah. And actually, chat, before I leave, I love Mortal Kombat. The problem is I didn't want to see it get here. And it's like me saying for years, this is where we're going to end up. This is where we're going to end up. This is where we're going to end up. And then we get here and I'm like, well, now there's nothing to fix. The game is done. I don't know when there'll be another one. So since you guys spent years taking the piss out of me, I got a few years to return the favor. The difference is I get to be honest and take the piss out of you. You guys were just making shit up out of nowhere. So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is the consequence. When you don't say anything, or when the people that have the power kind of try to silence you, or the people that have the ear of Ed Boon don't let him know, hey, this is the truth, this is the issue, and they sugarcoat it. Without that information to make the necessary corrections, you keep making the same mistakes, and eventually people get tired of it. And now the most powerful juggernaut in the history of fighting games is gone, and their future is uncertain. This is the greatest fall in the history of fighting games, is Mortal Kombat.
Sadly. Well, I think having my Kura on just once again reinforced the point that the people that come at Tom, they just don't know what they're on about half the time. Most of that was just incoherent babble. It sounded like someone had escaped from Arkham Asylum. No offense to him, but that was a tough watch.
He was entertaining though.
Yeah. All right, thanks for having me on, Mike. Appreciate it, brother.
Take care, bro.
Bye.
Take it easy, Tom.
C4, I know that like when we were talking, Tom was moving quick, and I know you didn't get to say what you wanted to say about Tekken. I could see that you wanted to say something, so I want to give you some time to talk on the Tekken community.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Yaya was going in the right direction. He got Tom Brady though. Tom Brady jumped him and he couldn't defend himself. I think he was on the right path. There's something about Tekken players where they talk with a lot of authority from Tekken, which is fine, but then they try to translate that to other games, and most of you can't do it. Finn can do it. Finn's pretty good, but Finn plays other games. Tekken players, and I think you agreed with this when you were saying about, Tekken players just don't want things coming into their house. They don't want all these anime type of mechanics. It's like, cool, but then you stay in your little bubble and don't talk about fighting games, because what you're talking about is Tekken. You're not talking about fighting games anymore, because you don't want fighting game stuff in your game. You want Tekken in your game.
Are you talking about me, or are you talking about the community in general?
The community in general, yeah, not specifically you.
Yeah, because I play other fighting games, but when I'm having a discussion about other fighting games, I understand that Tekken is in its own bubble. So typically when I do like a Tekken talk, you're the only person that doesn't play Tekken that I invite on. But other than that, I don't invite other people on, because it's like they won't get it. And then we'll be sitting here talking, and they'll just be saying, yeah, but that exists in other games, and we'll just be going in circles. So that's why I don't do Tekken talks with loads of different communities. But no, I agree with you. Most Tekken players, they don't deviate. Like Blackheart's a prime example. He said that I'm not a gamer. I don't play games. I just play Tekken. I don't want to play anything else. And he'd rather suffer on Tekken 8 than not play Tekken at all.
That's concerning, though. It's like
it is concerning.
Tekken has him in the chokehold. That's not a good thing.
That's the thing, is the game it demands so much from you. Like the learning curve in Tekken is ridiculous. I know that like things have been streamlined a little bit more in Tekken 8, but it's still a difficult game. But it's difficult for different reasons now. But it demands so much that like when you've gained all this knowledge on this game, I understand it, because even though I put the game down, it's so difficult to stay on top in Tekken and be consistent because of how much is in the game and how quickly it moves. That a lot of people like, I've invested hours into this. If I just stop playing now, I'm gonna hit a wall and it's gonna go away. So I think with like 2D fights, I can go back to Street Fighter 6 and feel comfortable within like 2 minutes. I'll feel fine. I'll be like, oh, it's all come back to me. There's only like 6 moves in this character's moveset. I'll work out the nooks and crannies in the first or second match. If you leave Tekken for a year, well, that's irreparable damage for a lot of people, which is a good and bad thing about the game. I think it's something that Tekken players love, and it's kind of like that One Piece effect where there's so many episodes. It's like I'm not watching this. It's just too much going on.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like speaking to like Finn and Chad, there's a lot of there's a lot of honor in being good in Tekken because it's something that you don't just get and then like walk away from and come back. It's not like riding a bike to at a certain level. Like you have to keep riding that bike to maintain the momentum and be good at a game. I appreciate that. That's pretty cool. But I think what I figured out, like I've learned my lesson as well. Like I used to come in and go like, you guys are weird. You don't know how fighting games work. Because this isn't really that deep. Like you said, I would come to Tekken and go, but these mechanics are everywhere else, and not get the argument that you don't care that it's in other games. You care that it's in Tekken. I've got that now. I think I don't make those kind of comments anymore. The only time I do is when you compare something with Tekken to other games. And you was like, I think you said, when we talk about Tekken, something like the shop, or if you were talking like pay-per-view stuff, you would say, well, we can compare Tekken to other fighting games then. And I'll be like, well, you can't. Not really, because if it's apples to pears for your mechanics, it's apples to pears for your product. Your product is Tekken. So if Street Fighter does something with, I don't know, like survival mode, something like that, right? And you go, well, Tekken should have survival mode, or Tekken should have more modes like Street Fighter. If all the Street Fighter people came with your energy and went, yeah, but you're Tekken, you do your own thing, right? You're not a fighting game. Does that not make sense?
I understand where you're coming from. I completely get it.
Right.
I think the big issue here is that, like, is this the first time you've heard of the Tekken community behaving like this?
When I started coming on your thing, that was the first proper interaction with more than like 2 or 3 Tekken people at once. So
before that, you'd never like really interacted with Tekken players or seen them at tournaments behaving like this or saying these sort of things.
No, I don't think I ever met a person who only plays Tekken. That was the difference. So like Bulletproof plays Tekken, Zakuta used to play Tekken, Tenrai used to play Tekken, all the London lot. And so they would give me information, but I knew them from Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
But coming here, like I never would have met someone like Blackheart. Because I never just spoke to someone who only plays Tekken or predominantly Tekken.
Do you know, I think the issue is that for a long time, it has just been that we've existed in this little bubble over here, and the bubble's popped now, and everybody's watching what's happening and thinking that everybody in Tekken is just whiny. And I understand the sentiment, but it's because we were over here, and now we're kind of like over here. When you guys can now see us, and there's things that you now recognize in Tekken, and you're seeing that we don't like it, and you're like, but that's a fighting game thing. And it's too long to explain. It doesn't even make any sense unless you play Tekken. That it just looks like a bunch of whiny children. But just remember, this is the 10th Tekken game? The 7 and 2 this is the 10th. Yeah, this is the 10th mainline Tekken game. 10 games in, and the bubble's popped now. So you got 10 games of legacy where you've existed in this little bubble over here, Otherworld, basically. And we've been pushed over here to West City. And you guys are looking at us like, what's the problem? And we're just like, we can't explain it to you. You're not going to understand. It doesn't matter how much logic and all your logic is sound, but everything else, not Tekken.
I get the outrage. I was talking to Jammers about it like 2 weeks ago. They were talking about basically like Tekken on Twitter. And I was like, to be fair, it's easy for you Street Fighter guys to say it because you get collections. You can easily play the version of Street Fighter that you like. Tekken players can't. So I didn't have that perspective before coming in here. I've got that perspective. So I get the kind of crash outs. I do get the crash outs. But I can still say the crash out is a crash out and that you guys are crazy. And it could be remedied by playing a different game. Maybe not with everyone.
That's what I've done. I play different games. Like I spend a lot of time playing Bleach, or I'll play Yakuza, or I have been considering turning Virtua Fighter back on and DOA. But when season 3 comes out, I'm gonna be on Tekken because obviously I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1. So if a new season comes, I'm gonna check it out. I'm not completely checked out. Like there's some players from the UK, like Cobra Commander, they're gone. He said I'm never coming back, and he's gone. But he went in Tekken 7, to be fair. As soon as he saw Rage Arts, he was like, I'm out. That's it. He was like, that. No way am I dealing with super moves. But that's what I'm talking about. Like Tekken players, the bubble started popping in Tekken 7 because we had a bunch of 2D characters come in. And I'm sure you heard how they reacted when Geese and Akuma were jumping over people. They were like,
I was there.
We jump over each other for really specific setups. But as just a norm in the Tekken game, jumping and attacking, that's not a thing. So when they came in, they were like, keep your 2D stuff over there. We don't want it.
I went to one of the golden letters and I was talking to Sam the Ding. And I was just like, bro, obviously this is in my Tekken naivety. I was just like, why don't you just anti-air when Akuma demon flips at you? Like everyone else is anti-aism in every other game. Is like, bro, you know, Tekken hasn't got anti. I was like, first my face said your game's shit, but I was like, what do you mean you haven't got anti-airs? Like, yeah, we just don't have anti-airs. We can jab it, or certain characters can jab it at certain heights. We don't really have invincible moves in Tekken. We don't have moves that aim up, like bar 1 or 2, like Steve's, I think it's Billy Club. So it used to be frustrating when people are like, oh, you don't play Tekken, you don't know. I do know enough. I know enough to compare Tekken to other fighting games. But if you guys don't want me to do that, that's fine. But like I was saying, there's some things that you can compare Tekken to. But once you compare it to another fighting game, the question is, why you compare it to another fighting game then? If Tekken's not a fighting game, why compare it to another fighting game? But
the only time you do that, where I think you're being a little bit disingenuous, is when we're talking about like the infrastructure, like how ranked works, or how what game modes we want in the game. Because that you can do that crossover for any fighting game. Any fighting game can have like a team battle or survival mode, or like an open world mode like Street Fighter. But in one of the podcasts, you were like, "Well, that's not Tekken, so why are you bringing it up?" And I was like, "Yeah, but when we say that, we're talking about the gameplay. Everything else, like if they want to do a world tour mode for Tekken, I don't think anyone's going to have a massive problem with that. We had Tekken Force, which is just a more streamlined version. And if they wanted to take beats from like Virtua Fighter's got a league mode in its lobby, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But that's as far as it extends. Infrastructure and game modes would be like, oh, they've got that, we want it as well. But gameplay, it's very much, we don't want that. We don't want anti-airs, we don't want 2D characters, don't want fireballs, we don't want whatever other nonsense they plan on adding into the game. And so that's why you're getting all of this bitching now. If they remove all that stuff and they take us back to better days, it will go. Now you'll still hear the bitching, because now we've got a split in the community. We've got the new players, we've got the old players, and the new players will get pissed off if they go down the old route. So now that there's going to be a problem either way. Now they need to pick a lane. So season 3, I don't know, man. I always try to hold out hope, but Harada's not there anymore. And I'm wondering, was Harada the one that lost touch and started adding in stupid shit? Probably not. It was probably other people like Nakatsu and Murray and those guys that had these ideas. And now that Harada's not there, Tekken might be for you. Tekken might be for 2D players. Yeah, it might be for 2D players. They might add in anti-airs. They might add in invincible moves, a second super bar. It might be over for us.
I was going to say something, but I'll go with this first. I low-key hope it does fail, because I feel so many Tekken players that have cabin fever and they need to get out, bro. They just need to go touch some more virtual grass. I think when you play a game for too long, your mind gets warped. And I've had this in versus games. I've played a load of versus games, and my mind's warped when I went to like Grand Blue and I couldn't air block. Because in every other like anime game, I can air block. I think Tekken has warped so many people's minds, and I'm feeling more like this talking to Finn, because Finn will tell me I've been playing cross Tekken with Finn, and the stuff he's saying about Tekken players and how like you and him and other people that actually play other games are the exception, it's wild, and I feel sorry for you. So I low-key hope that it fails, so you guys can go to, you know, you can look over the fence and go, oh, the grass might be green over there. Because at the moment, you're looking at tarmac and going, oh, this is nice and soft. And you just don't know any better. I pray for you. I pray for all you guys.
What did Finn say about us?
Not you. You're good. You wasn't in there. He was talking about execution. He was saying, like, most Tekken players don't have execution. They can do misstep, but they wouldn't be able to do anything else.
Yeah, it's not really a part of Tekken.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, you play a game with no execution. I feel sorry for you. Not you. I mean, obviously, the common folk, the kinfolk of Tekken. Yeah. Like, you don't know. You've never tried KOF. Like, just try KOF. try a combo and then go like, this is cool. But you'll never do that. You will just do a sequence of buttons over and over and over again. And then the Kaz players will do misstep. And when I played Cross Tekken, Finn didn't do a non-perfect electric against me. In Cross Tekken, he always hit like, and I was like, oh, I guess you're doing that just because Tekken players are used to doing this input. It's like, no, Tekken players can't do this. Most Tekken players can't do it. He didn't say this, but he's like, I'm just different. I'm built different. Like, I can do it. But he couldn't do standard, like, cool circle stuff.
Oh,
with delays. Well, he could do it, but he had troubles of doing, like, cool circle forward, delay into another button. Because it's like Tekken, you just do things at the same speed. There's no delays most of the time.
Yeah, the difficulty in Tekken doesn't come from combos. It comes from everything else. Like, just the sheer scope of the game is what makes it difficult. I guess you have to have like decent execution, or at least you had to do Korean backdash. That was the one thing that you would have to be somewhat decent at. But yeah, 2D fighters definitely have Tekken beat in terms of execution. But if there was like an execution, I mean, there's some characters that require execution. Like the Mishimas are mainly the characters, and historically Brian.
What's it? Taunt Jet Upper?
Yeah, the taunt stuff. Yeah. There's a couple characters, but mostly, yeah, anyone can pick up a Tekken character and have a great time with them. But the difficulty comes when you like leave the beginner stage and go into intermediate, and you're like, oh, this guy knows how to use like 70% of his moveset. I don't know what's coming, and I don't know how to navigate the stage. I don't know which counter to use when. Don't know when to low parry. There's so many like things you have to consider that although we don't have execution, we have a bunch of other things that other fighting games just don't have. They wouldn't have to deal with that scope.
Yeah, that's cool. I just don't need to be lonely because playing Tekken doesn't have transferable skills. Like,
oh no, it does. It 100% does.
It's not a fighting game. Would you transfer it to?
Other 3D fighters, you can definitely transfer like the movement or like just understanding that. Like if I went from Tekken to DOA, and I picked up DOA very, very quickly, and I attribute some of that to Tekken because even though they're not the same, the scope of DOA didn't. Like playing DOA is difficult when you play someone that's really good because they know when to hold and counter and all that shit, and it feels like you can't hit them. But actually, just learning the character, there was so much less to learn, and it was like I think it's P and K and guard.
Yeah.
So like learning other 3D fighters didn't seem as daunting to me. Like when I went and learned Go in Virtua Fighter, it didn't seem that daunting to me. He was more difficult to play because Virtua Fighter does have execution, but I think it's like taking in all the information. There's so much information in Tekken to take in that when you go to another game, you don't feel as overwhelmed. But then I'm not sure if my skills on like Street Fighter or what helped me transfer to other, because I still play Street Fighter every now and then with a couple of friends. We play Third Strike. I don't know if that helped me play other fighting games and not Tekken. I'm not too sure.
It's one of those things. I guess it's what came first, chicken or the egg sort of thing, where you don't know what helped with the other game. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, it would be cool. Like that's why I've been watching Finn a lot, and I used to watch Chad because Chad was playing. Was it Virtua Fighter or DOA?
He played Virtua Fighter.
It must have been Virtua Fighter, and he was explaining it to me. And then I saw him play Grand Blue, and I was like, "But I know Virtua Fighter's like difficult. Why are you having trouble with Grand Blue, which is like one of the easiest games?" And then I was thinking, I would say Tekken is a deep game, but 2D or anime games are complex, where you need a depth of knowledge for Tekken. But with anime games, one other thing that Finn told me is like you don't really have matchups in Tekken. In other games, you have matchups like all over the place. You can't really avoid them. And that's what I'm saying. I think for a Tekken player, the best way to describe it is like these games are more complex. They're not as deep as Tekken because there is like a crazy amount of knowledge you need to even be mediocre. But with other games, you could have very little knowledge, but if you can think like with a different kind of like complexity in terms of this move is like a poke, but it also works against this because it low profiles fireballs or something like that. Yeah. I just want you guys to be good at fighting games, but if that's not what you want, I'll back off. If Tekken is all you love,
do you think that you can beat me in more fighting games than I can beat you?
No, but I think I play more fighting games than you play.
Do you count arena fighters as fighting games?
I do. I count them.
How many fighting games are you playing currently?
I'm playing Midnight Suns. I'm playing no
Oh.
fighting games. I can tell you my Steam library. I don't know if that helps. 1, 2.
Why
3,
don't we could run a beef set? Pick a bunch of games and then see who comes out on top. Since us Tekken players can't play other games.
Well, remember I said you're the exception. You and Finn and Chad are exceptions. But if you want to build up fighting herds, I'm game. That is a game.
Can we veto one game each? You can veto Tekken. Yeah, if it means that I have to play fighting herds.
There's a lot worse games than fighting herds, bro.
What?
You might want that game.
Then fight. What could be worse than using a pony to fight?
You can find out.
No, say it on stream. I want to hear it.
I actually have I've got it downloaded. I never played it. It's called Vanguard Princess.
Vanguard Princess.
Yep.
Am I gonna regret typing this in?
Maybe.
Bro, why did you download this?
I think it was $1.99, and I just buy fighting games. That's all I do.
Let's put this up on screen, shall we?
I ain't played it. I have got it though, so I'm not gonna cope.
I know what kind of man you are.
How much is it?
Good friends make better enemies. Is this a lesbian game?
That's bars. I'm used on commentary.
Nah, where's Yaya? He'd be going mad right now. This is definitely his shit. Look at this. No, I couldn't buy this. My missus will slap me.
I did tell you there's worse games than them Fine Herds.
Is there a worse game than this?
Not that I know of. Finn did tell me about one, but I can't remember what it was called. I wiped it from my memory. It was pretty bad. It was it looked like a game that Punisher guy would make. It was mad. But bro, you just jump on Cross Tekken.
Some weird noise. Oh, never mind. A bunch of families come over. I'll better wrap this up because they're gonna start making noise. Let me read out some super chats and then we'll wrap this up. I need to talk to you afterwards though.
Yeah, cool.
Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. I hope you are doing well and have a good day. Don't be a Goomba. Appreciate you, bro. Trying my best. So we did have Maikura jump on here, so I might have failed. Tekken is my world. Thank you for $4.99. What do you guys think about the Bloody Raw community, if there is one? I don't think there is one. I don't think there is a Bloody Raw community anymore. I think there's like there are people that love Bloody Raw. Like I've got what's it called? Is it Bloody Raw 3? Do they have a sub name? I think I've got one or two of them, but no one plays it. So I couldn't say that there's a community. Don't think they exist anymore. I think it died out. But it would be cool to see Bloody Raw come back.
Yeah, definitely.
Fighting Lames, thank you for the $2. Midnight Rubbish, Play Tekken, Tom's Guide was good. This is like 3 different sentences meshed together. I don't know what.
I think he's saying, why is your name Midnight Rubbish? I should play Tekken and Tom's Guide was good? Maybe.
My name is Midnight Rubbish because it came from a different YouTube channel and it was something that me and my friends, Midnight Rubbish comes from when I was a kid. Me and my friends would go to our local Tesco and there was always a stray trolley. It was at midnight as well. We were being stupid kids. And we would put one of my friends in the trolley. His name was Fraser. And then we'd push him at full speed. And one day I pushed him really, really hard into the bush. And he like sort of flipped out the trolley and flew into the bush. And then we saw him like climb out. And then someone said something about, oh, Midnight Rubbish or whatever. And that's where it came from. So I don't know why he's still friends with me, to be honest with you. I almost killed him that day.
That's it.
Duke of Nyland, thank you for the $2. Did Arkham Asylum lose a patient? Oh, you're talking about Makura. Bro, I brought him on here because he was talking crazy about Tom in the chat, and I was like, do you know what? Let's bring him up. I was going to ask him to turn on his camera, but I think the damage was done at that point. People always talking crazy, and then you bring them on, and they're just like being a troll.
He was a funny troll, but he was a troll nonetheless.
Rody, thank you for the $2. Makura needs a rematch there, respectively. We could get a Makura versus Tom Brady beef set. All right, well, that's pretty much it, bro. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Oh yeah, let's put up the tier list just so people can see where their favorite community was put. So we have Soul Calibur, Marvel vs. Capcom, SNK, and Virtua Fighter as the best communities in the fighting game community. These are the guys that you want to be around. These are the top tier of the FGC. Then you got Street Fighter, OG, Guilty Gear, and Dead or Alive. All very pleasant to be around, but there has been some controversies. Some people not showering. This is the Anime Arena Fighters and BlazBlue. Mostly good people, but can be annoying. A bit of elitism in BlazBlue and Anime Arena Fighters. They tend to make up their own rules about random things that make no sense, as we saw yesterday on the podcast. Absolutely needs to work on your manners as Dragon Ball Fighters. Some devious things have happened in that community, but it is a fun game to watch, and they do put on a good show.
Loki, I don't know how that didn't go into calling the military, but just because of the one girl. Just because of the one girl, it should have been me, you know. I think you're right.
They've done a lot of good though. She did one bad thing that is absolutely diabolical, but they've done a lot of good.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat is a mess right now, so it's in a holding cell. There's 3 different communities in Mortal Kombat. They all hate each other, so it's kind of like Tekken in a way, but it's like established hate. You know, we already know that MK players will hate each other because they're from different scenes. Strive is getting almost 30 years to life because they are like Smash Brothers light, but according to C4, there has been some level of reform after they got under the spotlight of technicals. So there's that. Tekken is in limbo because we don't know what the fuck is going on with Tekken right now. No one knows. Everyone's attacking each other. Some people love it. Some people hate it. It's like Marmite. So it's a bit of the upside down now. And there's a serious case of elitism in the Tekken community. Then there's 2 tiers in between Smash Bros, because we have to make sure we pushed it right down to the depths where the military can find it. Smash Bros, there's no coming back for Smash Bros. Too much has happened. Now there are good people in that scene. There are definitely good people in that scene, but there's too much degeneracy, just too much, and there's too much protecting bad people. So for that reason, we had to call the military on them. Was there any scenes that we'd missed out? Was there any honorary scenes? We won't put them on the tier list, but any that you wanted to mention or anyone in chat?
I can't think of one. No. I think you got the main guys.
Yeah, I don't think we missed anyone. Melty Blood.
I wouldn't bother.
Yeah, Mugen. I wouldn't put Mugen on there. Killer Instinct.
Grand Blue's pretty big.
Oh, that's true.
They put them probably same as like old Guilty Gear, Dead or Alive, Street Fighter. They're just wholesome, nice people. 1 or 2 of them are weird.
Where would you put Arcana Hearts? Cool, Chris Hansen.
Limbo. I'll put it Limbo. Not because I know anything that's been crazy in there. I look at the game and I'm like, no good can come from this. No good can come from this. Yeah,
got a cool Skeeter Gene. You've just been skeeted in 4K.
It's a sus game. I would have put Them Fighting Herd's pretty high. That's a pretty chill game. Positive reviews. living their best life.
You know, I thought about that game when I was doing this tier list, and I was like, I couldn't have it on my screen. I left it alone. But you know what? Apart from all this, we got the good ending with you and 3S today.
Yeah, it was it wasn't the plan, but I say this all the time. I'm unlikable. I don't blame people for not liking me. I get it. And then I cool off after like 20 minutes and I just go back to normal.
There was a moment where I thought, oh shit, here we go. You popped off at Yaya, but I thought 3S would jump in, but he didn't say anything. And I was like, okay, thank God, that was going to derail everything.
I was definitely more aggressive to Yaya than I was Ghost.
Yeah, Yaya's a good sport, man. Because you've been aggressive to him 5 times now, and he just laughed it off.
He actually knows how to deal with me. Just fucking keep talking and laugh, and I just go downhill. I crash out, but I crash out really quick.
Yeah,
and then I go back to normal. But Yaya's he's a really good sport. He does. He pisses me off, but he's a good guy.
He's a kind-hearted guy, man. I can't get mad at him. I don't agree with almost any of his takes, but he's the one guy where I read his takes and I can't hate this guy. He's too much of a nice guy.
Yeah, he's linguistically, he's fucking super clever. I don't know if he knows it. He's fucking very clever. He never answers the question. He's got like the political, like politicians kind of shit going on.
Yeah, I know when he's not going to answer a question because you ask him a question and he'll go so, and I'm like, once he's done the 3 so's, it's over. He ain't gonna answer
it. Yeah, it's the clue. And I just go, I don't really like interrupting people, so I'm just like, go and do the thing. I did say once, like, I don't want to hear the monologue, but normally I just let him go, and then I think he's gonna go around in a circle, and then I'm gonna ask the same question again. But then I think I'm on a stream. That's kind of annoying, right? So I should just move on. But most of the times I don't want to move on with Yaya. I want to pin him down, but it's just not. It's not cool for anyone like watching or him probably.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll wrap it up. I'll message you afterwards. But was there anything you wanted to add before we go?
No. Actually, no, there's not. I was about to say, I might look at the YouTube short with me in it, but I'm not gonna.
Nah, do it, man. Do it.
Nah.
I think you should do a C4 versus the Tekken community.
I was about to say we can do that. If Mike gets enough people that want to just jump on the podcast and try and roast me about Tekken, I'll be here for that. I think you're all wrong, so I'll argue the point. I think your game is bad and it's bad for you. The more I think about it, the further down like the rabbit hole I go. I actually think it's unhealthy. I think Tekken is an unhealthy game to play.
You may not be wrong about that. You may not be wrong. Yeah, it might be hard to argue that one.
Yeah, if anyone in the chat thinks they can, we can try and set up. If enough people do it, bring your soldiers, Mike. I'll be here for it.
I'll bring Shinblade.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you'll have to fight for the mic on that one.
As long as he's the final boss, he has to be the raid boss at the end. Then I'll do it.
I'll make sure he's had some Hennessy as well before he jumps on.
Bro, the way he went in on fucking King J after drinking, I don't want to be that guy, bro. I don't want to be a victim of Shinblade, bro. That was messed up. I called him Queen J.
Yeah, that was crazy. All right, bro. I'll message you afterwards.
Cool. All right, in a bit, Mike. Peace, chat. In a bit.
Safe, bro. All right, guys. Well, that was a stream. It was 5 hours actually. I was going to say not a super long one, but we've been here for some time. So, thanks again for tuning in to the streams this week. I won't have one tomorrow, but there might be a video on the channel. I'm gonna go pick up some One Piece cards on Saturday. Looking forward to that. And we should have the beef set for Bleach next week. I need to speak to the mods about the mod beef set because we can't seem to get everybody in the same place at the same time. And then we'll have Shinblade versus King J on Thursday. That will be next week. So until then, guys, thank you for all the super chats once again. I can't tell you how much it's really, really changed things for me at home. So I really appreciate you guys, and just gonna continue doing the content, I guess. See where the channel goes. So stay safe out there. I'll catch you guys all very soon. Mods, I'll message you soon, and everyone else,